Well, a very good morning. Welcome to this splendid setting of Rugby School as our umpires emerge for this one-day cup match. It's the second year of regular 50 over fixtures at this venue, and it's the Northamptonshire Steelbacks team that are walking out to field after Warwickshire won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm Clive Eakin. Mel Farrell is with us as well. What a splendid way to spend a Sunday, Mel, here at Rugby School.
Absolutely magnificent. I can't believe it. I've just jumped on the train and come down here from Birmingham. There were so many people on the train that were coming down for this fixture from Birmingham, and it was great because I didn't have to pull out the sat nav when I got to the ground because there were so many Bears shirts to follow. The other key, of course, was following people who with deck chairs, carrying those folded deck chairs. So there are thousands of them out there. What a great crowd. Brilliant setting.
Yeah, there were advertising this morning. There were a limited number of tickets left. 3,000 is what it holds, Rugby School. We might be a little short of that, but not much, I would say. It's pretty full opposite us as Rob Yates and Ed Barnard walk out to the middle. Warwickshire won the toss and have elected to bat first. They have made one change to the team. Both these teams lost to Yorkshire last time out. Warwickshire at Scarborough and Northamptonshire at their own ground, Northampton. The one change for Warwickshire is to bring in a spinner, Taz Ali. It comes in ahead of Ethan Bamber. Northamptonshire are unchanged. And I think you had a chat with the grounds here.
Jimmy the groundsman, very friendly chap. Yeah, they looked pretty chuffed with themselves.
There might be a bit of turn.
Might be a bit of turn later on in the day, he said. Not much in it for the spinners early, but perhaps that's why Warwickshire have opted for Taz Ali over Ethan Bamber.
So Northants say unchanged from last time out, and Lewis Guthrie is going to open the bowling from what we're told is the Chapel End. Lovely name for an end as well. Chapel End. Guthrie comes in to bowl, and that goes past Ed Barnard, and it's signalled a wide. So Warwickshire on the board straight away with the wide.
Not the start they wanted. Both of these teams had a pretty chastening experience against Yorkshire in their previous fixtures. So very, very much hoping to bounce back from that. I noticed Darren Lehman was a bit furious for him, it sounded, after that loss as well.
And the first boundary off the bat, just straight down the leg side there, Guthrie and Ed Barnard captaining Warwickshire in this competition, even though Alex Davies plays. And Barnard has clipped that away for 4. So Warwickshire got 5 on the board after one legitimate ball. Decent start. As to what makes a good score here, it's probably still too early to tell because there haven't been a huge number of games here. There have been 5 50 over fixtures, but only 3 of them have been full 50 over games. First defensive shot there from Barnard. So I did minutes of research last night on this, Mel. What are you laughing at? So there have been, as I say, 3 full 50 over games here, and the average first innings score, batting first, is 257. In comes Guthrie. Defence from Barnard looking for a single. It isn't there. So 257 is the average score, but only once has the team batting first from the 3 previous 50 over games won. On that occasion, it was the first game here last season. Warwickshire scored 311 and beat Surrey by 3 runs. So what makes a good score? It looks like you're looking at the very high 200s or low 300s.
That sounds fun to me. I'll take that. I will take that. Sounds like a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Barnard is just starting to find his radar. And I say that, we are basically sitting at deep backward square leg. So
could you ask the umpire to move, please?
he's right in front. He's right in between us and the batter. So that's it's going to be interesting today. Of course, the live stream coming to you from Warwickshire as well. So you've probably got a great view of it at home.
Umpires, by the way, are Anthony Harris and Sue Redfern. Guthrie into Barnard, drives, doesn't get a run, so it's a good recovery that from Guthrie, having gone for 5 off one legitimate ball, starting with a wide, then a 4. Maybe a little bit premature, it's not the end of the over yet, but it's still 5, so he's done pretty well since that initial loosening. Liam Guthrie playing his 21st List A game. Had a tough time against Yorkshire. He wasn't alone in that respect. And he went for 87 runs in his 8 overs. He did get 3 wickets, so that's just clipped to fine leg for a single. Meaning at the end of the first over, the Bears are 6 without loss.
Of course, I ended up saying Barnard there. I'm just getting myself sorted. I'm getting myself down. I've got my coffee now. I'm settling back and I've got my bearings. I didn't have my bearings at first, I must admit. It's interesting. Darren Lehman has just walked past us not so long ago, and I mentioned he seemed pretty furious after that massive loss to Yorkshire, and hinted that if they don't perform well here, he's going to drop all the old fellas and play all the kids. Now, I don't know what constitutes being old. I only got a few players over the age of 30 have their steel backs, but a warning was signalled.
Appeal there is turned down, a fairly impassioned appeal there from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, well, I talk about the old fellas, and I don't want to say Luke Proctor is 37. Yeah. I think he is the oldest player in this team, 2 years older than Yuzvendra Chahal. So Rob Keogh, 33, Lewis McManus, these are some of the guys that perhaps might be on notice.
Ended there by Barnard, who's all strikes so far. Northants are not quite at no margin for error stage, but they were unlucky to have their first match. This is their 3rd fixture. Their first match at Sebra against Lancashire was rained off without a ball being bowled. One of 2 matches so far in the competition this season to be abandoned. This one again, good accurate ball from Proctor. And then of course they lost to Yorkshire, as did Warwickshire. Generally speaking, you need 5 wins probably. I was looking at last season's table. I think 4 teams qualified with 5 wins and only 1 team failed to qualify with 5 wins. I think Derbyshire were the unlucky team. Just to explain the setup in the one-day cup, another defensive shot from Barnard, who started fairly cautiously. Two groups of 9, like the T20, although they're not regionalised, which means Warwickshire, for example, get to play a couple of teams they don't play in any other competition. Where have I written that down? Here we go. So they play Kent and Middlesex, so they don't play in any other competition. But it's unlike the T20, of course, you have to get to the top 3 to progress, as that's defended, there's no run. The group winners go straight through to a home semi-final, as Warwickshire did last season. Unfortunately, they lost it, but they did get that home semi-final. And then the 2nd and 3rd place teams play in a playoff. With the 2nd place teams being at home. So you do have to finish in the first 3 to progress, and so 5 wins out of 8 is usually the mark you need to get through.
Well, maiden over first up for Proctor. So that is a terrific start from the most experienced player in this side, and that will no doubt make Darren Lehman happy. Maiden over ODI cricket. Pretty good start, especially in the power play.
He is quite entertaining, Darren Lehman, in his reaction after games. He did come up with a quote of the season, I think, early in the piece when in a county championship match, I think Northants had 3 batters out, not offering a shot. And his response was, these bats cost 500 quid a time, you might as well use them.
He doesn't pull his punches, does he? Darren Lehman calls a spade a spade. He doesn't mind stirring things up either.
Guthrie continuing. And that is out, Rob. Yates is out. I think that's the first ball he's faced, and he's edged it to be caught behind. So success for Guthrie, and Yates goes without scoring, and Warwickshire are 6 for 1.
Well, you could hear the nick from here, and that was an excellent catch too. Diving to the left. Terrific work. And that is very disappointing for... It's really the home side here, isn't it, today, Warwickshire?
It is, although this is a bit of a home ground for Northants as well. They do play some second. Well, they play some second 11 cricket here. Do Northants? It's one of their second 11 grounds. It's the first time they've played here. No visiting county has visited more than once so far at Rugby School. So this is Northants' first visit, and they are in a nice position. Lewis McManus taking the catch, low catch.
He did really well, just a fine nick. As we see, well, it's Zen Malik coming to the middle. It looks like it might have been carded to be Hamza Sheikh, but it is Zen Malik, the former Saka graduate who has been outstanding for Warwickshire since coming into the side, being signed last year.
That's a great story, isn't it? I really enjoyed Zen Malik's progress. Famously, and he gets slightly fed up of people like me reminding him of it, but famously he got turned down by 12 counties at one time or another.
Well, he was an original member of SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, which has had so much success. I think he was the 10th or 11th player to be signed from SACA, and they certainly didn't give up on him.
So Guthrie in, and Malik plays that one to the onside. There's no run. He's actually had a lot of success in the county championship this season. He hasn't had so much success in this format. Zen Malik, he made his Warwickshire debut in this competition last season and scored 1. So he's yet to show his best in white ball cricket for Warwickshire.
He's been terrific in the county championship, though.
There's a swing at that one, that's wide. He did show his bat to it, but just wide down the leg side. Guthrie, a quizzical look towards umpire Redfern, but she had no doubts.
Nice to see a bit of an Australian connection here today with Liam Guthrie. Of course, came through the West Australian age groups. He's played for the Hurricanes and the Heat. Under 19s player for Australia as well. I'm not the only one.
He's in again. That's an appeal for LBW, and it's out. Zen Malik has gone, and Warwickshire are in big trouble early on here. 7 for 2, and Zen Malik, like Rob Yates, goes without scoring.
Well, I mentioned the Western Australian. Liam Guthrie is just tearing through the top order at the moment for Warwickshire. I desperately need someone to come in and settle it, but he's just angled that ball in and been spot on the money. Bowled a couple of loose ones early, but once his radar's been dialed in, Guthrie has been on fire.
Well, real concerns for Warwickshire as Alex Davies walks out.
That was just watching back the replay. It was actually a full toss, but it swung back in quite considerably. Late swing as well. So Guthrie's got the ball talking.
Confirmation, it is Zen Mallet, by the way. I think it's on our TV screen. That's just been corrected now, so that's fine. So Alex Davies, whose first year he's not been in the 100. Ed Barnard is continuing to captain the team in this competition. Davies playing, and he needs to rescue Warwickshire, who were skittled out pretty cheaply in their first game in this competition by Yorkshire. Ball out for 137 at Scarborough, and they're in trouble here again at 7 for 2.
Well, they've got their two, in many ways, most experienced batters in there. Barnard has been very successful in the One Day Cup. Alex Davies, you know what he can do, so experienced. And they desperately need these two to just settle things down a little bit, start to build a partnership. But Guthrie has got the ball really moving about.
One is down the leg side. They think about running an extra wide, but they get the one wide. And Warwickshire have had one scoring shot so far, but they've benefited from 4 wides.
Well, that one was well down the leg side as well. So that ball is moving. It's just when Guthrie gets the line right, the starting line right, that's when it becomes a handful for the batters to deal with. It's been a mixed bag.
Yes. UK passport holder Liam Guthrie's on a 3-year contract. That's a nice, accurate delivery. Play down the pitch.
Like I said, not the only one.
No,
Dual,
absolutely.
dual
Nationality,
citizen.
yeah, dual
Yep.
citizen, yeah.
Speaking of contracts, Darren Lehman has actually extended his
Yes.
contract as well to the end of 2027. So obviously happy with the way things have been going since he took over after John Sattler was let go.
Davies watchful. He's a naturally aggressive player. Interesting, he's not opening the batting in this competition. I guess when he played against Yorkshire, that would have been his first 50-over game for quite some time, I would have thought. Because he wouldn't have had any 50-over games for the last 4 years.
And that's the thing, isn't it, with the advent of the 100? It's only select players now who play 50-over domestic cricket. I'm sure that it might sting a little bit for Alex Davies not playing in the 100, and he might have a few things to prove.
He's off the mark. It's a nicely timed shot. It's being chased, and they will get. Well, they're coming back for the third. Good running. It's picked up and thrown in by Sharma.
He did slow up quite a bit in the outfield there. Just first look at the outfield really, because I just haven't seen the ball hit out there, but it was well timed.
What you say about Alex Davies in the 100, I do sometimes wonder what the psychological impact being in and out of that competition can have. As you say, Davies has been in it for all the first 4 years of it. Suddenly he isn't. Must be quite hard to take.
I imagine it would be, and the interesting thing too, you've got then out there as well someone like Ed Barnard, who I know it has really rankled with him that he hasn't been picked up. I mean, he's the king of the Metro Bank One Day Cup, isn't he? He's leading wicket taker in last year's competition, leading wicket taker the year before, and I think maybe he's admitted to feeling FOMO, fear of missing out, for you, Clive.
Thank you, yeah, thank you. You're down with the kids now. That one is defended. But Mark Robinson actually spoke a bit about it last season, or might be the season before, but he talked about some of the young players, the likes of Henry Brooks when he was here. who got into a 100 squad, but then weren't getting games, were sent back to the 50 over competition. It's quite difficult to handle that, I think. Proctor in. It's left. 11 for 2.
Yeah, there's a vast difference, I think, for all of these players. It's an interesting one. And look, I really enjoy the One Day Cup because I like watching some of the younger players coming in and seeing what the new talent is out there. And a lot of times I've seen players in UK domestic cricket, the first time I've seen them has been in this. So from a selfish point of view, I enjoy that about it.
Think about a quick signal there, it isn't there. Yeah, I think the One Day Cup has actually surpassed expectations since it's been played alongside the 100. I remember when first season there were some media people saying, well, why bother with the competition at all? They were very sceptical about it, but actually I think it's worked pretty well. It's attracted respectable crowds. It's allowed counties also to get out to grounds like this. There's a lot of out grounds used in this competition. Look at that, the bank's full of people sitting in the sunshine, some shaded by the trees here at Rugby School. No appeal from the bowler there, there's a few from his fielders around. Alex Davies.
Oh, certainly love that. This is actually my first time coming to an outground for cricket in this country. So I'm
Really?
Yes, I've not been to any of the outgrounds for a game, so I'm incredibly excited, and it does look absolutely magnificent. Seeing all the people.
And Davies looking to see if he can nurdle a single, can't quite. I mean, I think it's a really important part of English domestic cricket outgrounds, and it's become harder and harder because of fewer fixtures and the costs involved. I heard even Gloucestershire were muttering about whether Cheltenham could be made cost effective.
Well, they made a profit this year, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I'd be surprised if they. I mean, I was there just to observe, and they had good crowds. That one goes past the outside edge. I mean, that's massive, the Cheltenham Festival. The fact that they even spoke about whether they could make that work was worrying. But as I say, this competition has been great for getting cricket out to our grounds. Warwickshire back here for the last 2 years. The history of Rugby School. 2013 was the first time Warwickshire played a game here, and that was a T20 match. Wasn't a very happy one for Warwickshire because they were restricted 126 for 8. Chris Wokes played in that game, the only surviving current Warwickshire player to have played in that against Glamorgan in 2013. They were back here the following year for a one-day cup game against Kent, but alas, it was completely washed out. And then they returned in 2015 and played a one-day cup game against Sussex, which they won. And then there was a 9-year gap until they returned last season.
Guthrie to continue. Well, you talk about the history, so of course being Australian, where we don't really have many old buildings, I've got to say. So I was looking it up, and the school here was founded in 1567. That blows my mind. That's one of the oldest schools in England.
Of course, that's a sport. In fact, 2 sports named after it. Rugby Union and Rugby League.
Absolutely, of course, William Webb Ellis.
There's a plaque over there somewhere.
I need to go find that. I'll go for a wander and find that. Yes, allegedly picked up a football and ran with it, thereby creating the game of rugby.
Allegedly too loud while you're here, Mel.
I'm living on the edge, me. What my favourite thing, though, and I need to find out more about it, there was a genuine riot here by students in 1797.
Massive. Say last week then for a minute.
No, 1797. It was massive, the riot here. Students went absolutely feral.
Guthrie, that's left. Warwickshire having to be cautious. 2 early wickets down.
So one thing about sitting square on, you just start to realise how sharp some of the bowlers are, don't you? Much more so than when you're watching from behind the bowler's arms.
Yeah. Just 2 bowlers used by the Steelbacks so far. Usual 50 over rules. Minimum of 5 bowlers need to be used. They can bowl a maximum of 10 each. That's in the air for a while, but nicely timed by Ed Barnard, who gets the second boundary. And a lovely cycle of ball rolling up the hill to the ankles of the spectators. And their chairs were chairs put around the ground by the school, but a lot of people have opted for their own deck chairs.
Well, I saw them all carrying them on the train. It's, everyone had them all wrapped up in their little canvas bags.
One doesn't beat the inner field. It's picked up there by Rob Keogh, another one of the veterans in the Steelbacks team, so he'll have his ears burning from Darren Lehman's comments.
Well, exactly. Just the nature of that loss. It was their worst ever home defeat in 50 over cricket, Northants, that 202 run loss to Yorkshire at home. And it was also only batted 38.5 overs.
Barnard away again, same place. It's being chased, but it's going to beat the chase. Tim Robinson has no chance of reaching that. Another nicely timed shot from Barnard. And first really good over from a Warwickshire point of view with a couple of boundaries in it. They're 15 for 2 after 5.
I think maybe it's a swing disappearing already. Those were the balls that were coming back in from outside the off stump, but that just went straight across. So Barnard had enough width to put that one away. 2 boundaries in that over, so they'll be feeling a little bit happier now, but still 15 for 2. It's been very much the Steelbacks' day so far.
Still Proctor, bowling from the Oak Drive end. And has he got a wicket there? No. Might have come off bat onto pad, possibly. Difficult for us to tell from here. But not out is the call.
This is when I regret the fact that my binoculars are in Australia. Although I don't think it would actually help, to be honest. Just from this angle. Just walks at him a bit there.
I suppose we're spared having to comment on LBW decisions, at least until we've seen the replay, because we've got no chance of judging them from here. But good on run-outs.
No. Oh yeah, run-outs should be quite good actually. You're right there. Or a stumping if it's from the other end. Although, well, having said that, we can't actually see the crease.
See the line, yeah, that's true. That's a nice shot from Davies. That's coming to us.
Get ready, Clive. Get ready.
Phil Britt's going to field that. As it bounces over the rope and it's through for 4.
That was a glorious shot.
Andrew Rad in the end fields that from BBC Northampton.
I did think we were in trouble for a second.
Yes.
Tell you what, Clive, if it comes this way on the full, I'm nominating you to catch it.
Yes, I was a little bit concerned. I was hoping not too many pull shots. Luckily, the pitch is a little bit further over this side. They used 2 pitches across the 3 games, I think I'm right in saying here. That's defended. I mean, it's a great facility here. It's Rugby School is famed for its sporting facilities. And Michael Powell is, I haven't seen him yet today. Maybe he's on holiday, I don't know, but the former Warwickshire captain is a master here. Lives on site.
Well, there are a few interesting alumni that I was looking at. And this time he plays deep in his crease. He's been coming out of the crease and walking at Proctor a little bit. In that case, just been forced back. So not only was rugby invented here, if you like, with William Webb Ellis, but Tom Willis, the inventor of Aussie rules football, was from Rugby School. Did you know that? So 3 sports, rugby league, rugby union, and Aussie rules from this school.
I didn't know that. So, that's, again, Davies looking to try and nerdle single. They're trying to, without taking too many risks, they're just trying to move the scoreboard on. They got it to 23 for 2, 3 boundaries across the last 2 overs. Warwickshire losing 2 early wickets with Rob Yates and Zen Malik both out for ducks. They were 7 for 2, they're now 23 for 2 after 6.
Just this little steadying phase now, and a long way to go too. But really, these two in Barnard and Davies are the two that you would expect Warwickshire to look to, both with captaincy experience, both very much senior members of this squad. One who's been one of the best performers.
It's only a single, but just nicely played down to third by Barnard. Although the way he's swinging his bat, he feels he might have missed out there on a little bit more.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell from here, but I'm just wondering if that ball isn't swinging as much anymore. He's angling it across, and that's why he was able to just open the face of the bat there. Those were the balls that he was bowling Guthrie early that looked as though they were angling across, but then they were just actually swinging a bit late back in. Maybe he's searching for that again.
Uppish for a while from Alex Davies, straight to mid-on, so no run. Northamptonshire seal, that's unchanged from the team that lost badly to Yorkshire at Northampton. Warwickshire just that one change. They brought a spinner in Taz Ali. Ethan Bamber takes a rest.
Yeah, we're talking about the scale of Northants' loss. Well, Yorkshire, they've been the destroyers of this tournament so far. Nice.
It's a lovely shot from Davies again in towards the media tent, and it's a net behind us. Nicely timed.
We're in the firing line here today.
We'll do a bit of fielding. Phil Britt's had to get out of his chair and collect that one.
He hasn't done this much exercise in years. Yeah, we are basically almost exactly at deep square leg for Alex Davies. So that one, it's just forward. If he gets it right through square leg, we're in fact, it looks like Northants are sending a fielder out to protect us.
Thank you, yes. Thanks for that, Northants.
Justin Broad has just come out to deep square leg right in front of us now.
No misfields now, Justin, if you don't mind.
So I'll take that back. If it comes out here on the full, I'm hoping Justin Broad might do us a favour.
Yeah, so he's just back a square leg, and he's sort of straight into the action as Davies plays that round his pads, and it will just be a single.
Yeah, so I was mentioning that Yorkshire, goodness gracious me, and the late addition of Imam Al-Haq has obviously worked out really well for them, but they defeated the Bears by 5 wickets with 103 balls remaining. So,
yes, bowled out for 137 at Scarborough. Still Guthrie in, that's defended. So, already one defeat then for Warwickshire. Another defeat wouldn't knock them out by any means, but it would leave them possibly having to win probably 5 of their last 6 games.
Well, the other thing they have, obviously, with those huge losses, they both have a massive net run rate negative. Have got to make up, but it's bad enough. The Bears are at minus 1.524. I'll give you Northants in a moment. And Northants, from that defeat, minus 4.040 at the moment net run rate. So they, they've not only got to win some games. I suspect they're going to have to try and win a couple big as well. Both of these sides may well do.
Leg by there, that last run. Yes, if you get 6 wins, you're probably going to be through whatever. 5 wins, you might be relying on net run rate. So, 2 Warwickshire wickets fallen so far. There's an echo in here. First out was Rob Yates, caught behind off Guthrie. As Proctor bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside for no run. And then Zen Malik was second Warwickshire batter out. Like Yates, I'm afraid. I don't want to say Zen Malik didn't trouble the scorers, because scorers will tell you that nothing troubles them more than a batter being out for naught.
Yeah, it's an odd saying, isn't it? Let's face it. Nicely played. It's just angled it, but didn't get too much on it. It's a single.
For 2 in the 8th over. So power play, of course, first 10 overs. Warwickshire have actually improved on their power play at Scarborough. They made 28 for 5 in their power play at Scarborough. So they're ahead of that. Nice drive, but all good stop. There at mid-off by Dom Leach. Restricting Warwickshire to a single.
Not finding it easy. Talking to the ground staff, I said there are a lot of runs in this pitch, and they felt like there were a lot of runs in this pitch, but they haven't been able to get on top yet.
That is out. I was going to say, even from here, that looked quite close, although Barnard doesn't look to the signal with his hand would suggest he felt that kept a bit low. Hit him low on the pads, and that's a big blow. Barnard goes for 14, and it's 30 for 3.
Well, just when this pair was starting to rebuild, put together a partnership, Northants strikes again. This time it's Proctor. Been terrific, this opening bowling partnership for the Steelbacks. And it's looking a bit calamitous for Warwickshire at the moment. Just finally getting this replay now. I can see why Barnard may have thought it was high. I did get him pretty high on the knee roll, but by feeling that was good enough, as we say, it's very difficult for us to tell too much from here. The important thing is the umpire's finger's gone up, and that's all that counts.
He left the field muttering. I don't know whether he felt he got outside of the line, but anyway, finger goes up and he's gone. Just as Warwickshire were looking to recover, a partnership there of 25 for the 3rd wicket. Hamza Sheikh comes out. Feels an important competition for Hamza Sheikh. He was in the county championship team at the start of the season. Didn't quite work out for him. He has gone on to make some more runs for England's under-19s since, but he'll be keen to make an impression.
Yeah, he scored 84 and 112 against that India under-19s side at Beckenham. So also in July, he played against the Shaheens and scored an unbeaten 54, same ground too, Beckenham. So
it's a lovely ground, Beckenham.
It's
You
never
obviously haven't
been.
been there because you've not been to any outgrounds until today. Yeah.
not been there. It can't be nicer than this, though.
No, of course not. It is nice. It is nice.
I've been to Scarborough, but for a women's international, not for a domestic game. I thought that was lovely. I like Scarborough.
Leaves the first ball then, and Warwickshire has some rebuilding to do again. Last season they were bowled out for 182 in the last match here. That game had been reduced to 48 overs, but they didn't make the 48 overs before being bowled out. Lost that one. There's a swing.
Oh,
he's giving it.
Oh, wow.
Hamza Sheikh can't believe it.
Well, it was a delayed decision. I don't think he felt that he'd actually got anything on that, but the umpire disagrees, and it's another one down. The 4th wicket falling inside 8 overs, and their steel back side is all over the Bears at the moment.
Yeah, massive blow. And blow for Hamza Sheikh out second ball. We're seeing a replay of it, which of course the umpire doesn't get the benefit of it. Probably did hit something, but was it the bat or was it the thigh pad?
His genuine reaction, he started walking away. He definitely didn't feel that he'd hit it, but what matters is that he has gone. This is really, and this was an issue for Warwickshire. They're batting massively in that big loss to Yorkshire. Vanshjani was the only one who actually made a decent score. He made 82. And the next highest score was Alex Davies at 15. So it was very slim pickings for runs. And that has continued.
Kai Smith's a new batter in. It was the last ball of the over. So Warwickshire 32 for 4 after 8. Two more overs of the power play, but they can't really afford to be gung-ho.
No, there ain't much power.
Well,
shout again. Oh, boy. It is fraught here.
Sue Redfern shook her head fairly quickly on that one. Oh, she'll be mighty relieved.
That's perilous stuff out there. They have come here, the Steelbacks, like a side chastened by their worst ever 50 over home loss.
They do have happy memories about playing the Bears, though, in white ball cricket this season. As Guthrie is in, and that will be Kai Smith off the mark. And gets a single. They did score the highest score the Bears have ever conceded in the T20 Blast earlier this season, 240 for 6. There's only 4 players in the Northants side who played in that game. But one of those is Ricardo Vasconcelos, who hit a very brisk half century in that game at Edgbaston.
Well, Kai Smith is someone who I think, well, the Bears fans will remember for that 104 ball 130 that he scored against Warwickshire. It's their performance of the season.
Against Worcestershire, indeed, yeah.
Sorry, Worcestershire, yeah. Against the Pears. The Bears against the Pears. But that was him, the way he really announced himself. Just looking broad is just warming up here, so I think we might see a change in the bowling soon.
Well, he could do with an innings like that now, from a Warwickshire point of view. Because at the moment, they're struggling to set much of a target. A lot made to play now on Alex Davies, who's looked a reasonable nick. Gets a single there to Justin Broad, just in front of us. Beg your pardon, that's Kai Smith, of course. Got a single the last ball of the previous over, so he's on to 2.
Does Kai Smith keep wicket today?
Yes, I think he will. He did in the last game. It's been a bit back and forth in the championship. He's kept wicket more often than not, but there have been a couple of games where Alex Davies has taken the gloves.
Fairly handy backup keeper to have.
Not bad, not bad. He's on 14, Alex Davies. He's Although he's not captain of this team, he knows he's got a big responsibility here for Warwickshire. Just looking around the field. Still got a fielder on the square leg boundary, just back of square leg. So only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary, of course, the power play. And they were at fine leg and back of square leg, but that's the end of the 9th over, 34 for 4, just a couple of singles off it.
It's been tough going, isn't it? Just they desperately have to stop that run of wickets, and the fact that they just keep trying to re-establish themselves just means they haven't been able to really make the most of the power play with their fielding restrictions in place.
So Luke Proctor is continuing, so no bowling change. They will have gone through the power play with 2 bowlers. Northants.
Again, as you just see the defensive shot there, it's while the ball's been hard and new, the fact that it has been moving around a bit and the wickets falling, they've just not been able to really get on the front foot at all.
I wonder what sort of score they're thinking now. Can they get to something like 240 and give themselves something to bowl at? A long way to go to get there.
That is a long way away. This is just about staying out there at the moment. And that's the thing about 50 over cricket. You do have time,
yeah,
and you can rebuild. It's one thing when you were talking about players not playing 50 over cricket very often. You do find that it makes me fear for England in one-day cricket a little bit, because so many of their players just don't play it anymore. And
yeah, sorry.
Well, just going to say one thing that sometimes you do hear players when they're talking honestly about it. They say it's not straightforward adjusting because it has such a different rhythm to it, the 50 over game. And I don't think it's as simple as just saying if you play a lot of T20 white ball cricket, it's really easy to adjust.
Yes, you do hear the wisdom sometimes that people say, oh, you approach it the same way you approach a 20 over game, but I don't think you can really.
Well, the players will admit that, like even those who spend most of their time bowling 4 overs at a time, even having the bowling rhythm, keeping it going for 10 and bowling in different phases of the game, but also batters who are able to be confronted by a situation where a couple of wickets are falling, and that that you still have another 40 overs that you want to see out, and just how you approach that.
Smith being very cautious in this last over of the power play, just keeping the ball out. It's a beautiful sunny day here, a few clouds in the sky.
Do you know what? It's a beautiful temperature because there's a lovely
Nice breeze,
soft breeze coming across. I did bring my sunscreen if you need some, Clive.
Nicely shaded by the gazebo here as that's defended.
We are, but in case you want to go for a
Yeah.
wander, I want you to be sun safe.
Thank you. I've got my hat. So that's the end of the power play. It's a marginally better power play than Warwickshire managed at Scarborough, but not by much. 28 for 5 they were against Yorkshire at the end of the power play. They are 34 for 4 and in deep trouble with the loss of 3 of the batters out for Ducks, Rob Yates, Zen Malik and Hamza Sheikh, while Ed Barnard gone for 15. 40 not out to Alex Davies and 1 not out to Kai Smith. And so, what do we... Guthrie, I think, to continue. So he bowled all 5 overs from the Chapel end in the power play, and he's carrying on.
Why not?
Well, he's got 2 of the wickets so far. Proctor getting the other 2. Davies just taking a little shuffle forward there. And defended out to the offside. Phil Britt joining us.
Good. Still morning? Yeah, good morning. Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. Well, it hasn't quite gone to plan, has it? After that performance against Yorkshire, that when you look at the scorecard, it's almost replicating the early fall of wickets.
Yeah. Hasn't been easy. This time he takes a step back, Davies, and is going to get a 4 down the fine leg, just helping it on its way. Took a little step back in this crease, turns it round his pads. And Davies now the top scorer of the innings on 18. It's his 3rd 4.
Well, Davies is going to have to really hold this innings together now, because the Warwickshire have lost those top order batsmen, and it's been...
Be his first county game here. Alex Davies. Probably his first game here, whether he's ever played a school or a second 11 team, I don't know, but probably his first match here, certainly his first county game.
Yeah, because he was in the 100 last year, wasn't he? So
yeah,
he didn't play.
Yeah, been in the 100 for I think all 4 years and hasn't. Warwickshire actually got fewer players in the 100 this year than they've had in the past. I say 4. I presume Chris Woakes would have been if he'd not been injured.
Yeah,
that would have made it 5.
Yeah.
But they've only got 2 playing for Birmingham Phoenix, haven't they? Dan Mosley and Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, and then Sam Haynes at the Trent Rockets. And
Danny Briggs is the other, yeah.
And Gleeson, of course.
Oh, yes. Who, interestingly, as that's hit in the air, there's a bit of excitement, but it falls well short of mid-on in the end, so no real dramas as it's picked up by Keogh. Yeah, if you look at the 100 website, Richard Gleeson's rather cleverly playing for 2 teams. He's actually playing for London Spirit, but he's also listed in one of the other squads.
Does he get double the pay packet?
Maybe he sneaked in without anyone noticing to play for 2 teams. Yeah, so not as many as have in the past. And Alex Davies, of course, is one of those players who's played in the past. Jake Lintop played the first couple of seasons, I think. He's not in it again this year.
I'm amazed Barnard hasn't been picked up.
Well, leant back there trying to cut at that, Davies. Misses it. Well, Mel was talking about that a little earlier, that it is a source of some frustration for Ed Barnard. I mean, he wasn't using the T20 by Warwickshire all that much by the Bears until he's been used a lot more this season. But up to now, he wasn't even being used by the Bears. So he has had a bit more this season.
He fell into the same sort of category as Will Rhodes had found himself in earlier.
Three in, and that's also a good diving stop there from George Bartlett to prevent any runs. That probably would have gone all the way for 4 if he'd not cut that out. 38 for 4, 11 overs bowled.
It's just clouded up a little bit. The sun disappeared for the first time this morning, and quite a bit of cloud come over the ground, so light has changed quite significantly. But,
still no change in the bowling. Perhaps these 2 are going to bowl 10 overs each and have to bowl the team out, so no one else has to bowl.
I was going to say they've done well enough so far. Proctor to continue, and he will be on his way in bowls. That's what he's driven nicely away through extra cover and up towards the fence. And it runs over the boundary into the netting, which protects the pedestrian pathway, and that was sweetly timed.
Yeah, towards a tree, which is just on the corner of the kind of boundary rope, having to be in a little bit of that part of the ground because there's a lovely tree, a nice bank, which a photographer's taking advantage of. He's working for Warwickshire today, so you'll see those pictures on the Warwickshire website later.
Smith's first boundary. This next one goes flashing away down to third man through the vacant second slip area. Outside edge from Smith, getting a false shot, but gets away with it. There's a man posted down there to prevent it crossing the boundary ropes. He gets a single, brings Alex Davies back on to strike. And that one, the outfield lightning quick. Obviously this summer has made all outfields fast, and this one is no exception. Proctor comes in again, bowls, and Davies is forward to that long way forward. There's an appeal for LBW, but he must have been about 3 paces down the wicket by the time that hit him.
Yes, it might be one of those ones that even DRS would have said, no, he's too far forward to judge that. The square here, it takes up almost all of the outfield, so there's actually used pitches almost right in front of us, just in front of the boundary rope. So there's not much resistance against the ball if it goes through there.
It's Proctor bowls. This one is played away to mid-on. And it's quickly, it was almost like a push and run from Davies for the single. It's a big responsibility on his shoulders now. He goes to 19 rather. Total goes on to 44 for 4.
Yes, they need a partnership. Looked like they were getting one with Barnard and Davies together, but Barnard out, quickly followed by Hamza Sheikh.
He was absolutely plumb, I thought, Barnard. I wasn't so sure about Hamza Sheikh's decision there, but anyway, he's out in the book. As Proctor comes in and bowls, and forward comes Smith and runs it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Leach does the fielding there.
Well, Kai Smith, I suppose we'll see this potentially as an opportunity. As Mel was saying, he rescued the team in spectacular fashion against Worcestershire a couple of seasons ago. He's got another opportunity here to make a name for himself. Warwickshire can turn this innings around.
He waits as Proctor's in through. This one is in the air, but up to mid-on, and last ball of the over. There's no run, end of another over. It's 44 for 4.
Yes, lots of 4s on the board.
Yeah, he's had a good season, I think, for a first season in the county championship this year. Kai Smith, he's got 375 runs and batted well at the end of the innings to secure that victory over Worcestershire in Warwickshire's last home game in the championship.
Finally, someone else is going to have a bowl for Northants. As the Chahal is coming in to bowl for them. And he's a leg break bowler, Indian, playing for some notable teams, the Royal Challengers Bangalore, the Rajasthan Royals, the Mumbai Indians, and has played 72 one-day internationals for India, taking 121 wickets, so he's not a bad bowler to bring in first change.
Absolutely.
Bowling to Alex Davies. Let's see whether there's any turn early on. He gives that plenty of air, and Davies pushing out to the offside. Smith come quite a long way down looking for the single there, but there was no chance of that as Tim Robinson swooped on the ball.
Crowd building up quite nicely on the opposite side of the ground, where there's a little bank to help the spectators.
He's trying to get forward to that and just dabbing it out to the offside. Yeah, capacity about 3,000 here.
Yeah, for those of you not being, the spectators pretty much sit on one side of the ground, and then you've got the pavilion and then the media group, ourselves and the journalists, who are on the other side, the shorter side of the ground.
And that's again played carefully by Davies. His instinct will be to try and counter-attack, but he knows he cannot afford to take too many risks at this stage. Get that loss of agile again, and it's pushed back to a no run.
Yeah, it's a good, solid start from him, though. He's got that ball, not allowing Davies any sort of room to be able to play his shots.
But he will go for his first runs there, and that's nicely played by Alex Davies. That's gone for 4. And 4 welcome runs for Warwickshire. Davies, dare I say it, is looking good. He's having to be watchful. He's having to play a balanced innings, a measured innings, but he's on to 23 off 36 balls, 4-4. So his strike rate lower than he would normally expect, but that's because of the circumstances he's facing. And that's a cut shot. That's a nice one, just a little bit short that time from Chahal, and that finally brings the Warwickshire 50 up at the end of the 13th over. So 78 balls for the first 50, and they've lost 4 wickets in that time. Alex Davies has scored more than half of them. He's on 27.
Yeah, having just said how well he started bowling, Davies, the 5th ball of the over, waited and cut it away through backward point. That was a really good shot. The last ball of the over was a little bit short and allowed Davies to cut it again, but square through point, and consecutive boundaries ruined what had been a promising over. So Davies moves on to 27. Smith's on 6 and Warwickshire 52 for 4.
Looks like Luke Proctor's
he's going to continue.
7th over.
So he's getting a little bit of pace off this wicket, and got those 2 earlier successes, and he'll be bowling to Kai Smith. As Smith waits, and Proctor into him and bowls, and this is short and pulled away through square, down to square leg boundary, but good piece of fielding down there. But I think that was Sharma down there, isn't it? Yeah,
Sharma.
I think it might be.
Good stop right in front of the spectators there.
We're at ground level, obviously, and looking across, it's right at the far side of the ground. So I think that. But saved 3 runs there with a good piece of fielding. Proctor in again and bowls. This one Davies comes forward to and just runs away. Smith backing up, as Clive had said, backs up a long way and had to scurry back there as Proctor picked up the ball and flicked it back to the non-striker's end. But he managed to get home. So no run this time as Proctor turns. There he comes in and bowls, and Davies drives through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. Sharma comes racing round, does the fielding. Davies is back comfortably for 2.
Yes, did a bit of work there, sweeping Sharma on Davies' leg side.
Again, it's Proctor in, bowls. Davies waits and then just opens the face of the bat, runs it down to 3rd man, and they amble the single. Just waited there, used the pace off the wicket, and very deliberate shot, and just bent the knees and ran it away through the that vacant sort of gully area.
Davies is signalling towards the changing room, and I wonder if it's a change of gloves or something. Whatever it is, the message has been received because he's giving them a thumbs up.
Proctor comes in again and bowls. And this one again is a very similar shot, this time from Smith, exactly in the same place, down to the 3rd man, and another single to the total. So Smith moves on to 8, and the total goes on to 57 for 4.
Looks like there's a towel being brought out in the moment, and some fresh gloves by the looks of things for Alex Davies, who didn't open the batting, doesn't open this competition, but he was in pretty early nonetheless.
Proctor bowls, and this one it's played solidly, but straight up to mid-on, off the final ball of the over. So we've had now 14 overs, and Warwickshire are 57 for 4. So going along run-wise reasonably okay, but it's that wickets column which is the problem for them.
Yeah, 5 off that last over. And again, the beginnings of a partnership. They had one earlier, which didn't in the end go to much fruition, but they've added 25 now, which actually is equal to the partnership that Barnard and Davies managed for the third wicket. Wickets falling, Rob Yates out on 6, then Mallock on 7. Then it was 32 for 3 when Ed Barnard went, and 32 for 4 when Hamza Sheikh went second ball. And Shahal to continue from the chapel end. Presumably call that because there's a chapel at that end. School chapel.
I think it was the chapel we heard the bells for earlier this morning, calling people presumably to worship at the chapel.
Shahal. Ball's always a swing and a miss there from Davies.
A Smith, I think it is.
Smith, I beg your pardon. Yes, lots of splendid school buildings about. I think there are pupils that live here pretty much all year round. Coming from abroad, that's defended out to the offside. Tree-lined ground.
I was talking to a gentleman this morning who's a Warwickshire supporter. He lives in Hungary, but he came to the school as a youngster, obviously.
Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep. Well, they're appealing for a catch there, but not with a great deal of conviction.
But he'd flown over, so he could attend the game as it was at his old school. So I hope he's going to enjoy his day. He goes back on Tuesday.
See what happened with that last ball. This one is played down the ground. That's remains 57 for 4. He's hit that in the air, but there's a fielder out on the long off boundary, but it's well short of him, and Smith is able to amble through for 1.
Yeah, right.
I've just seen a replay of that reverse sweep. Now he hits it straight down into the ground.
Yeah.
It was only a polite appeal from Slip as to whether there was a possible catch there. Very watchful there, Alex Davies. Front foot forward defensive. Just the 1 run off the over though, 58 for 4, 15 overs bowled. I'm going to make way for Aaron, with Warwickshire still with a lot of work to do.
Thanks, Clive. Clive back with us in a few overs' time. The batsmen have a chat in the middle, and we are going to see Dom Leach coming into the attack for the first time. He replaces Luke Proctor, and Proctor, who's had a successful start. He's got a couple of wickets. I'll say morning to Aaron.
A very good morning, Phil. Yeah, lovely to be here, of course. Not the ideal start for the Bears by any stretch of the imagination, but...
No, again, it's been, again, very difficult. When you look at the scores, Malik, Hamza Sheikh both got ducks in both games so far. Rob Yates 1 and 0. Not great from the top order, is it?
No, here is Dom Leach then for the first time from the Oak Street end. Starts off very nicely with a dot ball. Yeah, it's been a pretty difficult start, hasn't it, with the bat in hand for the Bears across both matches, of course, in Scarborough. 38 for 7 at one point, and yeah, here already 58 for 4.
I think there was a lot of people looked at the lineup, the batting lineup, and did sort of think, does this look a bit light? No Hayne, obviously, no Mosley, who are white ball players, exceptional white ball players. So it's Kai Smith who's settled in to join. I was going to say he's captain, but of course Alex Davies not skipper in this game, is he?
Nope, Davies, the championship skipper. Ed Barnard captaining the side in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Leach here too, the aforementioned Smith. Yeah, Dom Leach the other day got a little bit of tap against Yorkshire, unfortunately. Went for quite a few runs, of course. Imam Al-Haq scoring a career best 159. It was, well, some innings, to be honest. It was a masterclass in the 50-over format. Started off quite measured, quite reserved, and then as soon as he got to his 50, it was just every single shot, effortless, seamless, faultless. Really was an absolute pleasure to be there at Northampton to watch that. But Leach looking for a strong response after that game.
Yeah, it's so when you get beaten like that, you want to come back out and put that right, don't you? And get things. Both sides have got virtually the same problem here. They're both at the hands of the same county, of course. So both of them will be anxious, because I think with the size of the two defeats, particularly the Northamptonshire defeat against Yorkshire, both of them got massive negative run rates, haven't they?
They have. That's a bit more of a full-blooded shot from Kai Smith. Yeah, looking at the net run rate for the Bears, it's hovering around about minus 1.5. For Northants, it's minus 4.
Yeah. Which you've got to do. You've not just got to win your games, you've got to win one or two of them quite big as well. So it has some work ahead of them. And there's some tough games in this group as well ahead. So it's not an easy group to get through.
Really good delivery that from Dom Leach. Jabs it in on a Yorker, lengthens. In the end, it's a maiden over. So really strong start that from Leach. Warwickshire remain 58 for 4 here after 16 overs.
So Charles going to continue at the chapel end. Got the thumbs up for the right end. And he'll be bowling to Alec Davies.
Yeah, Jahal, such a great option for Northamptonshire to have in the white ball formats. Didn't quite have the desired impact the other day against Yorkshire. As I said, I mean, plenty of their players came to the party. Imam scoring 159, Revis scoring a career best as well. Runs for Luxton and Wharton. It was a difficult day for the majority of the Northants bowlers, aside from Rob Keogh. Now, Rob Keogh is someone to watch out for today. Went wicketless in that game, but finished with excellent figures of none for 48 from his 10, as that one is driven crisply by Alex Davies. A little bit of a chase on for the fielder out there at deep extra cover, but the Bears batters come back for 2 runs.
So Davies moving on to 32 with that shot. So it's the winners of Groups A and Group B automatically go through to the semi-finals, and then second and third play each other for the other quarter-final place in this format.
Well, that one has gone straight up in the air. It's gone into an open gap though. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs. Really nice shot that from Alex Davies, taking the attack to Yuzvendra Jahal. And 4 more valuable runs for the Bears as the home side move on to 64 for 4 here at Rugby School.
Yeah, picked that up nicely. It was, for a moment, it looked as though it may actually clear the boundary, but not to be. So, still waiting for our first 6 in this game. But there haven't been a huge number of 4s, let alone 6s, but that's as close as we've come.
Well, that's a nice little drop and run between Davies and Smith. Both very quick between the wickets. Good rotation of the strike.
Yeah, they've got to keep this board ticking over. Huge amount of work still ahead of these two. And Warwickshire start to get down into the bowling all-rounders as opposed to the batting all-rounders after these two. Although, of course, probably the best one we've got is a young success from the Yorkshire game. What did he get? 82, didn't he? Was 82?
He certainly did. That one cut away with conviction by Kai Smith. It's racing down to the spectators. 4 more runs there, this time for the young wicketkeeper. Bears really cashing in against Jahal in this over. Already has gone for 11 runs, and it feels like this was coming, doesn't it, Phil? The pressure release for the home side.
Yeah, he's bowled tight. Alec Davies got a couple of boundaries off him earlier on in his second over, I think it was. But this is now they've got to do this acceleration.
Oh, and there is some of that acceleration. We said we wanted to see a 6 here at Rugby, and Kai Smith has obliged in sensational style. Whacks Chahal straight back over his head for 6 runs. The Bears now 75 for 4.
Yeah, lovely pick up and carry down to the long on boundary, and nobody out there. Well, there is now, but there wasn't anybody out there, so perfectly free shot for him.
Really good response that from Chahal, but in the end it's a very expensive over. It's not often that we see that from the Indian international. Goes for 17 runs and really has given the Bears a little bit of momentum after a difficult start. The home side 75 for 4 after 17.
Yeah, so it really got Warwickshire on their way over here now. They're starting to get a little bit of pace going. Just having a little bit of attention, Alec Davies, while we're just talking between overs. He's haven't got the glasses with me. Well, I have. They're over there actually. We'll just see what the problem is. Whether it's a boot. He seems to have some problem with his right foot. Can't really see. Unfortunately, it's masked from where I'm sitting. It's masked by the physio as to what the problem is.
Yeah, it's Alex Davies. It's the right ankle. We hope this isn't anything serious for the Bears number 4. Has gone down in a little bit of discomfort. Just getting a bit of treatment from the physio.
Yeah, Kai Smith doesn't seem to think there's too much of a problem. He's having a laugh with them as they stood there, so he's getting the attention. 75 for 4. We've had 17 overs of the 50, which is the each side is given in this competition. As the sun goes back in again.
And of course, just to touch upon the wider competition as a whole, Phil, this feels like a big game for both sides, doesn't it? Of course, they were difficult defeats. Northamptonshire by 202 runs. The Bears losing against Yorkshire as well by 5 wickets up in Scarborough. And of course, the net run rate hits. It does feel as though, even though it's still early doors, you've got 8 games over the duration of the group stage. Both of these teams just need a boost, don't they, after the nature of those 2 losses?
Arguably as well for Northampton. It's even worse because they had that game which was abandoned. So this is their 3rd match. At least the Bears have only lost the 1 game, whereas Northants have lost that 1 and had a game which never started against Lancashire. So just the 1 point on the board. But yeah, I agree with you totally. These are must-win games for both of the sides. Obviously, one's going to miss out, but yes, from our point of view, or from Warwickshire's point of view, they're obviously desperate to get this one and win on the first of the 3 games they got here at Rugby School this week. It's quite a heavy week here, so the ground staff and everybody else is going to be on call all week and in the middle of the school holidays. This is probably just what they wanted, having had a period from April through till July where they've been doing school pitches, and because they play a lot of cricket here, that having these games put on as well just adds to their workload. But the ground looks in really, really good condition again, just as it did last year. So we're back playing again, and it's going to be the first ball of the new over, which is run away down to 3rd man. And they get a single by Davies, so he's recovered. As Dom Leach continues his 2nd over. Yeah,
just to echo the sentiment, Phil, it is a lovely place, this. It's quintessential outground cricket, isn't it? I mean, Jimmy and the ground staff always do a really good job with the surfaces. We saw that in 2024, plenty of runs being scored on this wicket.
Leach in and bowls, and this is played again nicely out into the offside, just pushed into the offside by Smith for another single. So just keeping that board ticking over. Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful place to play cricket. We first remember coming here, 14, 15 years ago when we played the first time. We just had the one game here, then we came back for 2 or 3 years. I remember the one game we never got started. It absolutely poured down. We just sat around, and that's the downside of this. It's Leach in, and this one is clipped to mid-wicket. They're going to get a single. That one was pushed just a little bit uppishly by Davies, but they get away with... sorry, it was Smith who pushed it a little uppishly. They get a single. The ball ticking over, 78 for 4, 39 to Davies, 20 to Smith. It's Leach in and bowls, and again this one, they like that shot down to third man away through that vacant slip area. There's no slip in place now, so it's a little free guide down to third man. So another single to the total. Yeah, so when it rains, I was going to say, when it rains here, that's the only problems with an outground. There is absolutely nowhere to shelter. You are completely stuck. So if you're coming to the game, just be sensible to put a brolly in with you.
100%.
This one again is run away, this time to backward point, and there's no run. Davies looking again to do that, running away through that slip gully area, but couldn't quite get round on it enough and ended up just going straight to backward point. So that run of singles off Leach is over, his second over, comes to a halt, and Davies goes on patrol, goes a little walk round and waits for the final ball of the over. He's on 39 as Leach into him bowls, and this time Davies does get it and runs it away down to third man. So there we are, 5 singles off the over, and Warwickshire move on to 80 for 4. We've had 18 overs.
Yeah, good couple of overs for the Bears here. Of course, the last one against Jahal was the more aggressive, up-tempo one, but even so, the partnership is building at this stage. The last of the Warwickshire wickets fell with the score on 32, so already this partnership standing at 48 between Davies and Smith. Davies has 40 of those, and of course, Kai Smith out there on 21 as Justin Broad prepares to bowl here from the Chapel end. So we'll see seam from both ends. And that last over, of course, catalysing the change in approach from the captain, Lewis McManus. He's looking for a partnership breaker, and Justin Broad does exactly that. Was Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the Metrobank One Day Cup last season, and also has generated a little bit of a talent, shall we say, an ability to break those key partnerships. So no surprise that McManus has gone to the German international here.
How often do they play as German internationals?
Well, that is a wonderful shot. Rocks onto the back foot and cut away absolutely exceptionally for 4 runs, and also the 50 partnership brought up as well. One of those shots where you just let the cricket do the talking. I think it's safe to say really was just a classic shot, that from Alex Davies, and he is looking in impeccable rhythm out there at the moment. He's now on 44. Kai Smith, of course, on 21. Broad comes into bowl once more to Davies, plays that one with soft hands, will be no run.
He's played that shot 2 or 3 times, Alex Davies, this morning, just cutting it away through backward point, but that was beautifully timed. And Alex Davies, this is one of those times now where often you see him get to sort of 40, 50, and then he plays a shot which you think, why have you done that? So let's just hope from Warwickshire's point of view this morning, it's not one of those days where he walks off shaking his head as to the shot he's played.
Well, that's well played again, just chops that one down towards steep backward point. Should be a single. Indeed it is. Yeah, it feels like this could be a big opportunity, doesn't it, for Alex Davies. Didn't quite get firing in the season opener against Yorkshire up at Scarborough in this competition, but he's on 45 now, and he has got the ability and the opportunity to really score something of great significance. He's
had a funny season, actually, Alex Davies. He really, in championship cricket, hasn't really got the big scores which you'd expect. He's accumulated runs without making a century this season. I think he's about 500 or 600 runs. I've got it in my book here so I can see. But last season, particularly with the Kookaroo ball, he scored a lot of runs early on, but this year, not quite the same sort of form. And interestingly, lost his place in the 100, of course, this year.
Smith just runs that one down towards deep third. There's another single taken. Strike continues to be rotated between these two as the partnership again continues to move along. It's already past the 50 now.
Yeah, it's just half a dozen runs short of 600 in the championship, which is after 11 games. So it's norm. This time last year he was up sort of 700 or 800, so down a little bit. Been well spread round this year, actually, the runs for Warwickshire.
Broad does really well there. Rounds out the over with a dot ball. So after 19, the Bears 86 for 4 here at Rugby. Kai Smith has 22 of those and Alex Davies is on 45.
So do one more over and then Mel will be rejoining us at the end of the 20th over. We spent a lot of time this morning doing a rota which came out perfectly first time, much to the amazement of both Aaron and myself. In fact, we were astonished it came out right first time. Here's Leach continuing, he's in and bowls, and this is driven well, a very straight drive. That's going to probably run away up to the ropes. A lovely shot from Smith, which takes it up to the long off boundary, and that one really, from the moment it left the bat, looked like it was going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, it was impeccably timed, wasn't it, by Kai Smith, and well directed, playing it nice and straight with a bat, and also stepped into it. That's really good to see from the youngster, utilising the feet to great effect there.
Drives this one away through the offside. He'll only get a single this time. Indeed it is. That's all he's restricted to. I thought about the way they were running, I thought Smith was thinking about coming back for a second run, but decided in the end that he would not take on the arm. So one more to the total, 91. Smith moves on to 27. Leach in, bowls, and Davies hits this in the air. Oh, and it's dropped at a deepish mid-on. Davies has dropped. It was a good stretch as that one went up to... Who was that, Aaron? Was that... Just looking to see who that was there.
The fielder was Justin Broad.
Was it Justin
Almost
Broad?
Got his right hand to that one. He is an excellent fielder. Of course, Northamptonshire known for their fielding. We saw that against Yorkshire with Tim Robinson producing a couple of amazing efforts, but that would have been some take from Justin Broad.
He was goalkeeper style, like tipping it over the bar in the end, as this next one is played back and fielded by the bowler on his run through. But in the end, he got his hand to it and it just squeezed it down, and took all the pace. If it had gone over him, it would have been 4 runs, no question, but in the end they got back for a couple of runs. So I suppose you've got to put it down as a chance, even though it was a very difficult chance. He was really jumping and did well to get a hand to it. This next one is lifted over the top of what would have been slips down to third man for 1. Ball on its way back. Davies gets another single. He moves on to 48 with that, and the total goes on to 94 for 4. So the run's coming reasonably freely now. One should just got to hope that these two can continue in this vein and try and maintain this recovery, because from what was a very difficult position. So we've got one more ball of Leach's over as he comes in to bowl to Smith, who is going to get more runs, turning it away down behind square. They're going to not take on a second run. So end of the 20th over, Warwickshire 95 for 4, and Mel will be joining Aaron.
She certainly will. Thank you very much to Phil Britt. We'll be hearing his dulcet tones throughout the duration of the play here at Rugby today, alongside, of course, Clive Eakin. And very shortly, you'll hear from Mel Farrell, distinguished broadcaster supreme here on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club live stream. So it will be a continuation of Justin Broad, bit of seam from the Chapel end. The Bears just beginning to build a nice partnership here. Davies on 48, Kai Smith on 28. First up, Broad bowling here to Smith, just turned out towards deep square leg. Chahal does the fielding. There'll be another single as the home side creep ever closer to reaching 3 figures.
Yeah, finally the rebuild has started to take effect, and they desperately needed it too, the Bears. But that's interesting. They were not able to make most of the power play, but these middle overs, it started to look a bit more comfortable.
Certainly has. Broad here to Davies. Well, it was up in the air. There were screams of catch it. Liam Guthrie was down there in front of the spectators, but no damage done for the hosts. Davies moves on to 49.
Really important knock for Davies as well. Undoubtedly smarting about not being picked for the 100 this year, but what a way it would be to just prove himself a bit by getting them out of a massive hole.
That one well played by Kai Smith, just guided around the corner for 1 run. It does feel like quite a big competition, doesn't it, for Alex Davies? Of course, for the Bears, there's plenty of batting talent with the likes of Hamza Sheikh, Zem Malik, Vance Jani, who we'll see a little bit later on today, we hope, of course, with a big partnership taking place first for the home side. But it also is a batting lineup with a bit of inexperience compared to other sides in the group and the wider competition. So Davies does have a very large role to play. And he absolutely smacks that one towards us here in the media area. And Alex Davies brings up a fine 50 in sumptuous style, wallops it down towards deep backward square leg for 4 runs and raises the bat as Rugby erupts into rich applause. Well batted Alex Davies, and the Bears now 102 for 4 here in the 21st over.
I thought he was picking us out for a second. I thought he might have heard us talking about him, because for a second that ball looked like it was heading straight to us. But what a fine innings.
Well, shy at the stumps there. Some good backing up by George Bartlett. Prevents the single from being taken.
Yeah, came to the crease with his side in all sorts of trouble. Both Yates and Malik going for ducks. But he now really has just steadied things a little bit and got a good foil with Kai Smith as well, by the looks of it here.
Certainly has. Davies looking to open up on the offside.
And it's one reason that I really love 50 over cricket, is that you do have the chance for a proper narrative to really develop, several narratives to develop over the course of an innings. It's not just one-dimensional. You don't get the same in T20, the time to really rebuild after a bit of a collapse. I've had 3 players go for ducks, and 2 I mentioned, and Hamza Sheikh as well. That one it was a very odd decision. We thought that he must have got bat on it when we saw that decision.
Dom Leach bowling here from the Oak Street end, starts off with a dot. Yeah, officially it's gone down as LBW, but just looking back on the replay of it, I thought the appeal was for caught behind.
Well, that's what we thought. We thought the question was if it had flicked the pad or if it got a tiny bit of bat on it, or glove. But yeah, just seeing that officially go down as LBW, very, very interesting.
Another dot ball there for Dom Leach. Plenty of encouragement offered by his teammates out there. Of course, I spoke a little bit earlier, Mel, about Rob Keogh. We haven't seen him as of yet, but do you think at one point today, having had that chat with Jimmy the groundsman, that we could see spin from both ends?
Well, he thought it might be likely to turn more, just with more wear on it. So perhaps in the second innings, later on in the day.
Well, that one pummeled back down the ground, beats the effort of the fielder, and that is brutal from Kai Smith. Well, as you mentioned, Mel, he's been playing the foil role to a wonderful effect so far. He's already scored 3 fours and 1 6, made that a 4th 4, and that really was one of the pick of the bunch.
Well, he came down, didn't he? He came down the pitch and just played that flat bat shot, but boy, he timed it beautifully, met it beautifully. Plenty of power behind it as well.
Next ball looks to work that through mid-wicket. I've got an awful lot of time for Kai Smith, I must say, Mel. I remember watching his debut for the Bears. He came out to bat against Dane Patterson in a game against Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. And I think it was either his first or second delivery he faced. Bear in mind, Dane Patterson at this stage was playing for South Africa on the international stage. And he ramped him for 4 runs to finish off the innings. And I just looked at him there and I thought, you know what? This lad can play. And this time absolutely smokes it, goes over the top of the fielder. It was a really valiant effort out there at deep square leg, but Kai Smith continues to rack up these runs for fun. It's a second 6 for the UAE under-19. Kai really getting into his flow now.
Tell you what, if you've paid to come here and watch this game and you sat on that hill, you are getting value for money. That ball is almost landing in the laps. They've got such a great view of anything happening out there. But Kai Smith actually looks more comfortable than anyone who's walked out there today. He's looked confident and comfortable pretty much from the start. Alex Davies has had to work his way into his innings. And yeah, it's very, very exciting. I'm glad you mentioned the UAE, of course, because he was born in Dubai. And, you know, I always like to get any mention in if there's an associates connection.
Well, in that case, Mel, I think you're going to love this over, because not only have we got Kai Smith.
Justin Broad. Thank you. One of Germany's finest products. Thank you very much. Oh, don't you worry, I'm quite well aware.
Well, it is Justin Broad here from the Chapel End, bowling this time to Alex Davies. Looks to just run the ball through mid-wicket, but cut off by George Bartlett.
So he's played 9 T20 internationals, in fact, for Germany. Hasn't played for them for a while, though. But then again, they don't play that regularly. It's usually in those years when you have those European sub-qualifiers for the T20 tournament.
Well, this time to Davies. Davies almost, for a split second, thought that was going to run onto his stumps, but...
I thought it was going to run onto his stumps, and then he was going to take a single, and then he changed his mind, and it felt like a lot happened there for no run.
It's a funny sport at times, isn't it, Mel?
Oh, it's a ridiculous sport. At many times it is a ridiculous sport, but what else would we rather be doing? So lucky to be here on... This is actually the perfect temperature today. It's sunny, it's warm, but there's a lovely breeze.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Alex Davies. Just utilises the pace to run it back down the grounds. There was a pursuit on for the fielders.
I'll tell you what, Alex Davies was so fast then. He almost lapped Kai Smith. I think Kai Smith maybe was more confident that it was going for 4, but he almost lapped him. That was ridiculous. But really well balanced shot, lovely timing, and he's starting to look dangerous. This is a really good recovery now. It's exactly what they needed.
Most certainly is. How does Broad respond after that? While bowling here to Davies. Almost goes carbon copy. Doesn't quite get the same direction on the shot in this instance, but good intent shown nonetheless. Oh, that is a brilliant shot from Davies. Running it down towards Liam Guthrie. Guthrie fires it back in with a bit of venom. Restricts it to just the 1 run on that occasion. But as you mentioned, Mel, the partnership continues to tick over now. Stands at 85 between these two. And Smith, as you mentioned, just looks so comfortable in the middle. It's a good sign, isn't it, for the remainder of these first 50?
Yeah, I mean, there's a long way to go. Really important that these two stay out there. Just for another, what are we at now, 22? If they can stay out there for another 10, 15 overs at least, just to put themselves in a decent position where they can go hard in those last 8 to 10 overs and put up a score that is going to trouble the Steelbacks, who might be getting a little bit frustrated now after the early success they had with Liam Guthrie and Luke Proctor with that opening ball partnership when they ripped through the top order. Just how they get back into it. Again, this is it. It's not just about the batting team rebuilding and finding another way. There's so much for the bowling side to think about in rotation and just where the wickets are going to come from as well. I think it might show that it's really important to make the most of the new ball when it's moving around a little bit as well.
100% would certainly echo that, and of course Warwickshire have a certain Oliver Hannon-Dorby who will love the opportunity to move the ball about. So we have got a change of bowling here from the Oak Street end. For the first time in this year's One Day Cup, Lewis McManus turns to Tim Robinson for a little bit of medium pace. Starts off by conceding what should be a single down towards deep backward square leg. Not sure if you saw it the other day, Mel, but Tim Robinson had an absolute field day at Wantage Road. Didn't quite get the runs with the bats that he would have wanted, but he produced one of the best boundary saves you will ever see in your life. For all money, looked as though it was 6 runs and just palmed it back in. And then as if that wasn't enough, he did one of the tiptoe catches on the boundary to get rid of Imam Hack as well. So he'll be brimming with confidence.
A very gentle approach to the crease. This is actually hardly ever bowled in list A cricket, even first class cricket actually. He's only bowled 12 balls, well now he's bowled 13 balls in list A cricket despite his various experience. He's bowled 96 balls in first class cricket.
Well, that one just helped on its way by Kai Smith. Just turns away rather nonchalantly, looks at Davies for 1 second, goes, you know what, Alex, I've timed that to perfection. Just goes back to his mark. Warwickshire continuing to rack up the runs here with great ease.
And Lewis McManus has just gone and had a little chat and put his arm around Tim Robinson's shoulder. So I mentioned, he hasn't taken any list A wickets. He hasn't bowled very much either. So he's very, very much a part-timer. So it's quite interesting that they've turned to part-time medium pace at this point in the innings.
Well, here is Robinson to Smith again, rocks onto the back foot. Lovely shot for 1 run. Maybe that's what it is though, because you look at the partnership now, felt like 5 minutes ago we were talking about the 50 partnership being brought up, and Smith and Davies continuing to accelerate that rate. Now stands at 91 between these two. Bears at one point with 32 for 4, now 123 for 4. Maybe it's just a case of trying to induce that big shot. And there is the big shot. That one has gone absolutely miles. Is it taken in the crowd? No, it's dropped. But in the end, Kai Smith bringing up his 50 in quite superb fashion, taking the attack to the Northants bowlers in brutal style. Well batted, Kai Smith.
He's been terrific. He's walked out here and where other batters have been really troubled, he's been confident. He's played his shots and he's looked in fine touch early on.
I've gone early there, Mel. It's Alex Davies, and Alex Davies goes again. 6 and another 6. Absolutely monster stuff. Oh, it's the classic thing, the umpire there in the eye line. Of course, it was Davies on strike, so Kai Smith still out there on 45, unfortunately, as we wax lyrical about him. But
we're ready. We've got our lines.
We
ready.
are, exactly. We are ready.
But that is Alec Davies. You know, you spoke about with bringing on Tim Robinson and trying to induce the big shot. I'm not sure. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm not sure that part-time medium pace in inducing the big shot is the best possible tactic when you've got two batters who've got their eye in, who've been out there facing the difficult conditions, and now they're seeing it pretty well. And Tim Robinson coming in for some real punishment there.
Yeah, goes for 18 runs off his first over. Imagine that might actually be the only over that we see from Tim Robinson today. Alex Davies really beginning to get into his stride as well as the partnership ticks over to 103.
Well, it's just interesting. I guess it's a case of put him in for an over and see what happens. But that's a gift for Warwickshire.
Well, Keogh starts here to Kai Smith, who reverses him straight away. That'll be 4 runs. Such a quick outfield here at Rugby School as Smith moves on to 49, just one shy of what would be a richly deserved 50.
Well, you were asking me if I thought we might see spin from both ends with Keogh and Chahel bowling in tandem. But we might indeed see that. But so far it doesn't look like it's been turning much. It's hard to tell from here.
Well, Smith steps into that one, plays it down the ground, and Kai Smith will reach his half-century. Really has been an outstanding knock, this, and one which the Bears needed at this point in the innings. It was a difficult start for the home side. Came in with his team on 32 for 4, and as you mentioned before, Mel, he's just acted as an excellent foil for Alex Davies.
Well, it's the way he's taken them on. It's something quite fearless about him. And some good running between the wickets as well. And gee, hasn't that turned this around? 140 for 4. Oh, that's actually ticked over now. I'm behind. 141 for 4. You wouldn't have any clue as to what the start of this innings was like.
He's going for the reverse again, and this time he has got the wicket. Rob Keogh delivers with the golden arm, and Kai Smith, unfortunately for the Bears, has to depart on this occasion. It's Alex Davies, who has to go. Goes for the reverse. So difficult with square leg in front of us here. But we'll just take a look at the replay on this occasion.
I think he's just played it onto his stumps. He went for the reverse. It's a bit hard to even tell from that, watching it on the delayed feed.
Just for confirmation, it is Kai Smith. For some reason, it hasn't updated. There we go. I was going to say it was definitely Kai on that occasion. He likes to go for that reverse, but unfortunately for the Bears on that occasion, doesn't quite pay off. Ricochets onto the stumps, and Rob Keogh strikes in his first over. Went wicketless against Yorkshire on Friday. None for 48 from his 10, but has come back so in very strong style there. And yeah, just a tad bit unfortunate that for Kai Smith.
Well, he'll no doubt be disappointed, but he has played a really, really good hand for Warwickshire there, because he was such a good foil for Alex Davies, and the both of them together were just turning that innings around. They went beyond rebuilding. They went for a full-on assault, and they've put their side in a much better position. And I'm very excited to see this young man today, Vanchjani. He was the only one who scored any runs. What was it, 82?
Yep.
That he scored against Yorkshire. Alex Davies scored the next highest innings, and that was 15. So he was the only shining light in the batting department for them on that day. It's a real opportunity for him today to just really build on that performance in the last match. Yeah,
he's a very talented cricketer, is Vanchjani. Really does have every single shot in the book. Very strong through mid-wickets. Incredibly strong on the pull shot, and even down the ground he hits a monster 6 up at Scarborough, which almost cleared the ground, went into the terraced houses. Certainly is someone to watch out for. He's been brought to the Bears with a big reputation, both club level. Of course, he's played for the Warwickshire Twos in his first few matches on trial for the second 11, scored 3 centuries. So made an instant impact on this club, and as you said there on list day debut, 82 invaluable runs. Wasn't enough to salvage the situation. Bears at one point were 38 for 7, ultimately got bowled out for 138 at North Marine Road, but he really was a star in what was otherwise a very tough day for the Bear and Ragged staff.
Is a Whitgift School student and another product of SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy. We were talking about Zen Malik earlier and the great story that he was. But yeah, he's come through the Middlesex Youth Pathway system and played for SACA against the Bears and made 156. That was a really experienced Bears lineup, and so I think that's where he really impressed them. He's got a contract, I think, only until the end of this season. So what an opportunity this is for Vansh Jani. He's obviously done well in his one-day cup debut, or his list day debut for them. That game in Scarborough, but what can he do here today?
Well, Keogh starts off with a full delivery. There we go, he just works it down to a wideish long on for a single, so gets off the mark straight away. That'll calm the nerves a little bit.
Breeze is just picking up a little bit here as well, as we see our pages flapping around. We're having to weigh them down with things, but extremely pleasant. It's the end of the over, is it? Yes, from Keogh it is, and it's been an eventful one because it did see the wicket of Kai Smith, seen a boundary and it's seen a couple of singles as well, so going on in that. The end of it though, 142 for 5. Now Warwickshire having to rebuild once more, but they do have the advantage of a very well set and experienced Alex Davies out in the middle.
Well, the Tim Robinson experiment seems to have come to a rather premature end.
Surprise me. And that's no disrespect to him either, but when you sort of looked at how little he's bowled, I think it was just a bit of a look, throw him in and just see if we can break up the partnership. Ironically, it came in the next over though, so maybe that was all part of the plan.
Well, it will be Chahal then to bowl here from the Oak Street end. Bowling first up here to Vansh Jani. I mean, what a battle this is as well for Vansh in just his second list day match. Yuzvendra again beats the outside edge on this occasion.
I was mentioned, I don't think you were on when I was talking about Darren Lehman's comments after that loss last time, and that if they didn't play well in this game, he was going to get rid of all the old blokes. Now Yuzvendra Chahal is 35, so I think that qualifies him as one of the old blokes. But you can't imagine, can you, that you would not play the IPL's greatest wicket taker, someone with the amount of experience that Yuzvendra Chahal does have.
Here he is bowling to Johnny again. Watchful start this from the Bears youngster. Yeah, he's got so much experience, hasn't he, of course, in the IPL. RCB's all-time leading wicket taker in the competition. Made an instant impact on debut as well for Northamptonshire in this competition. Johnny rocks onto the back foot. Has that been taken? Brilliant catch. Low by George Bartlett. And Johnny will not be the hero today. He has to go for one. And a change of ends works its magic for Yuzvendra Chahal and Northamptonshire. The Bears now 142 for 6 here at Rugby.
Well, we were just talking about his wicket-taking ability. And mind you, it did take an absolute screamer to complete that. What a brilliant catch that was from George Bartlett. Amazing work from him to react and get his fingers underneath that one, because that came at real pace. But he's a former chess player, representative chess player, Yuzvendra Chahal, and you're thinking maybe he just placed his pieces around the board in just the right way to have the right fielder there for that ball. But he does strike, and so this is a good fight back again from the Steelbacks, and we really have seen this innings seesaw as far as who's been on top. At one time it was very much the Steelbacks early on in the innings. Terrific fight back from the Bears, and now, well, Northants, they'll be feeling they're right on top again. The saving grace for the Bears is that they still have Davies out there, but the responsibility on him now is massive to try and get them to a decent score.
Yeah, it is, and it will be Jake Lintott coming in. Promotion up the order for Jake on this occasion. Of course, Michael Booth batted above him at Scarborough. Jake can bat though, and we've seen this for a number of years in both first 11 and second 11 cricket. Still remember the 2021 quarter-final in the T20 Blast, scored 40-odd runs against Kent on that occasion. And he's got time to bat here. I mean, this is the big conversation about 50-over cricket, of course. In the era of T20s, there's so much time on your hands. There's still, 23, 24 overs of this game to go. There's still time to build that partnership. And even if you tick over at 4, 5 and over at this stage, you're going to get a pretty decent score.
Well, this is what I was discussing with Clive earlier as Keogh continues. Is it because a lot of players, for example, who play in the England side, they're just not playing 50-over cricket anymore? It's either the 100 or it's championship cricket domestically, or T20 franchises all around the world. And you do see that, and you do talk to players who, some of them will just say, oh, it's very similar, it's just white ball cricket, so on. But others are, I think, a little bit more honest and introspective and say, actually, the rhythm is so different when it comes to 50-over cricket. And facing the situations like this where you've lost 2 or 3 quick wickets, what do you do now to rebuild?
Oh, it's a really nice delivery from Rob. Keogh goes up for the appeal.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good view of that one. It was all right. I was calling not out. So there's a different rhythm. There's a different approach, and it's not like 4-day cricket against a red ball, and it's not like T20 cricket with a white ball. And I think there's something to be said that the players who are playing in this format, I think some of the younger players have got a real opportunity to learn an awful lot about how 50-over cricket is played. I see that with England sometime when they suddenly play 50-over cricket and they're all out. And that's the thing about rhythm. Whether you're bowling or batting, it's just so much time for there to be numerous narratives that unfold. That's why it's so important to have someone like Alex Davies out there who understands 50-over cricket, even though he probably he hasn't played a lot of it in recent years.
Well, here is Davies facing off against Keogh. He's timed that and placed it even better. Should be 2 runs here. Lintott is pretty quick between the wickets, so indeed the 1 does become a 2. So a little ripple of applause rings out here at Rugby. Will be the end of the 27th over. And yeah, the onus definitely is on Davies from here on out, of course. Lintott, as we've touched upon, can bat a little bit. Michael Booth is no slouch with the willow in hand either. Taz Ali, Ollie Hannon, Dalby, I mean, they can stick around for a little bit, but they're not going to be the aggressors as such. So when you've got Davies out there on 75, he's scored over half of the team's runs. The pressure, the responsibility does lay firmly on his shoulders.
What you normally say in 50-over cricket with a batting side is that you get to 30 overs and double the score. But the problem is they've lost 6 wickets. and they have got a bit of a tail down there as well. But it's incredible, really, when you look at it, to think that we are only just past the halfway mark in this innings.
Well, Chahal starts off well from this latest over from the Oak Street end.
So we've got the Oak Tree end, and they are magnificent, that row of... Are they oak trees? They do look different to oak trees, but I guess they are. No, maybe we just have different oak trees in Australia. What's the other end?
The chapel end.
The chapel end, okay.
Yep, so you might hear that throughout the coverage today, the bell from the Rugby School chapel. Chahal continues. Oh, that's a lovely delivery, and it's funny actually, I was going to mention from the previous over that beautiful delivery from Rob Keogh. It is beginning to turn a little bit here today.
We might see the wisdom of Warwickshire including Taz Ali in their lineup. But yeah, that does look like it's turning a bit. He's getting some good turn and bounce, Chahal.
Yeah, two factors which light up the face of any leg spinner. Of course, brings you straight into the game, and he didn't quite have the same assistance from the wicket at Wantage Road on Friday. Bowls here to Lintott. Thinks about taking the single, but can't do so. Again, another absolute beauty from the Indian international, and that will bring about the end of the over. It's a maiden from Chahal. Warwickshire remain 146 for 6.
Yeah, well, Bold, that change in end seems to have really done the trick for Chahal. He went for a few earlier, but since he switched to the Oak Tree end, it seems to have suited him quite nicely. So 146 for 6 and 28 overs. Even doubling from here, you're looking at a really decent score, aren't you? You're looking at up towards that 300 mark. But the problem is that they're running out of batters, and how much can Davies do on his own with the support from Lintott?
Well, it is Davies batting here. Starts off by taking the single.
Yeah, and I think if you can run while looking annoyed, he looked like he was a bit annoyed as he ran there, because I think at this point you want him to face the most balls, absolutely, in this innings. I'm sure there's a lot of trust in Lintott, who, as you said, is perfectly capable of batting. But if you're picking which player you want to face the most deliveries, you're going to pick Davies to do that.
Well, yeah, he does. He needs to take the lion's share of the strike. Although on this occasion it's Lintott who paddle sweeps that around the corner for a single.
And we're not talking, batting with the tail, basically, seeing off 5 balls and then going for a single on the last. We're not talking that territory. But yeah, he needs to be the one who controls it.
Certainly does, as Davies this time the man to go for the sweep. Yeah, we saw a lot of that in the opening game up at Scarborough between Jarney and Oliver Hannon-Dalby. I mean, OHD faced a lot of dot balls on that occasion, but
he always will, won't he? What a legend.
But on that occasion, he played his role superbly well. It allowed for Jarney, when he got the strike, of course, to go big, whether that was 4s or 6s. They also ran well between the wickets, but I agree, we're not at that stage just yet.
No. We're a long way off. It's only just past the halfway mark. But the problem is, if you lose any more wickets...
Oh, that is absolutely cheeky from Jay Lintott. premeditated reverse sweep, wrong foots the fielder. 4 more runs for the home side. Warwickshire getting up to the 150 here at Rugby.
All right, maybe he should face the lion's share if he's going to play like that. That was really nicely done. Well, as we said, he's more than capable. Nice bit of innovation.
Well, he goes again. This time can't beat Vasconcelos, who does well to stop that one low to his left. And that will bring about the end of the over as well. 7 runs from it. Warwickshire now 153 for sixes. Yeah, we'd just seen the replay there of the previous shot from Linsott. That was audacious, wasn't it?
It was lovely. Cracking shot, and just got a square enough to beat the fielder as well. The second attempt was finer, and so Vasconcelos was in just the right spot to stop that one. But still positive stuff from this pair, as they have taken Warwickshire past the 150 mark, I should say. A long way to go. They need to bed in, settle down. What a great view we're getting of the ground today. The buildings are beautiful. Lewis Carroll went to school here, of Alice in Wonderland fame. So, you know, I've been checking out who went to school here.
Here is Chahal. Really nice running that between the 2 Warwickshire batters as Linsott scarpers through to the striker's end.
So if you see any white rabbits, my suggestion is don't follow them. You don't know where you might end up.
Linsott is on strike for this next delivery. Tries to clip that away on the onside. Yeah, of course, plenty of things commemorating William Webb Ellis as well here at Rugby School.
But you weren't on earlier. I've got a treat for you.
Oh, go on. Here is Chahal. That one swept away firmly by Linsott for 1 run.
This school's actually responsible for 3 sports, not only the 2 codes of rugby, but Tom Willis, who the inventor of Aussie rules football, is a former alumni of Rugby School. There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. That's a great bit of trivia, Mel.
Thank you. I'm quite happy with that one, I've got to say. So 3 different sports coming out of this school.
Yeah, that's some going, isn't it?
And Alice in Wonderland. I mean, well, we could go on. Former Prime Minister, of course, Neville Chamberlain is another one. Former alumni. How about Salman Rushdie?
The list just goes on and on, doesn't it? Chahal bowls here to Davies. Well, there's a muted appeal from a couple of the Northants fielders, but the Bears players do scamper through for the single. Have a double change in the comms box as well at the end of this over. So I'll make way for Clive Eakin and Mel will make way for Phil Britt.
And then you and I can go on following the footsteps of Lewis Carroll and Neville Chamberlain and all those former Matthew Arnold.
Really is an extensive list, isn't it? So, at the end of the 30th over, Warwickshire 156 for 6. Alex Davies on 78, and Jake Linsott, the other man out there in the middle, currently on 7.
Who did the rotor? Fancy having a double change. Why can't I hear myself?
I don't know. Can you hear me? I did the rotor with Aaron. We were very pleased with it that we actually got it right. So, back into the action as Alex Davies chips a single down to deep mid wicket. As Chahal is in having bowled. He's in his 6th over.
That's better. Plug yourself. The plug fell out.
This one is swept by Lintott, just down to deep square leg for a single. Keogh does the fielding down in front of us. So 158 for 6.
Interesting old innings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of stop-start, wickets falling in clusters, as this next one is cut away by Davies down through backward point. They're going to... No, they're not going to take the second run. There was a slight misfield. It was... Davies thought about coming back, but decides in the end that that's not for him. And just takes the single, leaves Lintott, who's on 8. Again, takes a reverse sweep, a big shout for LBW as he misses his attempted reverse sweep. And this time, Sue Redfern says not out.
The 50s, the first 50 took 78 balls. They lost 4 wickets in that time.
This next one is swept for 1. Again, Keogh is brought into action, just a backward square. So creeping up 160. I don't even know what a good score is going to be on.
Well,
here,
as I said before, there hasn't quite enough history in this ground to say with any certainty, but the only team to bat first and win in a 50-over game here so far.
This next one is very fine from Davies, who's sort of looking to sweep it away down to deep backward square leg. He's in the end gets it ball just a touch on it, and it goes almost straight down through where leg slip would have been. They get a single, so he keeps the strike. 161. Davies is on 81. Lintott's got 9. We've got 6 wickets down. There's 19 overs to go, so they've got the pad for a good push.
As I say, the only team to have won batting first here was Warwickshire in the opening game last season against Surrey. They made 311 and won by 3 runs. That was close.
That was when Sibley got 100, didn't he?
He did, yeah. The average score batting first, and there's only 3 full 50-over innings to go on, but the average score is 257 at the moment.
Yeah,
that might be the sort of score they're looking at. Chahal is going to bowl the 32nd over. I'll just go back to the 50s again and the pace of them, which is quite interesting. Chahal is coming in to bowl to Davies, who gets a bit of an edge on that, trying to work on the leg side. Comes out to the offside, fielded by George Bartlett. There's no run. First 50 then took 78 balls, and they did lose 4 wickets in that time. They were 32 for 4, 7 for 2. The second 50, in which they didn't lose any wickets, took just 46 balls, so the 100 came in 124. That's swept by Davies, but he doesn't get it past the fielder. There's no run. And then the third 50, even though they lost a couple of wickets, did maintain close to that pace. It was a runner ball, the third 50. Came off 50 balls. So I suppose they'll be wanting, if they can, there's a long way to go, they wanted to get to the high 200s, I would think. He gives that plenty of air, Chahal, and Davies trying to work it onto the leg side, has hit something, and he's got through for a leg by. Had the throw from Bartlett hit, Davies might have been in trouble there. I think he was a little late realising that he'd been called for the run. There was some good backing up as well, because it could have gone for overthrows. At the end of all that, it's just a leg by, 162 for 6.
Yeah, he was having to scamper there to make his ground. He certainly initially was quite happy to remain on strike, but Lintott called him through, and Lintott was about 2/3 of the way down the wicket before Davies set off. And a good throw would have had him in trouble.
So, Jake Lintott on strike. He did get 27 here in a low score. Just given plenty of air, that much hell, and that's played back to the bowlers, no run. And the low score match, the rain affected match, their final match of last season, when the Bears were bowled out for 182 in the 47th of what should have been 48 overs. Jake Lintott did make 27 on that occasion. He swept that one in the air but safe, and he's got 4 runs. That's a lovely swept shot from Lintott, so he's on to 13.
Yeah, picked that up well. It was in the air, cleared the mid-wicket and down to the unprotected boundary. Out down at what I suppose would be called cow corner, really.
Last season he scored 55 runs in the 3 matches here for 2 dismissals. Not bad for a lower order batter. That's left. There's no run. 27.5 his average last season. He got 14 in the defeat against Yorkshire when Warwickshire made 242 for 9. So that wasn't enough on that occasion. 242 for 9. Yorkshire got them with plenty to spare. Sussex were bought that for 217 here back in 2015, and the Bears got that actually just with just over 3 overs to spare.
Well, the games last year was Surrey, Nottinghamshire,
and Yorkshire.
And Yorkshire
was the middle one.
Yep. And Nottingham was the rain affected.
Yeah. So there's been in total 7 fixtures at Rugby School, county fixtures. The first being a T20 match, which the Bears lost to Glamorgan. Then there was a one-day cup match in 2014 that was abandoned by the ball being bowled.
I remember that one.
And then the 2015 game against Sussex, which was the last one for 9 years. Now we've got Liam Guthrie coming back into the bowling from the Chapel end. And he's coming into Boulder Davies, who stands up straight, bat in the air, and hits that into the ground but can't get it away. Just maybe getting slightly frustrated, Alex Davies, but he knows he's going to have to try and bat through the innings if he can. 2 for 31 in his first 6 overs, Guthrie.
Yeah, he caused havoc at the beginning. 2 wickets in 3 balls.
Got Rob Yates caught behind for a duck, just a faint nick. You could hear it from here though, and then he had Zen Malik LBW. Malik's second delivery for Rob Yates, I'm afraid, was a golden one. It was his first ball. Guthrie to Davis, who steps back and just runs it down to third, so he'll get a run there. 82 for Alex Davis. I've got my Rugby School honours board ready. There have been, I'm going to scroll down so you can't see now.
Okay.
There have been 3 centuries on this ground, but only one by Warwickshire batting.
William Porterfield.
Yes, that's the one. Well done. That was exciting. Glad he kept the viewers in suspense there.
Sorry, Clive.
Yes, here's 100.
Dom Sibley got one.
Dom Sibley has got the highest score, 149. William Luxton was the other player from Yorkshire last season. Brisk 105. That's run down to third for a single. Although despite Sibley's reputation, this is still the joint fastest. Him and Luxton got their centuries in 106 balls.
I think that reputation actually underserves Dom Sibley's
116
ability.
balls, just correct myself, sorry, carry on.
His ability as a one-day player. I've watched him play several times this season.
I recall when the Bears had 1 or 2 sort of injuries, and we were discussing with, I think, some of the admin who might be able to come in, as he turns that round his pads, Davies, for a single. I said, well, why not Dom Sibley? And they looked at me as if I was mad.
Yeah.
But he did, because he did play T20 cricket for the Bears initially. He can hit the ball, and it was a splendid innings, albeit in vain last season. His team finished defeated by just 3 runs, but it was a splendid innings of 149, still the highest score to be scored on this ground.
Surrey had used him as a bowler as well when he came to Edgbaston. He played as both bat and bowler for Surrey in the T20.
Here's Guthrie. Oh, that's a bouncer which he plays down to the ground well. He didn't take any risks there, Lintop. There is a field just in front of us at back of square leg. He opted just to play into the ground and take the single. He's doing an important job, Lintop, to stay there while Davies looks to push his innings on. 170 for 6.
Yeah, and he's keeping the board ticking over as well. So he's not just supporting him. He's actually making a contribution, which is important. Just have a look at the ball, I think.
Yes, it looks like they want a change of ball. Difficult to tell from here. So, Sue Redfern, I think she's given them the old one back.
She's just putting the measure on it. And, yeah, get on with it, I think is the word.
So, here he is again. Guthrie. It's a nice drive from Davies. There's a chase on for Proctor, who will get there. So, although Davies ran the second one quickly and hoped there would be a third, there isn't. That's good fielding. 2 runs.
So 6 off that over from Guthrie. So his 7th over. He's up to 2 for 37 now from his 7 overs. And Warwickshire move on to 172. 85 to Davies, 15 to Jake Lintott. We've got 18 more overs available. Warwickshire have 4 wickets remaining.
It's a question of when do Warwickshire really go. I think with 6 wickets down, maybe 10 overs out is too early to really. Maybe they'll look to, let's get to 5 or 6 overs to go. Maybe try and blast a quick 50 or 60 off the last 5 or 6.
So it will be Jake Lintott who is going to be facing
Chahal's 8th over.
Yeah.
No one's bowled out yet. They've used 7 bowlers, but that includes Tim Robinson, who the experiment of him bowling an over didn't work terribly well. Andrew Rabb was telling me he bowled 1 over in the county championship match, and he's bowled 1 over in this match. I think that will be about it. Went for 18 runs.
Chahal in and bowls, and Lintott forward and defending this one out into the offside. There's no run.
Hit for a couple of 6s by Alex Davies. 4 6s so far in the Warwickshire innings. 2 apiece to Davies and Smith.
Chahal again in, flicks that plenty of air, and again Lintott is stretching forward and again running it away out to the short extra cover. There's no run. Lovely afternoon here at Rugby as Chahal in gives that plenty of air. Lintott helps it round the corner to deep back with square leg. Just not real power in it, just looped it round, and they get a single for that. So Lintott moves on to 16 and 173 for 6. That's Chahal now to Alec Davies, who's on 85. Hasn't got a 100 this season in any form of cricket, so he'll be eyeing this up as a real opportunity to change that. As Chahal is in and bowls, and this is shorter, and Davies punches this one away, but straight to short extra cover. So just the 1 so far of the first 4 balls of this, the 8th over for Chahal. Davies just gets himself set again, just waits. Fairly open stance as Chahal is into him, and Davies launches this hard and high over mid-wicket and dropped in the crowd. Man in a white sun hat who comes out, stands up, gets underneath it. Yeah, he got up out of his chair, got underneath it and dropped it. Very disappointing.
The good news for him is you don't get £1,000 even if you take the catch in the crowd here.
Exactly.
So I think you do.
So long as he hasn't got a damaged hand. But 6 runs to Davies takes him into the 90s. He goes to 91. The man in the sun hat sits back down again.
It's his 3rd 6, and most 6s hit by a Warwickshire batter here is 4, and that was Chris Benjamin.
And, the gentleman just on the replay is back in his chair as Davies goes back and punches this one back up to long on for 1 more and just walks the single. So 8 off the over from Chahal, and Warwickshire moving on to 180 for 6. We've got 16 overs remaining potentially. Davies is 92, 16 to Lintott.
Yeah, well, the 6 helped that over, to say the least. What can Warwickshire get? If they've got to run a ball, say, for the next 10 overs, they've obviously got to make sure they're not bowled out. But if they did that, that gets them to 246 overs to go. They could be looking towards the 300 mark, but that does depend on them not losing wickets because they're already 6 down, and that's the problem for them. Guthrie will bowl his 8th over from the Chapel end. And he's bowling to Alex Davies, who will get some there. That's lovely timed shot. Justin Broad has a lot of ground to make up. The ball's actually got to stop. 2 Northants fielders reach the ball at the same time and take a moment to decide who's going to pick it up. Eventually it is picked up by Chahal, and they've run through for 3. Davies on to 95, doing some stretching. He strained his back a little bit.
It was a lovely shot though from Davies. He'd kept over the top of it all along the floor and just placed it perfectly. And although he got a hold of it well, it couldn't quite make the boundary.
Lintott keeps that one out. Warwickshire with two spinners, or two sort of frontline spinners, or three if you include Rob Yates in the team, so they've got plenty of options if they do feel that spin is the way to go. Taz Ali having come into the side for this game. Oh, well, that could well be a wide. Yes, a square leg umpire signalled that wide, so Sue Redfern now passes that signal on to the scorers. Wide for height. Bouncer that went over Jake Lintott's head.
Well, Guthrie really put his shoulder into that one as well. It really thumped it into the turf, and it flew over Jake Lintott's head and through to the keeper, Manners. But yeah, he wouldn't have got close to that.
It's a fourth wide. The first three all came fairly early on. First ball of the innings was a wide. It's played a backward point. There's no run, but hasn't been a wide for a while. Total of 4 wides. They haven't bowled any no balls, just 3 leg byes, the other extras. So they've been pretty tight. And Lintott at the moment being kept becalmed here. Looking for a quick single, but he's not going to get it there.
Perfect location really for these two counties if you're going to have a game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. We're right on the Northants border here in rugby, and I think Andrew Rudd was telling us earlier on, I think Northants seconds have played some games here.
Second 11 game cricket
during the summer. So handy for both sets of supporters.
Also heard Sharma telling Andrew Rudd that he played for his school here very recently. So just gets enough on that to beat the wicket keeper and also to beat the fielder at third, who was quite wide, and a neat boundary. And felt that they needed that from this over. Lintott, whether he meant to get a little bit more on it, I'm not sure, but he did just enough to keep it beyond the wicket keeper's reach and claimed 4 runs. He's on to 20.
Yeah, useful runs and sensible batting by Lintott, just using the pace and just guiding it away, as Clive said, just wide of the wicket-keeper.
And that time he doesn't make contact at all. It's taken by the wicket-keeper, end of the over. They did manage, 8 runs including the wide off the over, 3 to Alex Davies, who's now on 95, and that boundary to Jake Lintott, who's on 20, 188 for 6 after 35 of their 50 overs.
So Alex Davies comes down, has a chat with Lintott, and Davies will be eyeing that century as we're going to see a bowling change at the end. It's going to be Chahal is out of the attack, and we can see Leach come back in. He's bowled 4 overs, yet to get a wicket, 24 from his first 4 overs, but he will be bowling, and he'll be bowling to Alex Davies, who is on 95.
Yeah, in terms of the bowlers, Luke Proctor's still got 3 left. He's been the most economic bowler, just 17 runs coming off his 7 overs. So I presume we'll see him bowl at the end. Guthrie's only got 2 left now. Chahal's got 2 left as well. Don't think we'll see Tim Robinson back, so just some Broad and Rob Keir may bowl the odd over.
Leach in bowls, and this is going to be just pushed up to mid-on, and almost like push and run there from Alex Davies. So he was on the move as he played the shot and continued, just ran through. So 1 more off the first ball of Leach's 5th over. 189 for 6. Davies moves on to within 1 strike of his 100. He's for 96 now. There's Leach again. As the sun goes in, bowling to Lintott. Lintott opens the face of the bat, runs it to backward point, but there's no run.
If we assume that Tim Robinson doesn't bowl again, and you've got Guthrie, Proctor and Chahal, who you would think will bowl their full 10, that leaves Leach, Broad and Keogh, who between them after this over will need to bowl 8 more between them. Assuming, of course, that Northants don't shorten the innings by bowling Warwickshire out.
Leach in. Davies goes back. Lintott goes back and runs it away down to third man. Just opens the face and lets it, glides it away. Just deflects it down there. So one more. That takes Warwickshire on to 190 now for 6. It's a good crowd come in today as I walked around the far side of the ground, and they're probably about 10 or 12 deep in places, the crowd. As Leach in, this is driven, but straight up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'll have to try and get a attendance figure if I can later. Obviously, you had to get a ticket, even if you're a member. You didn't have to pay for a ticket.
No.
You have to get a ticket because it is limited capacity. 3,000 is the capacity here.
I think there were a few available.
They did advertise
yeah.
there were a few available about an hour before the start.
Leach bowls, and this one is again played exactly the same place by Alec Davies. He can't beat mid-on.
So there were limited tickets available about an hour before the start of play. So it's probably not a complete sellout, but I don't think it'd be far off it.
No, it's a good number, and most, as I said earlier on, most of the people are located on one side of the ground, and what I would call the school side of the ground is really the hospitality, the pavilion, and the media. We're allowed acres of space so that we can actually see what's going on. Helps. This one is turned by Alec Davies, got inside it and just helped it on its way through mid-wicket and fielded another man coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Davies gets 197. So this is a good tidy over so far.
But it's finished.
And it's finished. It's finished. Yeah, it was last ball.
It was a tidy
just
over.
looking. So just a couple of singles.
Yeah, that was
These two just one more run for a 50 partnership.
three off the over in total, but just on singles. Davies and Lintott are having a chat out in the middle. 97 now, Davies. And
What have we got? 14 overs left potentially.
I think we've seen Rob Keogh return to the bowling. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 23. Got the wicket of Kai Smith, a breakthrough wicket, broke the century partnership. Bowled Smith for 50. Smith trying to reverse sweep, and Davies has clipped that just round his pads. He'll just move on to 98 with that.
That's the 50 partnership for these two.
And they came together at the end of the 26th over, so it's 50 of 10.1 overs. Given that they have to be careful not to lose wickets, that's a reasonable rate. Some shout of weight there as Top pushes it onto the onside. Keogh flattered delivery, and it's turned round his pads by Lintott for 1. Tom Leach dies on that and fields. For arms, it probably wasn't entirely necessary. Chahal would have just jogged up and picked it up and got the throw in. It would still have been a single, but still shows willing and keen there.
Came a long way down the wicket there. Just may have to make sure that he gets contact.
So Davies defends that. Not in a hurry to get this century. Century that Warwickshire badly needed. 7 for 2, 32 for 4. They were early in the innings. And Davies cuts that and misses it. No one on the third boundary, so maybe looking to run it down to there, but didn't make contact. This is a sweep, and that will take him to 99 if they're quick. It could have been tight there. Dom Leach for the throw. Lintop running to the danger end. I think he might just have made it if the ball had hit, but it would have been a decision for the umpire. It's the end of the over, 194 for 6, 37 overs bowled. And Davies on 99, Lintott on 22.
And Davies, though, was anxious to retain the strike. But yeah, it was a close call. I think Lintott actually would have got home, but it was played straight to the fielder who picked up and threw. Davies was okay running to the non-danger end, but he left Lintott there really having to get an extra gear.
By the way, I think it sounds fairly quiet around the ground. One thing we are missing was the PA, which is not working apparently.
No.
So
it's
the crowd unfortunately aren't getting any announcements.
Crowd don't get a lot of information. There's no scorecard. There's no tannoy. So they have anybody who can rugby at the ground has absolutely no idea, other than the names on the bats on the players' shirts, which fortunately today you can read. That's the only way they'd get to know who's playing. So that is a bit of a shortfall, I think, something which probably needs to have a think about.
There's a technical issue with the PA. They didn't deliberately come on that one. It's quite peaceful, mind you. Davies
is placing the first ball at the new over, and Lintott trying to get him to his 100 has to be sent back, and a quick scurry there for Lintott as Leach's first ball was pushed into the offside. Davies was never interested in the single, but
he got about a third of the way down there, Lintott, before Davies sent him back.
Just needs to be just careful. Davies looking round. He's on 99 as Leach comes into him and bowls, and Davies is running this one again out to point, and again there's no run. This time Lintott not quite so enthusiastic in trying to get the single.
He has got his strike rate up to close to a run a ball now, Davies. At one point it was barely one every 2 balls when he had to dig in a bit early in the innings. He has picked it up nicely.
As Leach turns, and Davies waits, bat held high, and Davies drives into the offside. This will be his 100. Hit away through extra cover. They come back for the second. As Charles round for it, and Davies completes his century. That's come off 104 balls, and with Warwickshire on 196 for 6. It's his first 3-figure score of the summer, and well done to him.
It's a lovely sight seeing the spectators getting off their plastic chairs and their deck chairs on their feet to applaud. Davies holds his helmet up. He has just created 2 ground records, by the way, because that is the quickest century on this ground of the 5 centuries that have been scored. 104 balls, 9 fours, 3 sixes. Beats a previous record of 116 balls for the fastest century, so beats it by some distance. There's also now the highest score by a Warwickshire batter on this ground, beating William Porterfield's 100. Davies now on 101.
So Leach in to Davies, who this time plays uppishly but straight up to Bidon, who goes tumbling over and saves the single. It was in the air for a little while, but in the end he gets his single. So 102 he moves to, 197 for 6. So this partnership is ticking along nicely for Warwickshire, just re-establishing after having lost that wicket of Kai Smith. As Leach comes in and bowls, and this one is down the leg side, should be signalled a wide. No, it's not. He must have brushed the pad. I don't see.
Well, that's obviously the umpire. So Lintott, I don't think, saw it that way, because he did have a little bit of a glare at the umpire.
Anyway,
That's, no wide
no
given.
wide given. So got away with one there, Leach, I think. So just 3 so far off the over as Lintott, who's on 22, waits for the final ball of this, the 38th over. He's in and he runs this one away. He'll retain the strike. It'll just be a single down to third man, and that's all it'll be. So some of the earliest cricket played in Warwickshire was here at Rugby School. But, if you go back and look at when cricket was played in the county, it was some of it played here at the school ground back in the early 1820s, 1830s.
So
long before Warwickshire were a county club.
Keogh to continue. "12 overs of the innings to go, so still potential to get the score up, but Northampton feel they can get a couple of wickets, they can keep it down." That's a reverse sweep slap by Lintott. It'll just be a single. Sharma's moves swiftly to cut that off. So he's on to 24. He's doing a good job here, Jake Lintott.
What he's doing, he is, and he's also doing his best to make sure that Alec Davies gets the bulk of the strike.
He dances down the pitch, it's in the air, but he's safe. Fielder on the long on boundary, but he kept it well within short of him, but they only have time to get 1 run.
Yeah, good shout from Lintott there, turning that second run down.
Keenly fielded there by Lewis Guthrie. The 200 up though for Warwickshire, and that has come in 230 balls, I think I'm right in saying. This one was that would have been tight. The throw from Leach almost caught Lintott out at the danger end.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the way that Guthrie was Keogh was standing behind those stumps, Sue Redfern would have had a bit of a job being able to spot that, because she'd gone to the opposite side to where the ball had gone, so she was looking through, trying to look through the fielder.
There's an appeal for LBW. It's a very elegant appeal. He's down on one knee, Keogh, but not out is the call. So the 200 coming up in 230 balls, which means the second 100 took 106 balls, the first 124. And the third 50, so slowed down a little bit, 56 balls for the fourth 50. A little bit slower than the second and third 50s. That's clipped away by Davies and Sharma. Oh, well, he might still stop it. He's a bit unlucky there.
Yeah.
So he dived full stretch, makes a stop, and the ball flew away from him. For a moment, it looked like it might still stay on the outfield, but eventually it plopped over a rope. And it's 4 runs at the end of that.
It must have gone about 20 or 30 yards after he fielded it. He got hit with real force by Davies. Got across to it well, but just couldn't control it.
Oh, was that a stomping chance? Davies has ended up
so.
splayed on the ground. Well, I don't think the bails are taken off by the wicket-keeper. They weren't.
No.
I think he might just have got away with a possible stomping chance there, Alex Davies. 205 for 6.
Yeah, he wasn't very... He thumped the ground as well because he realised that he could have easily have given his wicket away. Anyway, he gets away with it. Northants miss out on a wicket. It's 205. We've got 11 overs remaining. We've got... I think we've got some commentary changes coming up at the end.
11 overs time, I think.
Yeah, I think it's...
Well, you should know. You did the rota.
Yes, I know. It's such a good rota, though.
Well, I can't make it a tale of it, but... I'll just
because it's in joined up writing.
Out of the way.
I think Aaron's on in 1 over's time.
Well, 205 for 6, 11 overs to go. What can be a realistic score? 275, 280, or maybe more than that?
Yeah, I think
a lot will depend on, of course, whether wickets fall.
I think Warwickshire will be looking for something like that. It really needs I suppose, Alec Davies to bat right the way through, doesn't it? And if he's there, you would kind of think there's a chance.
His 107 is now the second highest score in a county match on this ground, but he's got a little way to go to beat Dom Sibley's 149.
So new over starts as Leach is in. Davies comes down the wicket, and Lintott is halfway down the wicket playing that one. And all he does is plays it to mid wicket. There is no run. So after those early wickets, I remember Warwickshire losing 4 very early wickets, and it began to had a look of another quick dismissal as they'd had against Yorkshire. They managed to recover as this next one is hit, is short, dug in, and Lintott lifts it over backward point, 2 or 3 bounces and down to the ropes, and used the bounce, used the lift, and helped it on its way. So another boundary. Lintott goes on to 29, and the total on to 209 for 6.
Yeah, it was like a tennis shot. I'm pleased for the crowd, because at one point there was a danger that they'd barely get a match to see. Whether it'll be close or not, time will tell, but at least they should see a decent length game.
Lintott turns this next one. He's looking to turn it into the onside. Just gets a bit of a leading edge, which runs it away into the offside and straight to extra cover, and there's no run.
Jake Lintott's actually created a career best here. This was his 28th list day game. His previous high was 28. Now on 29.
Leach in, bowls, and Lintott will get more runs, flicking it away behind square on the onside. There'll just be a single. Chalmer comes in and does the fielding and restricts them to a single. So takes Warwickshire on to 210. 107 to Davies, 30 to Lintott. And so Leach in his 7th over here has just a slight hold up as he just brings in third man into the edge of the fielding circle. And this one is ramped, and a deliberate sort of, as he bowled, Davies sort of went square on with the bat facing out and flicked it over his left shoulder. He didn't get the full return on it. He only in the end got a single, but it could easily have flown away down to the boundary.
Yeah, it's an elaborate shot for one. I think it's the first time we've seen that ramp shot today.
It's not in the classic textbook of cricket shots that you'll find, but when it works, it's extremely effective. When it doesn't work, it looks horrible. That one was sort of somewhere in between. He got a single for it. So the final ball here of Leach's 7th over, he's in and bowls, and this is cut away to that short third man, straight to him. Another single to Lintott, end of the over, 212 for 6.
So you bring Mel in here, and I'll just wait till Mel's in, and then I'll make way for Aaron. So Warwickshire have got a total on here. What can they take it to in the last 10 overs? Alex Davies on 108. Jake Lintott a career best 31. Mel almost forgot her laptop. Can't do that. And I'm going to see Keogh bowling. It's the final 10 overs. That's whoever makes the signal, the final power play. I'll leave Mel to explain what happens in the last 10 overs, because I can't remember. I'll make way for Aaron.
Thank you very much, Clive Eakin. I'm starving. I've literally got my laptop on my lap at the moment. We don't have a lot of room here. That's why they call it a laptop, says Clive Eakin as he disappears. Yeah, we're in a little small marquee down at Deep Square Leg at the moment as Keogh gets the next over underway. That one's beaten the bat. But yeah, I'm still getting myself sorted, so you get in there, Aaron.
Well, thank you very much, Mel. Thank you as well to Clive as we take you through the final 10 overs here at Rugby School. Another reverse attempted there from Lintott. Some more nice running as well. Scamper through for the single. Yeah, it has been a good recovery this for Warwickshire. 32 for 4 a little bit earlier on. Of course, had that 100+ partnership between Kai Smith and the Centurion Alex Davies. Since then, this partnership also beginning to build rather nicely between the aforementioned Davies and Jake Lintott. Continues to be an absolutely stupendous day here as well in rugby.
I've just been for a walk, done a lap basically of the entire place.
Well, Keogh goes up for the appeal. Umpire completely unmoved down at the non-striker's end.
The implacable umpire Sue. Yeah, I went for a bit of a tour round, and I've got to say, people here have just got a wonderful view.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it, from Jake Lintott? Rocks onto the back foot, keeps the scoreboard moving along.
Yeah, no matter where you are, over on the other side, you've got those incredible trees. Really lovely. So there's lots of shade available for people. I would just say, if you're anywhere in the area, that's that ball nicely stroked down to long on. Anywhere in the area, or it's only a 20-minute walk from the train station to get here. If there are tickets available, I think there might be a few for the next couple of games here. The 3 home games for the Bears being held here at Rugby School. I highly encourage you to come down, because it really is absolutely sensational down here. As we see the end of that over from Keogh, and I'm afraid I'll just have to look here. 216 now on the board, because while I was trying to sort out my laptop, I lost Wi-Fi, couldn't get back on the Wi-Fi. I'm now hotspotting on my phone, but I think it's a bit slow anyway off the hotspot. But what a great partnership this has been. Huge hand being played by Lintott in support of an even bigger hand being played by Davies, who really has stopped this from becoming a calamitous innings for the Bears.
Leach it is to bowl here to Davies. Oh, that's almost been taken by George Bartlett.
Well, he took a brilliant catch earlier off the bowling of Yuzvendra Chahal, and he almost pulled off an absolute screamer, one-handed in the air. Amazing hang time, and the ball went in, but it just wouldn't stick.
Well, that would have been one of the catches of the season from George Bartlett. As you mentioned, Mel, took a smart catch to dismiss Vance Jarney a little bit earlier on. That was rifled off the bat of Alex Davies. Slight bit of reprieve there for the home side. Leach bowls again. Davies swivels around, takes one bounce down to the fielder. Yeah, just to echo that point as well, for those who are interested, there are still a few tickets available, I believe, for the Kent match on Wednesday the 13th of August and the Middlesex fixture on the 15th right here at Rugby School. It's one of those venues, isn't it, on a nice sunny summer's day like this. It just feels like the heartbeat of county cricket.
Well, as I said, this is the first time I've watched a game at an outground. The only outground I've been to before for any cricket is Scarborough, but that was for a women's international. And I'm going to say, I can't imagine there is a prettier outground. He's like, is there a prettier one than this? Because I've got to tell you, the buildings, the trees, the surrounds, it is the church spires and all in the distance. My goodness, this is about as pretty as it gets.
It is. It's very, very nice. I must say, Cheltenham College as well, down in Gloucestershire. That's always a fan favourite. Arundel down in Sussex with the castle.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I've not been to Arundel. That always looks very good on the pictures, to be fair.
Leach here to Davies, just pushes that one down the ground.
But it's not just the beauty of the surrounds. Just doing a lap and just, you know, walking around, and there's the boundary rope right there, and you just feel so close to the action. You're so close to the players. It really does bring you close to the game in more ways than one. Just absolutely magnificent. You can see some kids running around on the boundary rope on the other side at the moment. A lot of kids here today.
Leach here to Lintott. Well, doesn't quite know where the ball's gone. There could be a shot at the non-striker's end. Davies, it's all happening out there in the middle.
A lot going on there. He was turning around looking for the ball, Lintott, because he really did have absolutely no idea where it had gone. And, well, Davies was sort of quite casually strolling down for the single, but because Lintott didn't know where the ball was, he was a bit discombobulated, I think. But if that ball had hit the stumps with the shy, Davies would have been out by a mile.
Short ball banged in there. Lintott just pulls that in front of square for 1 run. But yeah, just going through quite a few of the outgrounds. Chesterfield as well. Derbyshire's one is really nice. The Queen's Park Oval. Woodbridge Road down at Surrey. That's in Guildford. We are very, very lucky across the counties. There's a lot of beautiful outgrounds, and yeah, the rugby festival certainly growing year in, year out. As we see the end of the 42nd over, Warwickshire 220 for 6. Jake Lintott is on 35, and Alex Davies, the number 4, on 112. Has been a strong rebuild this from the Bear and Ragged staff. Still work to be done though on this surface. I don't think a 250 to 270 score would be parity by any stretch. I mean, what would you think in terms of a decent score on this surface, Mel?
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, it depends if you're thinking that it's a pitch that's difficult to get in on, which is certainly what it looked like, because we saw a number of the batters not get in at all. They walked in and walked out. And it did take Davies a little while to get going. Kai Smith looked pretty comfortable.
Lintott using his feet there very nicely against Chahel.
Lintott as well. By the way, I mean, this is his highest list day score, passing his previous best of 28. His highest score in T20 is 41. His highest first class score is 78. Just give you an idea of just how well he has batted here. Whatever it is that they get to, as they hair off a 1, they're not going to take the second. Whatever it is, you do just feel, I reiterate the point I made earlier, I reckon you probably want to make the most of the new ball. If you the Bears coming in and defending, well, it'll be a reasonable target. At one point you thought, gosh, are they going to get something defendable at all here?
Chahel bowling here to Lintott, pulls that one very hard, and some good fielding from Tim Robinson in front of us here in the commentary tent. Restricts it to just the single.
Interesting that Chahel has changed back to the chapel end, because we saw him go for a few runs from this end earlier, and then he switched to the oak tree end and immediately was in the wickets and bowling maidens as well.
Here he is bowling to Davies. It's a really nice one-handed stop and flick there. I think it was Vasconcelos in the end doing the fielding. I mean, that would have been an audacious run out had he have connected with the stumps, but I think Lintott was safely home. Yeah, he did get quite a bit of turn and bounce, didn't he, from the Oak Street end. Chahel bowls here to Lintott. Lintott goes expansive down the ground. This should be a catching opportunity. Indeed it is, straight down the throat of the fielder. And that is the end of what has been a very useful innings, courtesy of Jake Lintott. A career best 37 in the list A formats, and Warwickshire now 224 for 7. But I think it's safe to say, Mel, that Jake has done his job right here.
Yeah, I think he almost took some pressure off Alex Davies, just in being aggressive and making sure that he wasn't just there to hold up one end and put all the pressure on Davies to score the runs. He did a pretty fine job in the end, 37 coming off 53 balls with the 4 boundaries in there. And it's ensured that while it's less than 8 overs now, or fewer than 8 overs, if I'm being grammatically correct, I'll get pulled up on that, that Davies has to bat now with the tail.
Even so, Michael Booth can bat a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's fair. Just realising it is Michael Booth who's coming in, and doing him a little bit of a disservice in saying the tail, now getting to the lower end as well. But I only seen him play a few times in championship games. Michael Booth, I really liked watching him play, actually. The young players originally from South Africa. I've seen him play a few games for Warwickshire. But he's got a highest list day score of 35. I say South Africa, I'm sorry, he did live in South Africa, but he was born in Harare. So I better make sure I get that right as well.
Well, here he is facing off against Yuzvendra Chahal. Starts off by getting off the mark with a single. Well around that between Davies and Booth. That will also bring about the ends of the 43rd over. So the wicket there of Jake Lintott's just bringing a little bit of the momentum to a slight halt, but the Bears 225 for 7. Booth on 1. Alex Davies, of course, the main man on 114 from 117 deliveries. Really has been a tremendous effort from the Warwickshire number 4. Includes 10 4s and 3 6s to boot, but you feel, Mel, if the Bears are to get up to 280 plus at this stage, Alex Davies will have to play the lion's share of the deliveries and also score the large chunk of the runs.
We said that earlier, didn't we, when we were about the 28 over mark, when you and I were on together, and we were saying that then, and you know, that is a sign to just that Jake Lintott did a really good job as well in coming in that partnership, because he didn't have to face all the balls. He got some good support, and now the Bears need Booth to do a similar thing.
Well, he's done well there, just turns it around the corner, gets Davies back on strike, which is exactly what we were talking about previously.
And I'll be interested to see how he bowls as well a bit later, Michael Booth, because we chatted after one of the championship games he played, might have been last year. He said he was trying to work on being angry. He wanted to be an angry fast bowler. He's quite sharp. He's been clocked, you know, up there. But yeah, he wants to be an angry fast bowler, and he's actually a really nice young man.
Certainly is. That's a nice shot from Alex Davies. Didn't run the first one particularly hard, so will remain a single. He is a very, very nice individual, is Michael Booth, and he bowled well up at Scarborough in the tournament opener at North Marine Road. Was definitely the pick of the Bears bowlers, at least from what the locals saw. And I think that is a part of his game which he can really feed into, being aggressive, almost being that enforcer in this Bears bowling attack.
Took 3 for 29 in that game. They would love to see him do something similar today, that's for sure.
Here he is with the bat in hand. Takes a little bit of a swing at that one, but no harm done with regards to the wickets column. So you got Dom Leach has bowled pretty well today as well. Currently wicketless so far, but in terms of the control, has been a lot more disciplined than we saw against Yorkshire on Friday at Wantage Road. Just looking at the rest of the bowlers, unsurprisingly, Rob Keogh, metronomic as usual, 1 for 37 from his 7. Chahal 2 for 45 from his 9. Wickets shared around for the most part for the Steelbacks today. Booth has gone down. There is an underarm attempt at the stumps. Well, that probably would have been a run out. We've got quite a good angle here from the commentary tent, so we'll probably see the replay of that on the live stream. It's one of those where you've only really got one stump to aim for, but even so, would have been a nice wicket for Northamptonshire to get at this stage, just to really get into the tail. So Leach to Booth again.
Yeah, just not quite getting his timing on that one. Straight to the fielder. So just Taz Ali and Ollie Hannon-Dolby to come in next. And that probably is where you say you're really in the tail. But to be fair, if you're only talking about 2 players, that isn't too long a tail. Can Michael Booth just make enough of a contribution here?
Well, he's playing it defensively so far. He's the Bears youngster. Just 2 runs on the board so far, and that will be the end of the 44th here at Rugby School. Warwickshire 227 for 7. Michael Booth on 2. Alex Davies out there on 115.
Yeah, I don't mind that either, in just being defensive towards the end here. Ensure that Davis starts the next over with the strike. See how deep he can take this, how many he can add. What were we saying? What was Clive saying that the record score was here by Dom Sibley, 149?
Yes, 149. That was some effort. Yeah, that was in the game here last year, Warwickshire versus Surrey. He was hitting some massive 6s, probably would have been 6s down at the Oval, let alone at an outground, as Chahal gets ready to bowl his 10th and final over of the game. Starting off here against Alex Davies. That one's slightly short and pulled away, pulled very hard. Chase on here for Tim Robinson and a couple of fielders. Well, they were converging in the ends, but it makes no use. As far as Northants are concerned, a very well-timed and an even better play shot from Alex Davies takes him on to 119.
Absolutely brilliant shot. You know that a player is seeing it well when you see them pull in front of square like that. And the precision as well. That just comes down to timing, to be able to perfectly bisect those 2 fielders.
How does Chahal respond? Well, Davies chips that over the top. Single has been taken. Can they turn it into do that? That's some really good intent shown by Michael Booth, who we can't forget is coming off the back of quite a serious injury as well. Suffered a stress fracture in his ankle, kept him out for quite a few months. Of course, he came back in sensational fashion up at North Marine Road with that 3-fer, but really putting a lot of trust in that right ankle so far as Davies sweeps that one down towards us.
It's amazing, we haven't had one come right in our portion of the tent. It's been going to our right where our colleagues are sitting. I nominated Clive Eakin to take one if it came out on the full, if there's a chance for a catch. If it comes this way, if he pulls it and it's out here, I'm afraid it's all on you.
I will happily shoulder that responsibility. That would be a great moment of broadcasting, wouldn't it? 6 or a 4 caught by the commentator. As Booth plays that one defensively.
Quite a few balls have come out this way. I'm not putting it out of the question, by the way. It really may well happen.
Well, it could do, but thankfully we've got Dom Leach just in front of us here at deep backward square leg. He can do the fielding if we need to. Make a quick dive and dart across as Chahal bowls here to Booth. Something else which is really important at this point of the innings, of course, is communication between the 2 players out there. There's still 5 and a bit overs left here in the first 50. Davies, as you'd imagine, will be the aggressor. He's on 122. Booth, meanwhile, is on 3. But when it comes to those 1s, turning them into 2s, so important to have clarity out there between your batting partnership, as Chahal just makes a couple of adjustments. Davies goes for the fine sweep. will be cut off eventually by Rob Keogh. That will also be the end of the over. So 5 overs remain here for Warwickshire. 236 for 7 is the score that the home side are on.
I mean, it's just astonishing. I'm just looking down at that scorecard now. And you've got Davies on 122. He had that 50 from Kai Smith, 37 from Lintott. And then Barnard's the next highest with 15. We've had 3 ducks, a 1 and 3 not out from Booth. But it's just all or nothing, isn't it? A really odd looking scorecard as you gaze down it. But I'll tell you what, the Bears owe a lot to Davies at the moment, because he really has been the one keeping them in this match so far.
Most certainly has. Here he is batting against Dom Leach, and he's been bowled. Well, Dom Leach does get his first wicket of the game, and it is the huge wicket of Alex Davies. Well, it's almost been a one-man show, hasn't it, from the Bears number 4, and he will depart to an immense wave of applause here from the spectators, fans and members at Rugby School. 123 for Alex Davies, included 11 fours and 3 sixes. He scored over half of his team's runs here today. And regardless of what happens with regards to the final outcome, he really has played a fantastic hand. Well batted, Alex Davies.
Yeah, really, really fine knock. He came in with his side in all sorts of trouble. Really were losing early wickets, nothing on the board. And he steered them through the majority of this innings. You can hear that warm applause, I hope, coming through on the live stream, because it's lasted a long time for the former Bears captain. Has he done enough is the real question. Those good partnerships with Kai Smith and Jake Lintott was just starting to get another going with Booth, but now we are very much in the tail. Only 2 wickets now. We've got Taz Ali, who has come to the crease, a young man. First saw him play in South Africa at the Under-19s World Cup 18 months ago. Mostly impressed, had a good spin attack. England under-19s. Taz Ali was part of it, and of course Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Rehan. Now he's got to do something with the bat. Just how much can these last 3 batters for Warwickshire put on the board, give themselves something to bowl at?
Well, here is Leach again. Ali plays that one late, so will be no run out towards backward point. Yeah, Taz with the bat is very entertaining, I must say. So saw him a couple of times in the One Day Cup last season. He's one of those players who will play his shots. He's not going to die wondering out there in the middle. So whether or not we'll see a big flat batted shot down the ground or maybe a punch through the covers, we'll wait and see. But
he's young, isn't he? He's still only very young. The exuberance of youth.
Well, he gets off the mark there in fine fashion down towards deep square leg. Something else just to mention, of course, is this performance from Dom Leach. I mean, he is looking to really establish himself in this One Day Cup side in 2025, and I think he's bowled really, really nicely so far. 1 for 45, includes a maiden over to boot. And again, we talk about foils with the bat in hand. I think he's been an excellent foil for the spin bowlers, for the likes of Chahal and Rob Keogh. He bowls here to Booth. Can't quite penetrate the infield.
It really has been an innings that's gone back and forth as to who's had the upper hand. At the moment, finishing off, Steelbacks are very, very strong. I'd dearly love to just bowl them out. It gives you a real sense of achievement, doesn't it?
Well, that one will not be a wicket. That one is going, it's going. I think it's gone for 4. 1 bounce over the rope. Indeed, it is confirmation there from the umpire What a lovely shot that was from Michael Booth.
What a shot. Hold the pose, son. My goodness. That was just straight as a die. Look, he's just gone and played that shot again, and I'm sure he'll play it many times. That was absolutely glorious. Straight down the ground and into the oak trees. That's going to help things. If he can play a few more shots like that, and Warwickshire will be feeling reasonably good.
How does Leach respond after that? That's a good riposte from any seam bowler. Puts it in the block hole. And that will bring about the end of Dom Leach's spell. 1 for 49 from his 10 overs, including that aforementioned maiden. I think he's done a really good job here at rugby today, just to act as that support for the likes of Proctor and Guthrie in the seam department, and the foil for Chahel and Rob Keogh with the spin. So well bowled, Dom Leach. I believe it will be Liam Guthrie from the Chapel ends. Not sure if we mentioned this on commentary, but Liam Guthrie played for the Warwickshire Twos. Can't recall if we'd mentioned that already, but yeah, I did see him. I think that was in 2023 or 2024 it might have been. In fact, it was 2024. Played against Somerset Twos and Notts Twos in the second 11 championship. So yeah, coming back against his somewhat former club, maybe not from a professional standpoint, but turned out for the second 11.
Well, he did a terrific job for them early on in this innings, taking a couple of wickets. He was getting the ball to swing, to really move. Bowled a couple of wides as well.
Bowling here to Taz Ali. Runs that one hard. Will just be a single though.
Won't have as much assistance now, turning to all the different variations that we see death bowlers use.
A slight adjustment in the field, isn't there, as third is brought up into the circle. Wide long on in place.
Is he going to go short? He's got some protection on the leg side. In the end, though, Booth manages to ride the bounce quite well. Gets the single. I think they'd love to tempt him with that because he hasn't got long now. We know he can play some of those big shots. Now they've just brought that leg side field up for Taz Ali. Much more protection in close. Try and keep him on strike.
Well, there you go. There's that air of innovation from Taz Ali. Good diving stop down there in front of the trees. We'll limit it to just one, but it's a nice shot.
Well, I just mentioned the fact that they brought up the field around to try and keep him there. So what does he do? He goes over the keeper's head. I think he actually wanted a second there, Taz Ali, and they might have been able to take it, but I think Booth wanted the strike. So immediately the leg side field has just dropped out again. Got 4 players patrolling the boundary rope on the leg side.
As Booth faces off, and Booth absolutely wallops him all the way for 6. What a way to bring up the 250 for Warwickshire.
Well, you could have had 9 fielders on the rope on the leg side, and it wouldn't have made one jot of difference. That has gone over the nets that are there to protect the beautiful building to our right. And I might have broken a window. Boy, that one has absolutely flown. He got every piece of it. Used the extra pace of Guthrie. And that is another brilliant shot by Booth. He's proving to be quite entertaining here at the end of this innings.
He most certainly is, and yeah, we did send the search party for that. I don't think we've seen the ball.
I think there are a few people looking. It might have gone through a window. I don't know where it's gone, genuinely. Hang on, we'll send a few more people looking for it, because it sort of went into that little alcove part from where we've been getting our teas and coffees in the building directly next to us. Oh, hang on, I think it's been found. Yes, it has. It's bounced over something. How did it end up over there? Gosh, it's gone a long way, that's all I know. But what a shot that was.
It was, as you mentioned, just utilised the pace impeccably there, did Michael Booth. So new ball isn't needed in the end. Good work from the search party out there in front of those two lovely buildings. And yeah, the architecture here at Rugby School really is something to be admired. Of course, you've got the chapel, the school building itself.
Even the pavilion it's sort of, they've got some sort of marquees up on the balcony, which maybe stops you from seeing the full thing, but it looks lovely from the other side when I went for a lap underneath the trees on the other side. It's a wonderful sight.
So Guthrie does have ball in hand, bowling here to Booth. Takes a bit of pace off and Booth can't get there in the end. Wide signalled by the umpire.
Booth now going deep in his crease. And, it wouldn't be surprising if he went for a similar shot to the last one that cleared the rope. Still got that field out on the leg side. We've also got short fine leg as well. Instead goes for the single. Good running between the wickets. How many balls have we got left in the over? Just got to keep track. We've got slightly slow setup, so it is just one because I'm still just showing fourth ball, but that was the fifth ball. So it's a pretty good work there by Booth. He's quite happy to let Taz Ali take on the last ball, and he'll retain strike and go for some more of those big hits in the next over.
Well, Guthrie it is to round out the 47th. Ali just chops that into the offside. They've run the first one, should be 2 runs. Taz is quite quick between the wickets, indeed it is. Dashes through.
Yeah.
After 47, Warwickshire 254 for 8.
Yeah, good result there. Nicely played by Taz Ali, getting the 2 runs, and it's still Booth for the next over, a start of it anyway. So that was quite productive over for Warwickshire. It's getting up there. What can they get to? 3 overs left.
Well, that is the $1 million question, isn't it, of course? I mean,
Calculations. Could they push it up to somewhere around that 275?
my thoughts exactly, because by my maths, Mel, 7 and over from here, between these two predominantly, unless Oliver Hannon-Dolby comes out and pulls off something exceptional, would be 275 exactly.
Let's see how close we get. It's exciting. Here's Proctor.
Yeah, that one dug out by Michael Booth. Out towards deep square leg. Should be 2 runs. Indeed it is. I mean, Luke Proctor, by the way, what a start he had to this game. 2 for 17 from his first 7 overs, 3 of which were maidens.
Yeah, he bowled brilliantly. Well, he and Guthrie together were such an effective opening partnership. Had Warwickshire in all sorts, but it's to Warwickshire's credit that they were able to rebuild from that and make something of it.
Proctor here to Booth. Oh, that's really, really top-notch stuff from Michael Booth. Reads it like a book, places it out towards that sea of open grass, down towards long leg. 4 vital runs as we head towards the latter stages, the final closing pieces of this first 50 here in rugby. Warwickshire 260 for 8.
Not sure Luke Proctor's going to like being swept for 4. Blimey, he just saw that so well.
That one strays down the leg side. Wide given, we'll have to re-bowl that.
He didn't like it. I think that's why we've just seen that follow-up as well. But getting the line wrong, he's not going to have enjoyed that. Booth is just playing a really, really good hand here. Important innings for the all-rounder.
Certainly in, he's cracked that one down the ground. It races away, chase on for the fielder to no avail. 4 more runs.
Well, this is outstanding stuff. We've seen him use the pace of the ball and just pull it fine for 6. We've seen him sweep for 4 off Proctor, and now we see him play an absolutely glorious cover drive. We saw him play a lofted straight drive earlier that was magnificent as well. So it's really classy stuff. Some classy shots from Booth, by the way, as we see Proctor just pulling out of that. But it's not just been slogging by any means. He's played some really smart, classy shots, and it's been really good to watch.
That's certainly entertaining. I think that'd be the description this from Michael Booth. He's on 25, includes 3 4s and a 6 to boot. That one slur ball bouncer just cannoned away towards deep mid-wicket for the single.
Yeah, can only get the single. It was quite well bowled, slower bouncer as well, and he kind of had to wait for it and then force the shot without the pace to work from. Stood up tall, but only the single. Taz Ali has shown that he's more than capable of playing a few shots himself.
He most definitely can. I'm just hoping he pulls out one of those punch shots or the pull for 4. Here he is facing off against Luke Proctor. Plays that one nice and late under the eye line for no run. A real useful hand this from Michael Booth, isn't it? 26 runs from 18 deliveries.
It's been fantastic. It's what you would really like to see from an all-rounder down the order. But it, like I said, it's just not been he's gone out and tried to bosh it about. He's just played some really lovely shots.
Proctor there, trying to target the pads of Taz Ali. Think about taking a second. I don't think there was a second on there. Adi Sharma patrolling out there in the deep. So it will be a single to round out the 48th over. Warwickshire 267 for 8. Taz Ali on 6, Michael Booth on 26.
2 overs to go. I think we undersold them with 275. I think they might be looking at an extra 10 runs if Booth can keep batting the way he has done. And Taz Ali has been chiming in nicely as well. He's been giving him the strike, but he's also been scoring runs whenever he's got the opportunity. So this is good stuff from this pair. 30-run partnership of just 16 balls, or 17. That's a bit low, isn't it? 31 off 17. It's slow.
Here is Guthrie to Ali. Goes a bit more aggressive and expansive with the shot selection there, down towards long off for 1 run.
Does the job, gets himself down the other end, first ball of the over. So now, this is where the shackles come off. Settle in, everyone. Buckle up and let's see what Michael Booth has. Because one thing's for sure, he's not going to sit back. He's going to take this on.
Well, here he is against Guthrie. Sits deep in the crease. Whacks it up in the air down towards deep point. So another single taken.
Well, I don't think he was expecting that at all. I'm probably annoyed that he couldn't get more of it.
Brings Taz Ali back on strike, and I do think it is worth mentioning, Mel, the partnership 33 between these two. As Ali again sits deep in the crease, goes aerial on that one. Takes one bounce down to the fielder for another single.
I do love that he hits every ball like it is the last ball he's ever going to get the chance to hit. So he's going to get every single bit of himself behind it as possible. But again, he's done a job. He's got himself down the other end. He's played a good little hand here. Now this time, what can Booth do?
Let's wait and see. Here is Guthrie to Michael Booth. Just plays that out towards Yuzvendra Chahal. Will be another single. So when we look at death bowling, this has been top tier stuff, hasn't it, from Liam Guthrie? Just the 4 singles taken.
Yeah, he's making it really difficult for Booth, who clearly wants to take charge here. Keeping him to singles. He's just using his variations at the moment, varying the pace as well.
Bowling here to Tazim Ali. Again goes aerial on that one, down towards the...
He doesn't half give it some welly, doesn't he? Every single time.
Nice to see him playing his shots though, as I said, and he's not eating up deliveries either.
No.
That's the important thing. 9 from 10 for number 10 is pretty good going.
That is exactly the job, and he's been giving the strike at the right times.
Well, Booth on strike this time, cracked off the bat. Run the first one very hard. Taz Ali wants the strike. Comes back to the non-striker's end, and that will round out over number 49. Warwickshire 272 for 8. Or 274 for 8, should say. And that is the end of Liam Guthrie's spell. So in terms of the final over from the Oak Street end, unsurprisingly, it will be Luke Proctor. Expensive in his last one though, went for 13 runs.
I think Booth took a fancy to Proctor, and I reckon he's just had a little mid-pitch chat with Taz Ali. Would not surprise me if he's just said, look, just get me on strike. I want to have another go at this fella.
Let's see. And wait what happens. Here we go. It's Proctor against Taz Ali. Rocks back onto the back foot, deep in his crease. Shot at the non-strikers in there from Proctor.
Yeah, that conversation did go exactly how I thought it might have, because Michael Booth was herring down almost before before that ball was hit. He really wants the strike, and unsurprisingly too, he played some belting shots to Luke Proctor in the previous over from the Oak Tree end. He's got 5 chances. Alternatively, Proctor's got 5 chances of his own. And he's pulled up again. He pulled up in the previous over as well. Just having a little issue with his run-up, Luke Proctor. Just relaying his mark out there.
Well, of course, that's the last thing he wants at this stage, to overstep. Give Michael Booth a free hit. Here is Proctor to Booth. Very deep in the crease, goes for the big shot, just loops back over the top. It takes a wicked bounce, spirals away from Liam Guthrie. And that is 4 more runs off the bat of Michael Booth, who moves on to 34.
Has that hit a sprinkler head or something? Because that, or I don't know whether they're, because of the way he hit it, if there was so much spin on the ball as it hit the ground, but when it bounced, it just took off. Wow. When it's going your way, it's going your way. Michael Booth has now got 4 chances. Can he make the most of them?
Here he is against Luke Proctor. Slow ball bouncer, flat bats it, shouts of catch it to Yuzvendra Chahal, who does well to just ride the bounce of the ball out there from the practice wickets, keeps it down to just the 1 run, and well, our prediction of 275, the Bears at 280.
Yeah, they've done well. But that was really well bowled by Proctor. He brought out the slow ball bouncer in the previous over as well, and Booth was only able to get that for a single 2. So now what can Taz Ali do?
Well, full toss there from Luke Proctor, rifled through the cover region. Chell does the fielding there, zips it back into his championship captain, of course, Lewis McManus, the skipper in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, as the Bears now 281 for 8. 2 deliveries still to go. As Michael Booth, there's a real steel and determination in those eyes.
You're doing well if you can see his eyes from here.
Or you can just see he's lasered in at the moment. Proctor it is to Booth, rocks into the deep part of the crease, just wallops it into the spectators. Couple of bounces for 4. Warwickshire now 285 for 8. It's been a really good rebuild, and Michael Booth has been a key protagonist in that. He moves on to 39 runs here at Rugby School.
Well, he's done absolutely brilliantly, has Michael Booth. He's played this perfectly. A little shout out to Taz Ali as well, who has been great at not chewing up balls and giving him the strike. Here he is again.
Oh, he's absolutely crunched it. What a way to finish the first innings here in rugby. Michael Booth finishing it in phenomenal fashion. Whacks it for 6 runs, and Warwickshire have finished their innings on a score of 291 for 8. We saw a very difficult first 10 overs for the home side. They were restricted to 32 for 4 within 8 as a result of some wonderful bowling from Liam Guthrie and Luke Proctor. But Alex Davies, the Centurion, he went and scored an invaluable 123, built up a century-plus partnership alongside Kai Smith, who scored a runnable 50, and then some late order hitting courtesy of Jake Lintott, who scored a career best 37, and Michael Booth with a blistering 45 from 25 deliveries have ultimately seen the Bears up to a more than competitive total of 291 for 8. Mel, before we take a quick break here in the commentary position, just your thoughts on that. What did you make of that first 50?
It was really bizarre, if I'm going to be honest. It's just because we all saw such extremes. We saw batters who were just walking in and walking off, and it seemed to be a procession. But what an innings that was from Davies, who not only was the anchor that the whole thing was built around, but he was aggressive as well. So you had a couple of key partnerships. That one between him and Kai Smith saw the Bears start to wrestle back control. But I just like the way that this has gone back and forth, because it was then Jahel coming in and taking a couple of key wickets, Keogh as well, so spin, maybe we'll see that be a factor, particularly later on in this afternoon. But then that effort by Lintott in support of Davies, but then Michael Booth at the end, and that was fun. I'm just really happy to see him play an innings like that. Really, really enjoyable to watch, and it's now set up for quite an exciting chase, I would say.
Yeah, I think that is completely fair. It's a very respectable comeback, that from Warwickshire. So we'll take a quick break here on Bears TV, as we'll just have a little bit of a breather. Play to resume at 3 p.m, so we'll take about 25 minutes or so before coverage returns. But yeah, feel free to go and grab a drink, grab some snacks, and when we return, Northamptonshire will be chasing 292 runs for the victory here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
working now. Hello. The loudspeaker's actually working. The Thames American Sunday Blues. Because I was looking today, and if you empty most of the car park, oh, Christopher's here. You'll be lucky, you're not going to pay the enemy.
Welcome back to Rugby School, which is bathed in sunshine again. We have the makings of a good game here. Warwickshire making 291 in the end. They did very well to get there. And if you just go by the first game last season here, they scored 311 and won by 3 runs, which Aaron points to a potentially really close game.
Yes, it was, and yeah, of course, we saw Dom Sibley on that occasion scoring 149 runs for Surrey in the reply, but that was a great game of cricket. Also saw that wonderful relay catch between Ed Barnard and Rob Yates. So I think we are set up very, very nicely here, Clive. I must say, to come back from 32 for 4 and get 291 on the board, good lower order runs from the likes of Lintott and Booth, of course, the century from Davies being the linchpin to hold it all together. I think, as you mentioned, we are definitely on for an entertaining game.
Indeed. Although Northants will have to bat better than they did in their last game. Like Warwickshire, they struggled against Yorkshire with the bat, but Warwickshire needs 123 for Alex Davies. That's the highest score by a Warwickshire batter on this ground. Second highest scorer overall. Ollie Hallen-Dolby is opening the bowling to Vasconcelos. And that's just played the point. There's no run. Vasconcelos might make Warwickshire tremble a little bit after his brisk half century in the T20 Blast on the way to Northants, scoring the highest score that the Bears have ever conceded in that competition.
Yeah, he's a very stylish cricketer as well, is Ricardo Vasconcelos, especially through the offside. Really does play a lovely cover drive and the late cut to a beautiful standard.
From the Oak Street end. Is it Oak Street? I get that right? Yes, let's push out the offside. There's no run. Usually takes me a few years to remember ends names. 2 career bests, by the way, in that Warwickshire innings. Jake Lintott and Michael Booth made their highest ever List A scores. There were some really important contributions lower down the order from Warwickshire, who were 32 for 4 at one stage, but the 37 from Lintott and the 45 not out from Booth, both career bests. Hit into the ground by Vasconcelos, who still hasn't got the ball away. So the sun's shining, decent crowd in. Need to take their seats again for the second innings.
Oh, it is. It's a really good crowd, and just went for a wander down towards the pizza van. Also got some burgers available, scones, you got all sorts down in the food tents, but something really nice to see, and you get this a lot at Outgrounds as Hallen-Dolby bowls here to Vasconcelos.
It's a swing and a miss outside off stump. He's been unusually shy of wickets in the championship this season, Ollie Hallen-Dolby. He's not bowled badly, he's bowled pretty accurately, he doesn't go for many runs, but the wickets just haven't come for him this summer. After, was it 2 or 3 seasons in a row where he got 50 wickets. He's well short of that this season. But he's got a decent enough record on this ground. He's the only survivor, I think, from this game from the 2015 match that was played here. First run for the Steelbacks. Down to third for a single.
And there is that cut shot from Ricardo Vasconcelos, brings the captain McManus onto the striker's end. Yeah, just to expand upon that previous point that I was making, something really nice to see in the innings breaks was to see so many people out there on the other field playing cricket. So youngsters, I mean, there's some family games going on as well. It was just a really nice atmosphere walking around the ground and seeing people not just enjoy the county cricket which is taking place here, but also just have that family get together.
Dalby, Sabat. Again, McManus. The opening batters. A good first over from Ollie Halland Dalby, just a 1 run off it. Yes, I saw quite an intense game. Youngsters all in their whites out there. In fact, myself and Andrew Rowd walked right across the poor old bowler's run-up as he was about to go in for a long run-up. They were enjoying themselves. Well, that's what outgrounds are all about, isn't it? It's why it's important, in my view, that counties get out and about, which this competition has given many of them an opportunity to do.
Yeah, it's all about just expanding it, isn't it? Bringing cricket out to the wider community here in Shakespeare's County, as we'll see a change, well, not a change of bowling, but a first over here from the Chapel end. It'll be Ed Barnard to bowl here. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the man on strike. And not for the first time today, Clive. We're going to have to see a bowler have to get back into their delivery stride.
Yes. Forget to let go of the ball there, Ed Barnard. Captain, of course, in this competition for Warwickshire, even with Alex Davies in the team.
Bowling here to Vasconcelos, keeping him on the defensive. Had a great season last year, didn't he, Ed Barnard? The Bears' leading run scorer, leading wicket taker, MVP at the PCA as well for this competition. It really is the Ed Barnard One-Day Cup. It seems like every single season he scores huge runs, gets key wickets. Of course, he's pulled off some amazing catches as well. It's a format which really tends to suit his game as a cricketer. On a lot fuller. Vanchjani will do the mopping up there. Very fast fielder is Vanchjani, very active.
You should see how Ed Barnard goes. He's got plenty of spin options, with Taz Ali having brought into the team for this game. And she's got Jake Lintott and Rob Yates as well, all available. So that one is pushed back during the... Saw steel bats used just the 2 bowlers during the power play. Luke Proctor and Ian Guthrie bowled all of those 10 overs between them.
Yeah, it was a good start from them as well, wasn't it? From both ends of the wickets. I mean, Guthrie, of course, with the left arm seam, Proctor, skiddy, right arm pace. Really complemented each other very nicely. It's Barnard bowls here too. Vasconcelos, and that one has been helped on its way all the way for 6 runs. First boundary of the run chase. It's a colossal one off the bats of the Northants opener. The Steelbacks now 7 without loss.
Well, there we are. That's got them going. The Steelbacks. The Bears hit 7 sixes during the course of their innings. 3 of them by Alex Davies, and one off the very last ball. That woke up 1 or 2 people walking across the back of the spectators there.
Well, how does Barnard respond after that one? Pitches that one up a lot fuller. Good diving stop there from Hamza Sheikh. Prevents a further run from being scored.
Yes, good stop. You feel for him, and Zen Malik both failed to score, and Rob Yates the bat. At least Rob Yates might have an opportunity to do something with the ball.
Barnard finishes off his first over of the game in good style. 5 dot balls and that big 6 off the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos. So after 2, Northamptonshire 7 without loss in their pursuit of 292.
Yes, just 2 scoring shots. One was a single, one was a 6. But as I said, Vasconcelos has done this to the Bears already this season. Hannon Derby to continue. But 2015 game against Sussex, he took 3 for 46, Hannon Derby. And Sussex were bowled out for 217. That one's left. And remains 7 without loss. He got 2 for 61 against Surrey in the opening game last season. And 1 for 37 then against Yorkshire. So he's got wickets here. That's defended, and they're going to get through for 1. It's a tight one. It's a strange throw from Hamza Sheikh. Ends up lobbing that over the head of Kai Smith, the wicketkeeper. It's backed up, so no harm done. They're through for 1.
Yeah, it's one of those. He just released the ball a little bit too late there, did Hamza Sheikh. Good intent shown, though, by the 2 Northamptonshire openers. It was something which quite a few of the fans were critical of with regard to their approach against Yorkshire. It was a big run chase of 370 plus runs, and after the first power play going at around about 4 runs per over.
We'll get more runs here, or at least 1. And coming back for a second, Vasconcelos. Solid start from the Steelbacks, needing to score around about 6 and over. Fair to win this game. Both these teams could do with a win, having suffered a defeat, and Northants also held up by a no result, an abandoned match. So their margin for error has become somewhat narrower. If they are to qualify, it's played onto the onside for no run. Just a reminder, it's 2 groups of 9, like in the T20 Blast, not regionalised in the way it is in the T20 Blast, which is nice because it means that Warwickshire, for example, get to play Kent and Middlesex, who they do not play in any other competition. I make it there's only 2 teams that Warwickshire are not scheduled to play in any competition this season. Well, strange enough, they both begin with G, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire are the 2, unless they meet them in some knockout phase. Play back to Alan Dalby's bowling accurately. So 2 groups of 9, not regionalised, but they play each other once, so 4 home, 4 away. 3 of Warwickshire's home matches are played here at Rugby School. The last group game is played at Edgbaston. But unlike the T20 Blast, you have to get into the top 3 if you're to progress in the competition. The group winners will go straight through to a home semi-final, which is what happened to Warwickshire last season, not that it did them much good. Expansive looking shot from Vasconcelos, but he doesn't make great contact with it, so there's no run. Another tight over from Hannon Dalby, 3 off it, 10 without loss after 3. So the group winners straight through to home semi-final, and then second will be at home to third in a playoff match, with the 2 winners of that being away to the group winners in the semi-final before our final at Trent Bridge.
Yep, and of course last season the Bears getting through to the semi-finals of the competition before losing to the ultimate champions, Glamorgan. Quarter-final especially was very memorable for Kai Smith's unbelievable 130. Single-handedly took the Bears through to the next stage of the competition. As Ed Barnard continues here from the chapel end, bowling to Lewis McManus. Starts off well with a dot ball.
We have a nice view here. We're down at ground level, or square on. If you could just ask the umpire to move a little bit, square leg umpire, a little bit to his left, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we did have that concern in the first innings as well. As Barnard bowls here to McManus, drives that one down towards Taz Ali. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's the pros and cons of this commentary position. It is a stunning ground, though, on a day like today, just drenched in the sunshine and plenty of spectators out and about. But, of course, from our position here, we're down at deep square leg. We are almost dead on straight with the square leg umpire, so apologies if we can't see the exact direction of certain deliveries or certain shots as Barnard here to McManus. First use of the feet there from the Northants captain allows him to dash through for the single.
What they've done with the games at Rugby School, like last season, they're playing 3 games here, but they've managed to condense them rather closer together than they did last season to give it a festival feel. So Kent are here on Wednesday. Middlesex are then here on Sunday.
Friday,
yeah. So 3 matches in the space of 5 days to give it that sort of festival feel to it before they play their last group game at Edgbaston. Nice comfortable single for Vasconcelos, and I don't want to put a dampener on it, but Warwickshire only lost 2 group games last season, and they were both here. 2 of the 3 matches here they lost, or the only games they lost from the group stage. Their game at Edgbaston, in fair, was washed out completely. So, yeah. So the record here is, they've won 2 and lost 3 across the 2 formats they've played here. 1 no result, and that's going to be 4 runs. Bit edgy, but effective for McManus. Down to the boundary for 4. Actually the first 4 of the Northants innings. They've got a 6.
Nice one.
Was just about to mention that exact point. Yes, 16 without loss, and that is the first 4 as opposed to the first boundary. We saw that 6, a big 6 earlier on from Ricardo Vasconcelos, but yeah, just through the hands there did the Northants captain. Of course, 2 slips in place here for Ed Barnard. As he rounds out his over here to McManus, again goes for an aggressive option on the offside. Can only find the fielder on the bounce for no run. So after 4 overs here in the run chase, Northamptonshire 16 without the loss of any wickets.
Yeah, I think Northants will be reasonably happy with the start they've made. They're obviously behind the required run rate, but all their wickets in hand. They may not be worrying too much about the power play, about building innings. 292 the target. Warwickshire made 291 for 8. Does look a decent batting track despite the problems Warwickshire had early in their innings. Hannon Dolby will continue on the Oak Street end. Vasconcelos hitting that hard into the ground, and that's going to be cut off by Ed Barnard, so it's just the single. Good vantage point here. It's a natural amphitheatre at Rugby School. There's a bank all across the side opposite us, so rows of sort of 4 or 5 can all get a decent view. Just unfortunately a lack of a tannoy, and apparently the scorecards arrived late, which is a shame. No run there, but I suppose in this day and age it's easy to get on your, if you've got a device with you, and log onto a website or other, it'll tell you who's who and what's going on. That has been a bit unfortunate that there's been no way to keep the spectators informed. Hopefully that'll be sorted by Wednesday. That's a good shot from McManus. Clubbed that away, just a little short maybe from Hannon Dolby. And that's clubbed away for 4. McManus on to 10.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Clive, slightly short from Hannon Dolby. Just set up a nice height, didn't it, for McManus? He's very strong on the pull shots, and Yeah, he's not going to need a second invitation as the man in the red shirt there. Nice little bit of fielding from that fella.
It's play to mid-off for no run. It is one of those sort of days where if there were a tannoy announcement, they would be reminding people to keep their eye on the ball, because they are a bit close to the action if anything does fly in there. We've been a little bit nervous about our position here so far. So far we've managed to avoid any missiles.
Well, it's funny you mention that, because dotted all around the ground are these little almost signposts saying that exact same thing. It's one of two things: keep away from the boundary and watch out for the cricket ball.
Nice looking drive, but Sheikh tips it round the post, so it'll just be a single. Warwickshire want to try and keep it as tight. Obviously they want wickets, but they can't get wickets. They want to keep it as tight as possible, try and push the required rate up, force Northants to take more risks. Dolby striding in. Oh, that's a good ball. That beats Vasconcelos outside off stump. That's one loose delivery in the over there from Hannon Dolby. 22 without loss after 5 overs. Northants runs shared evenly between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Lewis McManus, who look pretty relaxed as they chat out there in the middle.
Yeah, they do. I think for these two, there won't be any panic setting in at this early stage, of course. The required run rate's just 6 runs per over. Different scenario to what we saw on Friday, where already the asking rate would have been touching 8 or 9. So these two can afford to just lay the foundation a little bit as Barnard bowls here to McManus. McManus advances, takes on the short ball, just whips it away round the corner towards the scoreboard for 4 runs. Effortless shot that from the Steelbacks captain. And Northamptonshire now 26 without loss.
Yeah, a little concerned. They're not really threatening to get wickets at the moment. It's looking a pretty good track. Any alarms early in the day seem to have dissipated. Nice to see Gianni protecting us by fielding just in front of the press tent here.
Barnard bowls here to McManus. Yeah, it did. It forced about the immediate change in field, didn't it? Of course, Hannon Dolby was down at long leg. He's now been brought into the field, or the in circle, and Gianni in front of us here at deep forward square leg. It's not quite deep square leg, but I do agree with regards to the short ball. It's something we didn't see too much early doors from Proctor and Guthrie. They just held it up on a good length and got their rewards.
The pace on that delivery from Ed Barnard, then fielding off his own bowling.
Yes, Eddie, yes, Eddie.
Crowd absorbed in the contest at the moment. Hit into the ground, straight to the fielder by McManus. Not quite right now to run a ball, but still very much comfortable looking from the Steelbacks. McManus just checking with a square leg on how many deliveries there are left in the over, to which the answer is 2. And Hannon again comes in from the fine leg boundary. So only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary during the power play. And one of them will chase that Gianni, but I don't think he's going to get that. That's going to be 4 runs. Very nicely played by McManus, who's beginning to cut loose here. That's his 4th 4. Takes them to 19.
Yeah, and all four of them have been pretty controlled as well, especially on the pull shot. Climbed into that one. And again, I would just like to see the Bears pitching up a little bit fuller here. Haven't quite found the radar as of yet. Barnard here to McManus. It's better. Moves him onto the back foot, and it's a dot ball to round out over number 6 as Northamptonshire move on to 30 for none. But yeah, for a player like McManus, he is quite a punchy cricketer. When you give him the short ball, he's going to take it on, whether it's on the pull or the hook shot. You've got to hang it outside his eye line, bowl it on that 4th stump, keep his bat in the game, and just try and tickle the outside edge. And so far, we haven't really seen that with enough consistency from the Warwickshire attack. But then again, still plenty of time still to go.
It's still Ollie Allen Dolby. See, just getting his fielder at third to go a little finer. The other boundary fielder is on the square leg boundary. As he comes into Vasconcelos. No run there. Without loss. Alan Dolby, a tall figure, comes in, it's hit in the air, and it's just short. No, he's taking it. What a catch by Michael Booth at mid-on. Mid-on, the batter just waited there for confirmation the catch had been taken, but the umpires are happy. And that's a terrific catch. That looked like it was going to bounce in front of him, but he lunged forward there, Booth, and takes a terrific catch. And Warwickshire make the breakthrough. Vasconcelos has gone for 11.
Yeah, Michael Booth having a day of it here at Rugby School. We'll take a look at the replay on this. Looked as though the ball had died before it reached him at mid-on. Leaps forward, gets the hands underneath it, and that really is a superb effort from the Bears seam bowler. Does have a knack of taking those difficult chances, and that is an early breakthrough that Warwickshire was so desperate to get. Leaping forward with the dolphin dive, and Michael Booth, tell you what, that is a very, very strong effort indeed. So Northamptonshire do lose their third, and the new man entering the middle will be the youngster Adi Sharma.
I've seen George Bartlett take an excellent catch during the Warwickshire innings. He nearly took a second one, couldn't quite hold on to it. But great catching from Michael Booth, who earlier made a career best, a really important contribution late in the Warwickshire innings. So, Adi Sharma, just 19 years of age, born in Milton Keynes. And the first game of this season's competition was his list day debut, and he managed to score one in that. Had a couple of first-class matches. So, an opportunity then, that's what this competition does. It gives opportunities to these young players who play first-team cricket alongside lots of senior players. So it's a great opportunity for them, but also must feel the pressure a little bit. So, Hannon Dolby claiming the first wicket, and that's very resolutely defended by young Sharma.
Yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Addy so far this season at Wantage Road. He was desperately unlucky on Friday. Run out at the non-striker's end. Hit the stumps just as he was coming out of his crease to try and take the single, and yeah, just couldn't back up in time. So that was the root of his demise, but he's a very talented young cricketer and one of those who has plenty of different shots in the locker.
And he'll get off the mark there. That's be quickish, but they get through. Ed Barnard making the tumbling stop. So his first one for Sharma, 31 for 1. And McManus was playing pretty freely before, now he's lost his batting partner. Can he maintain his momentum? And Dolby, I think he plays up to mid-on. Who's an arse and the Warwickshire fielders. They needed that wicket just to lift them. Just looking too sort of straightforward in the early stages for Northants. Nice looking drive from McManus, but for no run. Good over. 1 run off it and a wicket from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. 7 overs bowled now, and Northamptonshire Steelbacks chasing 292 to win off 31 for 1.
Yeah, terrific comeback that from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, one of the ever reliable operators in this Bears bowling attack, and a few ripples of applause from the spectators there as he goes and takes his place down at long leg. But yeah, what a catch that was from Michael Booth. Not the first amazing effort that we've seen in the field today. Of course, George Bartlett, as you spoke about earlier, Clive, that was a great catch to dismiss Vance Jarney, but yeah, the judgment from that really was perfect, courtesy of Michael Booth. Will be Ed Barnard to continue from the Chapel end, has ball in hand. Rob Yates in at a catching mid-wicket. Nice to see that as he bowls here to Adi Sharma. And that is a genuine ploy, this, from Warwickshire, because Adi in the county championship so far this season has been out in that exact same area. He's gone for the pull shot, hasn't quite got the connection that he would have hoped for, and it's just gone to the fielder. So the Bears have clearly done some analysis and research with regards to those areas of dismissal in 2025. Sharma faces off against Barnard here. Well bowled that from the Bears captain. Nice bit of bounce there in carry.
Yeah, it was, wasn't there? I think Sharma got terribly close to that. Trying to play the cut shot. He's bound to be nervous, the youngster. A couple of first-class matches. He's got a 33 to his name in first-class cricket. So just one on his list A debut.
Still facing off against Barnard here is Sharma. Sharma advances down the wicket. Could be a chance here for Jake Lintott, and he's taken. Smart catch from the Bears spinner, and Ed Barnard has his first wicket here at Rugby School. Well, it was a proactive approach from Adi Sharma. Struggled to get bat on ball really from the first 2 deliveries. Went for the more aggressive option, and in the end that has led to his downfall. He departs for 1 from 5 deliveries. Northamptonshire 31 for 2 in the middle of the 8th.
Yeah, I just wonder whether his nerves and maybe the pressure got the better of him there. It was a slightly surprising decision to see him come charging down the pitch to Barnard. He was obviously looking to be positive, but ended up slapping it straight to Lintott. And a relatively straightforward catch for Jake Lintott. And Warwickshire now will feel they're in a strong position. You might be saying a bit much to say they're on top, but they'll feel a lot happier now. Remember, they were 34 for 2 at one stage, Warwickshire. For 4 rather, 34 for 4. They were 7 for 2 and 34 for 4. There is time in 50 over cricket to recover, and we saw that with the century partnership between Davies and Smith, and then some very strong tail end batting as well. Just got them to this competitive looking total.
It is. It's a more than competitive total, and well, I suppose the big thing that the Bears wanted was early wickets, and they've got that courtesy of their power play seam bowlers. Of course, Hannon-Dolby getting the wicket of Vasconcelos, and Barnard getting Sharma. It's Tim Robinson, the latest Northants man to enter the middle. I know it sounds almost cliche, doesn't it, Clive? But in a run chase like that, when it is a tricky total. It's just about par or even above par. If you get a couple of early breakthroughs, just sows a few seeds of doubt. That one's slightly short and flailed away by Tim Robinson. The ball gathers plenty of pace, and that will be 4 runs. Great way for the Kiwi international to get off the mark.
Yes, he'll hope to score runs. His contribution with the ball wasn't quite what he would have hoped for. It was a slightly surprising decision when he was called into bowl. He went for 18 runs in his 1 over, a couple of sixes hit by Davies. But he is in the team for his batting predominantly, Robinson, and that was a splendid shot previously to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, he's a serious cricketer is Tim Robinson. Also, from what I've been told, was a very strong javelin athlete back home in New Zealand. Both him and his brother Cam used to compete in that for Wellington College. Thankfully for us here, though, in a cricket capacity, he chose to become a professional in our great game, and here he is facing off against Ed Barnard. Just about beats the dive there of Zen Malik, so allows him to scamper through for 2. That'll also bring about the ends of the 8th over. Northamptonshire 37 for 2. In the end, a pretty productive over that for Warwickshire. 6 runs conceded, but the big wickets of Adi Sharma.
Yes. 37 for 2. McManus is on 19. And it will be Hannon Dolby to continue his 5th over. Little skip at the start of his run-up. An orthodox defensive shot played by McManus. You may start to feel he might have to play the sort of Alex Davies role here. He lost a couple of his senior partners.
Something to mention with Northants, though, they do bat very, very deep. Of course, like Rob Keogh's coming in middle to lower order almost, and he scored plenty of runs in the List A format over the course of his career.
Appeal from Hannon Dolby, a nice little skip at the end of his appeal. It may have been a bit high. He just hit the, in fact he's rubbing his thigh there, the batter, as if to make a point. It's not out anyway as a verdict. I did enjoy Rob Keogh's appeals during the Warwickshire innings, where he fell on one knee, one arm raised, very elegant appeals. That's a good shot for nothing, cut straight to backward point. There it is, collected by Vainashjani. Couldn't do it at the bat this time after his heroics at Scarborough. Hannon Dolby in the sunshine. It's into the ground. It will be cut off at 3rd by Taz Ali. So just the 1 run. 38 for 2.
Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dolby just setting the standards here for the Bears. 1 for 12 from 4.4 overs. It's what we've grown to expect from a man of his experience and calibre, especially in these opening 10 overs. It just suits his game, doesn't it, to almost land it on that penny piece, draw the outside edge, and we've just seen it there, almost causing some problems for Lewis McManus. So brings Robinson back onto strike.
Again, accuracy induces a defensive shot. perfect conditions here. Nice cooling breeze. Very little cloud in the sky now. It clouded over a little bit at some point earlier, but now very few clouds around. That's another dot ball. Well ball by Ollie Hannon Dolby. It's the end of the over, 38 for 2. 9 overs bowled now. And the Steelbacks needed another 254 to win. Still get the sense this could be a very close game.
Yeah, that's something which I would concur with, Clive. As we spoke about, Northamptonshire do bat deep, and we saw it earlier on, of course, with Warwickshire. If you can see off this first 10 to 15 overs and build a partnership, partnerships are the key on this wicket, you can score big, as Alex Davies did, cashing in for a run of ball 123. As for the first time today, we'll have a change of bowling from a Warwickshire perspective. Ed Barnard makes way from the chapel end, and on in his place will be Michael Booth, coming off the back of a career best with the bats. Got the first wicket by taking a great diving catch to dismiss Ricardo Vasconcelos, and of course started the competition in fine fettle with a 3-wicket haul up in Scarborough.
It's a hurry here, but that was a well-judged single in the end. Yeah, it's good to see Michael Booth back. He is still an overseas player. Got injured just as he was hitting very good form. In fact, it was going to be an interesting selection decision for Warwickshire, bearing in mind he is an overseas player. So what they would have done if he'd not got injured, because he was taking wickets for fun early in the season and got the injury, but it's good to see him back. And hopefully he'll be a home player from next season.
Well, the one thing which stands out to me with regards to Michael Booth is his attitude. I spoke about this with Mel a little bit earlier on. He is quite a friendly character. You have a chat with him and he's lovely, but one thing which I always like about bowlers in particular is when they want to be the person to win the game. And Michael Booth wants to be that difference maker. He wants to be the X factor. He brings that extra degree of pace. And of course he brings about a very fiery short ball. He's a real point of difference in this Bears attack.
No run there as it's played to mid-on. Ed Barnard fielding from the captain's position there at mid-on. Now we need him to chat to the bowler between deliveries. That was beaten, Ed Barnard, and that means it will go all the way for 4. Desperate attempt by the Warwickshire captain to reach it, but that's a well-timed shot from Tim Robinson, his second boundary. He's on to 10 off just 8 balls. Just a nice drive. Maybe bounced a little awkwardly for Barnard, preventing him getting a hand to it. And once it's past him, it was always going to race to the boundary.
Yeah, the outfield here at Rugby, tremendously quick. How does Booth respond after that one? Was it a little bit shorter? Cut away to backward point for no run. Yeah, that was just a very well played shot, wasn't it, by Tim Robinson? Took one step and just leant into it, utilising the pace to a good degree, and I think there was a little bit of a bobble, just took it past Ed Barnard, but either way that was travelling with some velocity. Booth here to round out the over, keeping Robinson on his toes. Hannon Dolby does the fielding, and that is the end of the 10th over. Northamptonshire 43 for 2. McManus out there on 21, and Tim Robinson also out there on 10.
Yeah, I'm going to make way for Mel. This match nicely poised.
Very nicely poised indeed. Thank you very much to Clive Eakin. We'll be hearing plenty of him throughout the run chase, as Northamptonshire look to successfully chase down 292 runs. Will be Hannon Dolby to continue his spell from the Oak Street end. coming on to bowl for a 6th over. 1 for 12, his current figures from 5. Bowling here to Lewis McManus, just keeping the Northants captain on his toes, just about digs it away. That will be a dot ball. As we welcome back to the comms box, Mel Farrell.
Thought this might be an exciting chase. I haven't changed that view. It's been very interesting so far. I'm taking credit as well, by the way, for that wicket from Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Well, here he is bowling to McManus. Well, hits the pad. Wasn't too much in the appeal there from the Bears fielders. Unsurprisingly so. Looked to be drifting away with the angle.
Oh, we've got a monitor. I've just realised that. Oh, this is helpful. Yeah, I just went for a walk to get a coffee before him. Such is the nature of watching a ground here. Ollie Hannon-Dolby was fielding on the boundary, said hello, asked if I was missing him in commentary because, of course, for Bears TV during the blast, we were on commentary together with yourself.
Certainly were. That one punched away and punched away perfectly. Well, Barnard thought for a split second that he could potentially come across and get round to the ball, but absolutely no chance there. Timed beautifully off the batter. McManus, he moves on to 25. The score, 47 for 2.
And I asked him how it was playing, and he said he thought it was a pretty good cricket wicket, to be honest, which is what you would have thought. And as we were saying earlier on, you know, the type of pitch where it was just difficult to get in on. And we did see batters fall early in the innings. And I said to him, my suggestion is take some wickets with the new ball. And he said, is that your pep talk? I said, yep. Has it worked? He said, we'll see. And then he took a wicket.
Well, it has worked. There you go, the Mel Farrell effect.
Yeah, pep talk. Take a wicket. That usually does the trick.
No, he has. He's done a really good job so far as Oliver Hannon-Dolby kept it nice and tight. Couple of boundaries here and there, but 1 for 16 from 5.4. Good going for the experienced seam bowler. Of course, was the leading wicket taker for the Bears in 2023. It's a format which I think suits him quite nicely, especially in these first 10 or so overs, because he can just get into his stride. It's not as though the players are immediately attacking his bowling. He can almost settle into his groove and garner a little bit of mojo out there as Vanchjani is brought onto the boundary. He goes out to deep point. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Hamza Sheikh, save your legs. Just clip down towards deep forward mid-wicket. And Lewis McManus, he is dealing in boundaries so far. Great way to finish off the 11th over for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. The visitors 51 for 2 in their chase of 292.
Yeah, he's played a wonderful hand so far. Just talking about it being on a kind of pitch where it's difficult to get in on, well, he hasn't made it look difficult at all, McManus. He's timed it really, really nicely. We just have seen in this game the real tug of war between the two sides as Booth continues. And I mean, it's the wonderful thing about this format, but you're going to feel that you're in it. Now that they've given themselves something to defend the Bears, but also the Steelbacks know that there are runs to be had on this pitch. So I just think it's a good contest. They are going at a really nice rate, and what I would say is that they've made more of the power play, a little bit more of the power play.
They certainly have, and that's some good intent shown there between Robinson and McManus to get the quick single. And yeah, I think we are just very intriguingly poised. It's one of those really true cricket matches where a couple of wickets and you go, the Bears will fancy their chances to really hammer home the momentum. As for Northamptonshire, a big partnership, as we saw between Alex Davies and Kai Smith. And again, all of a sudden you'll see the body language of Warwickshire drop and Northamptonshire will fancy their chances of getting the job done. It's very much hanging in the balance in the early stages. Michael Booth charges in here to Lewis McManus. Pushes it out into the offside, but there's no run there. Plenty of matches taking place up and down the country. I know we haven't really had the opportunity to go through the grounds and produce some score updates, but I think we'll go through them at the end of this over, Mel. I think it's a nice opportunity.
Okay then, I'm not going to stop you. Just sitting back, enjoying myself. I'll tell you about a gentleman I'm fascinated with. It's there, to our right, I mean it's to our left. There's a gentleman there who's got a newspaper, and he's down to his shorts and a cap. And he's got a very impressive tan, and he's just been baking himself in the sun. Now, he has got sunscreen. If you are coming down here as an Australian, I implore you to wear your sunscreen, but as per usual, sun's out and you see the English stripping off.
Well, that one just helped away round the corner down towards Ollie Hannon-Dorby. Will be a single. Yeah, it's important, isn't it, to slip, slap, slop.
Oh, slip, slop, slap, get it right.
Is that the Australian variation?
Slip, slop, slap, and now it's slip, slop, slap, slide. So slip on a t-shirt, slap on, hang on, slap on some suns. No, so now I can't even remember what it is. Slip on a t-shirt, slap on a hat, slop on some sunscreen, and the slide is slide on some shades, sunglasses. There you go, end of the over. What's happening around the country?
Well, yeah, we'll take you through the update from the other games taking place. We'll start off in Group B, seeing as both of these counties are involved in that group. So, down in Taunton, Somerset scored 250 for 7 from their 50 overs. In response, Lancashire 80 for 4.
How much did Thomas Rue get?
I can tell you that in just a few moments' time, as we will have a change of bowling here from the Oak Street end. Taz Ali, bit of leg spin to kick-start us in the 13th over. Thomas Rue scored 2 today.
Oh, okay.
Yep, dismissed by Luke Hands, who's just signed a rookie contract for Lancashire, so his family will be absolutely buzzing. Is that the gentleman in question, Mel?
There he is. Look at that. He's parked right in front of the dugout, right in front of the players over there. And he's having a whale of a time reading the paper. I don't know if he's doing a crossword or not. He's got his sunscreen down beside him, so at least he's wearing the hat. There you go. He's having a great time. Never fails to fascinate me how English people like taking their clothes off whenever there's an opportunity. Darren Lehman's just given me a wry smile. I think he might have heard that. As he does his lap again.
He's done quite a few today. He's getting the steps in, is the Northamptonshire head coach. Tazim Ali bowls here. Starts off well. That's a good area against Lewis McManus. And of course, to get us back on track with the update, spoken there about the game down at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Down at Lords, Sussex 255 for 9. In response, Middlesex 99 for 1. Lovely back foot shot there down towards Vanchjani for the single. And then down in Beckenham in the game between Kent and Durham. Kent 238 for 8 from their 50. In response, Durham 77 for 1. They require 162 runs for the victory in the southeast. The two Northamptonshire players just have a little bit of a conversation in the middle. Play brought to a slight halt. Ali prepares to bowl here. Also plenty of action taking place in Group A. As Robinson steps into that one, tries to play it down the ground. So we'll start down in Bristol. Leicestershire scored 285 for 7. In response, Gloucestershire 47 without loss. Down in Chelmsford, Worcestershire a massive 340 for 9. Goodness me, that is some batting effort from the Rapids. Essex 72 for 1 in their run chase. And in the game taking place at Derby at the county ground, Derbyshire scoring 341 for 8. In response, Nottinghamshire, their East Midlands rivals, on 38 for 1 in the 9th over. So plenty of action taking place up and down the country in the Metrobank One Day Cup. England and Wales currently experiencing some Metrobank fever.
Quite right too. Certainly every time I've been to the One Day Cup games over the past couple of years, I've enjoyed it massively. Taz Ali bowling from the oak tree end as he finishes up that over 55 for 2, which is the end where we saw Jahel actually get a reasonable amount of turn and bounce. I actually just noticed in that over as well, when Panchjani fielded, bounced the ball on the way back. I might be wrong, but I just thought umpire Anthony Harris just gazed or gave a steely sort of gaze out in this direction. I wonder if he might have been just having a little eye on that, keeping an eye on that.
Here is Michael Booth then to continue from the chapel end. Really has been a good start this from Michael Booth.
I remember I said he wanted to be angry. He wanted to be an angry fast bowler. And I spoke to him a while back. He certainly batted angry, didn't he? Batted beautifully. Getting those late runs in the Bears innings.
Well, that's a short ball, goes up in the air. I think it's just going to land safe. Indeed it is. Taz Ali will mop up there, down on the boundary. I think a lot of people who have seen Michael Booth's progression and evolution as a cricketer as well are just really happy to see him out there fit and firing, because he does offer something very different for this Bears seam attack. And something else, I'm actually interested to know if he spoke to you about this, Mel, but something which really stands out to me, I think he likes to be a bit of a leader out there in the attack.
I think that's probably, in a way, what he was talking about in being angry. You know, in being the one to come in and have that penetration, to be the strike bowler. He's only young, he's still coming through and still sort of getting his opportunities. Here's Michael Booth. He's only 24 years of age, so he's got plenty to go. This is only his 13th list day match, so it's not a huge amount, and he's played just the 8 first class games as well, 7 T20s, so still very much at the start of this phase of his career. But yeah, there's a lot to like about him, I think.
I think there is as well, and that comes from his days at Hilton College in KwaZulu-Natal. Was definitely seen as almost that focal point in a bowling capacity. Always charges in with great intent as well. Really delivers his heart and soul into every delivery, and he's just that kind of character who I think when he gets a wicket just G's up the rest of the bowlers. Of course, he's developing into a little bit more of a three-dimensional cricketer. We've seen the batting element of that, seen the bowling, of course, which we're witnessing right now, and the fielding element to dismiss Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Great catch. The effort there, he loses his footing.
Yeah, put a little bit too much effort into that particular delivery, did Michael Booth, as he furiously stamps just by the pitch potentially just smoothening it out, and that is the end of the 14th over then. So Northamptonshire 57 for 2. The partnership between McManus and Robinson building nicely, ticks over to 26 since that last wicket of Adi Sharma. So we get the beautiful panoramic view here of Rugby School. That's the school building in the background, that's the pavilion on the left hand side, the hospitality tents as well. On a day like today, Mel, where would you rather be?
Absolutely nowhere else, I can tell you. Going for that little walk around, that lap. I'm like Darren Lehman, I've been getting my steps in by doing a few laps and just taking it in from different vantage points.
That one very full and goes straight through. Taz Ali gets his first wicket of the game. Disturbs the stumps, and Lewis McManus, the Northamptonshire captain, has to depart. He goes for 32 from 40, and the leg spin works from the Oak Street end. Northamptonshire 57 for 3 here at the start of the 15th.
Well, that's the end for the leggies, isn't it? That Oak Street end. We saw Chahal have some success there earlier, and Taz Ali, that is terrific for him, striking with the first ball of just his second over. Very full. He really flighted that one up as well. And I think that might have got some really good dip just right at the end there to sneak its way through the defences. It's a timely wicket for Warwickshire as well. They need to keep chipping away. They don't have a massive score to defend. It's a healthy one, but they can keep chipping away. They'll feel they're in a pretty good position. Well bowled by Taz Ali. There's some really good young spinners floating around in the England game, and he is one of them.
He most certainly is, and I know earlier on you alluded to that Under-19 World Cup, Mel, the performance which I think springs to everyone's mind from that competition. 7 for 29 against Zimbabwe, absolutely spun a web against the Chevrons, and there are some really talented young spinners in this country. You've already mentioned Farhan Ahmed. Someone to watch out for in the One Day Cup for Northamptonshire is Nirvan Ramesh. So he's 17 years old, attends Westminster School, has played a lot of club cricket down in London, has a very distinct bowling action, and he's absolutely $1 million to watch. So hopefully we'll get to see him a little bit later on as the tournament progresses. Same with Ben Whitehouse, the young seam bowler. But there's a slew of young spinners, both wrist spinners and off spinners as well, who really are catching the eye. Justin Broad, the new man, turns his first delivery faced round the corner for a single. Broad himself has a very interesting pedigree in sport. Of course, his dad Neil was a #1 ranked tennis player. Famously partnered Tim Henman, after whom Henman Hill at Wimbledon is named after. Very strong player of the sweep and reverse sweep. Ali bowls here to Robinson, really keeping him on his toes. Some nice variation being displayed here from the young leg spinner. There's a good googly top spinner, slider as well out the front of the hand. Of course, the conventional leg break. That quartet will set him up very well in this great game. So scoreboard keeps on ticking along, 59 for 3.
Yeah, I think some of the young players and young spinners that you, particularly you're talking about, but young players in general, just get the single here. There's a very good article by James Coyne in The Cricketer about Northants and the challenges they face in that they have to, I believe, have a rookie contract to play. And so for teams that have very small budgets, wanting to be able to play some of those young players, but they have to be very careful about how they do it. And Darren Lehman was talking about the challenge in balancing that.
Well, You can keep up this fantastic conversation, Mel, with Phil Britt. I'll be listening on intently. We will just have a slight change in the commentary box, but yeah, continue. Very, very interesting discussion to be had between you two.
Yeah, just in wanting to play certain young players, but just having those restrictions, and of course, as far as the PCA, Professional Cricketers Association, and the players are concerned, quite rightly, they should be paid. It is a professional game, but there are just certain compromises to be made, I think was the point. As Phil Britt steps in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're going to see a bit more of Michael Booth.
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has bowled well. He's played well in general today.
Really?
Batted terrifically. First ball of his next over. Just defended up to mid-on.
We've got Alec Davies right down in front of us here today.
I know, going to have to be careful what we say. To be fair, it's pretty hard to say anything bad about Alec Davies today after the way he batted.
Yeah, we'll leave that. Once or twice this season we've been a little bit critical of him getting out, but couldn't fault him today. Batted beautifully. But, thankfully, from Warwickshire's point of view, he did.
It's going to be a quick and easy single. That ball's just turned down the leg side.
Yeah, I just listening to you and Aaron talking about the young spinners, and there are some good ones who are beginning to make a mark. Some of them in significant ways in the English game at the moment.
Well, at that Under-19s World Cup, England had really strong spin attack.
Yep.
Booth continues. It's nicely punched, but well stopped. Good bit of cricket all round. Good running between the wickets as well.
Yeah, I think it was Rob Yates there diving down and probably saving 3 runs with that, because it was punched strongly away through extra cover, and he got down to it. Yeah, definitely saved 3 runs across this. This outfield is lightning quick.
This one's going to go not as far as Alec Davies, who's in front of us. But he was running in as Johnny ended up running across to keep that one to 1. So this partnership for the Steelbacks just starting to build again after the departure of Lewis McManus. He played a terrific hand for them early on.
The crowd, I think, on the far side, whether they got out of the sun a little bit, pushed further back under the trees,
Yeah.
it seems to have thinned out a little bit in a lot more white seats, which I can see free and vacant.
Well, they've moved,
across, yeah.
They've moved across to make the most of the shade of the oak trees down the oak tree end.
Yeah, I don't blame them, because it gets pretty hot out there.
And that's well struck, but Davies is on hand to keep that one to a single. That's the end of the over. 64 for 3 now after 16. Broad and Robinson trying to get things moving again after the loss of McManus, who, well, he's dealing in boundaries really, keeping it ticking over.
Yeah, the run rate required has gone up a little, gone up to 6.71. It's just ticking over at 4 at the moment. So the opening overs, Warwickshire really being able to keep a block on it. But Northants need to get a little bit of a move on and get a partnership with and get runs accelerated as Taz Ali starts a new over. And this one is punched away out into the offside for just a single. 765 for 3.
Well, there were times when Warwickshire didn't look like getting anywhere
Oh,
up near that score.
That's right.
And
We were sort of saying that if everything went well, they'd get, say, 275 would be a good score. So to end up with the total of 291, I think from the position they were in was terrific. And that was built really around some very good partnerships. Ali, Ian and Bowles, and this one is going to be more runs, evading mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2 this time. As Ball's on its way back to Taz Ali, but 2 more to the total. And Broad moves on to 6. Robinson's on 17, and the total 67 for 3. And 291 is probably about right, I think, on this wicket. This one beats the forward push of Broad, and there's a look from an expectant look, but it didn't catch anything on the way through. Smart work behind the stumps by young Kai Smith as well. Taking it well, standing up to Taz Ali, obviously, whipping the bails off, but Broad hadn't moved anywhere, that was for sure on that one.
Taz Ali found some really nice turn with that ball.
And a bit of bounce as well, which he's getting.
Well, it's from this end. This is the end where we noted earlier that Chahel was getting both turn and bounce.
Yeah.
And Taz Ali is quite tall. He's not afraid to flight it up as well, but definitely got turn away from the right-hander.
He's in again and bowls, and this time it's Robinson who goes back and steers that one away. Gives himself plenty of space. He steps back towards the square leg umpire and opens up his stance, but plays it out. This next one, he comes down the wicket. Oh, only just gets some. He was looking to force that one away through the mid-wicket area, but got a little leading edge which ran out into the offside. He was a long way down. Had he have just evaded his bat, that would have been real trouble for him, but he got the single, the ball bat onto it. End of the over. They've got 5 off that over. 69 for 3. We've had 17. Well, you've been planning, whilst we were off air, you've been planning your trip to the north of England next week.
Well, I've been very open to where I go, somewhere in England. I want to go walking for 4 days.
We've looked at the southwest coast path and decided that's not on.
Well, the only reason being there's not very much accommodation available. That's nicely driven. It's going to take a good bit of fielding, and well, the effort was there with the dive, but the ball's gone a little bit too far. It amazingly hasn't crossed the boundary rope.
Yeah, yeah, it has. It's crossed. Yes. Now,
I did. I thought it hadn't for a second.
I think
but
what
yes.
happened with it, he went diving across to cut it off, Taz Ali, and got a hand to it and pushed it all the way along the boundary rope. It touched the boundary rope and then bounced back in.
It has bounced back in, yes.
Bounced back in.
Excellent work, by the way, by our crew for Bez TV, the Warwickshire stream. Excellent work.
Were you expecting cream cakes delivered after praising them there, Mel?
I'm just happy we've got a monitor. This is very exciting stuff.
Yeah, well, the monitors appeared in the interval. We had it to start with and it disappeared. But now we can see the pictures, so we can talk to the pictures as opposed to the first 50 overs we didn't have them.
Oh my goodness, what a catch that is! That ball absolutely flew off the bat, and Robinson departs. Barnard has his second, but that was absolutely brilliant.
I think it's Malik there.
Zen Malik it is. Wow, we've seen some outstanding catches today, and that was up there with the best of them.
Well, he hit it, he cut it back behind square and didn't quite get over it, and it flew. And it's one of those that if it hits the hands, it's going to stick. And he got his hands right in the place, just above the ground, straight in and held it. And a terrific catch. So the 4th wicket goes, and Northants are 73 for 4. That's a big wicket. Barnard's second.
Well, he is a wicket taker, is Barnard, and this one took a little bit of help from his friends. Look out, that went so low and hard. Absolutely sensational stuff. The reaction from Zen Malik. Ball absolutely flew. That's a terrific catch.
Yeah, it was. It was travelling. It was hit low to him. He didn't have to move too far. He just had to get down in time, and he took it cleanly just above the turf.
He's not the tallest man, Zen
No,
Malik, so that helps.
that
If it had
helps.
been Ollie Hannon-Dolby there, then
Yeah, I think that might have been 4.
well, he'd just have had a lot further to get down in a short space of time.
Not saying in the least that he's not athletic.
No,
but
it's
it's just at 6'8", it's a bit more difficult to react that way. But terrific catch, and yeah, we have seen some good catches today. Some
From
terrific.
both sides,
Oh,
we've
yeah,
seen some
yeah.
brilliant fielding. Really good catches. So Bartlett is the new batter in for the Steelbacks. Barnard is in.
And Northants now needs somebody to play an Alex Davies type innings here, because at the moment they are still well over 200 runs. Remember, the target's 292, so 219 behind. They've got 32 overs after this one, and somebody needs to just take control of it from their point of view.
What a ball to get first up, though. That one's seaming back in with good bounce from Barnard.
He's keeping it right on the mark, isn't he? He got put away for 4 at the first ball of the over, but since then that wicket has changed it, and again puts Warwickshire, just lifts them. Those are the sort of catches which everybody in the side reacts from those, gets a G up from them.
Well, as I mentioned before, top run scorer and wicket taker for the Bears in last year's One Day Cup.
Still, we've talked about this time and time again, but still do not understand how he's not given an opportunity in the 100. You know, with his ability with both bat and ball.
No, he spoke again. I mentioned, you know, full disclosure, I do write for the Cricketer, and they had a terrific article. I think it might have been Nick Friend had a good chat with Ed Barnard, and I think he does feel quite grieved. He has FOMO,
and quite right too.
Yeah, he feels like he's missing out on something. Sort of happy that he's kind of known as the king of the Metro Bank Cup because of his all-round success. But at the same time, I think there's
it also doesn't pay quite the same return that being king of the 100 would pay.
Well, yeah, it's interesting that he just hasn't been picked up by someone. It's Taz Ali.
Yeah, he's in and ball. Sorry, and it's his first one. He just flicked to mid-wicket and there's no run. Sorry, Mel, but overlapping each other.
No need for you to apologise.
All right, I won't.
Yeah, just interesting that for whatever reason, someone of his ability not picked up.
And again, Ali, it's again he's got nice loop. He's keeping a really good length, and at the moment he's proving to be quite difficult to get away. It's just 10 runs coming from 20 deliveries, and he's picked up that one wicket. And he comes, and bowls, and forward, comes broad, and turns this one just behind square on the onside. They get a single. Which brings Bartlett onto strike. And field just changed his round for Bartlett. Bartlett, who has faced 3 deliveries so far, which were all from Ed Barnard. He's ready. A slip in place, a backward point, As Taz Ali is forward, a beauty, goes forward, he pushes forward to it, and quickly has the bails off Kai Smith, but a beauty from Taz Ali, goes past the outside edge.
He's bowled really well, and Bartlett was overbalanced there, and he just managed to keep his back foot down.
Smart work behind there by young Smith. As Ali in again, Bartlett waits and forward the shot for LBW this time. Perhaps a little bit high. He was well forward as well, Bartlett, to that one, and gets no response.
This has been really good bowling from Taz Ali. He's given them nothing. He's mixed up his length and his pace a little bit, but always threatening.
This next one is a little bit shorter, and back goes Bartlett and just pushes it away into the offside. They get a single, but again another really tidy over. And at the end of it, which is the 19th over, Northants are 75 for 4, requiring 292 for victory. They need 217 more runs, and that run required now has gone up to 7.
Yeah, creeping up, and in no small part thanks to the tidiness of Taz Ali. You saw him dart that last ball in a bit quicker, and that's what I mean about the variation of pace. At times he really flights the ball, tosses it up. He's reading the batters very, very well, and he is finding that turn away from the right-handers. So Barnard is continuing. 2 wickets so far. If he gets a 5 for today, I do believe that will take him to 100 list-aid wickets.
What, in his career? Oh, for Warwickshire.
Another, certainly keeping the pressure on the umpires as well. They're appealing for everything at the moment. Warwickshire just trying to keep that pressure on, and fairly soon that scoreboard pressure, the pressure of that run rate required, is going to perhaps start to tell. Keeping it nice and tight is Barnard. There's not really any release balls from either end.
No, they're going through a really tight period, Warwickshire. They keep not giving any hit balls, any free balls. We've got right down below us now, Ethan Bamber is down here, having brought some lip salve, I think, out for Alec Davies.
It's nicely struck. Beats. No, it doesn't. Beats one fielder, not the second. Well fielded in the end. Keeps it to a single. Yeah, Ethan Bamber making way for Taz Ali today, probably because of conditions, because there was a feeling that the pitch was likely to offer a little bit of turn.
He's also played quite a lot of cricket, Ethan Bamber, and a lot of bowling, particularly in the Championship for Warwickshire this year. Had quite a big demand on him. Had a very successful first season as well.
I'm trying to see what socks he's wearing. He's got a thing for novelty socks.
Has he? Call him over and ask him
just going to see.
See if he'll show you his socks.
I'll see if we can.
I bet he doesn't get asked that very often.
Show us your socks.
I think Clive is taking over from you in a second, so
he is.
You can go and grab him.
I'll find out. I'm going to go on a mission to find out. 1 ball remaining in Barnard's over. And it's going to be a dot ball. Another very tidy over, just a 1 run coming from it. 76 for 4 after 20.
Mel's going to have to be quick because she's rushing to get the headphones off to go and see. It's being the cricketer if you're not careful. So she'd like to see what socks he's got. So Clive Eakin is joining us as we've now had 20 overs, and Northants are. Oh, he's got blue. Oh my goodness me! He's got blue, white, and dark blue socks on. She's quite right. He's got novelty socks. I don't think those are the official socks of the Warwickshire first team, but still. Good afternoon to Clive.
Good afternoon. I think my headphones are failing a bit. Give me a second.
Okay. Here's Taz Ali, starts a new over. This is hit in the air. It's going to drop just down in front of deep mid-wicket. And there is 1 run for it. So
That's better. Yes, I remember Mel talking to Ethan about his socks after a day's championship cricket. She was fascinated about it, but he
she could
hardly great detail.
Yeah, she could hardly get the microphone down quick enough. There's Taz Ali in again and bowls, and this is lapped down to deep backward square leg for just a single as the ball pushed back in.
Still think this could be a good tight run chase. It needs a partnership now from Northants, doesn't it? They need to do what Warwickshire did and get a big partnership in place. But if they can do that, this is still. The required rate has crept above 7 and over.
Ali in again bowls, and this gets the outside edge and runs away to backward point, and there's no run.
Great to see Taz Ali.
Oh, absolutely, and giving it, he's giving it a bit of flight, but he's also getting some bounce and turn off this wicket. So really bowling at this stage really well. Just 14 runs off 4.5 overs. That's this next one again. It's pushed back to him. Again, there's no run. Bartlett plays that defensively. This run rate continues just to creep up. 7.3 now, an over required.
It's not been a great day for the Warwickshire players playing for Birmingham Phoenix today in the 100, I'm afraid.
This one is punched out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
There at Southampton, Jacob Bethel scored 1. Dan Mosley did twice as well as that. He got 2.
And how did the Phoenix?
106 for 7 they were at the end of the 100 balls, and Southern Bray they're already 43 without loss after 40.
This one is turned round the corner, and they scamper through for a single. The throw in at the stumps was a little bit wild. Taz Ali half stops it, but another good tidy over from him. And at the end of it, 79 for 4. We've had 21 overs.
Afraid defeat for Birmingham Phoenix women today.
Yeah, because
they Southampton to Southern Brave.
Yeah, they won their first game, but Birmingham Phoenix men's side has so far really disappointed in their performances, and they played on Friday night to a terrific crowd at Edgbaston. I think about 17,000 plus, they reckon.
Yeah, about 10,000 for the women's match, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a great crowd, and a real mix of all ages. You know, youngsters, older mums and dads.
Barnard. So that's come off an edge. It's going to be a 2 runs, in fact.
No, I think they just went for 1.
Oh, sorry.
He only got 1. Yep.
Yeah, I saw them run it out there in the field, and I looked at the screen, which I forgot is about half a second behind. So I saw them run that one
again. Mel is still in conversation with Ali Davies and Ethan Bamber. He obviously progressed from his socks. Perhaps we'll be able to ask what else he's got.
So again, a little tip and run. This one could be tight though, and I think Rob Yates made the right decision to throw at the bowler's end, and had he hit, I think that might well have been out, but he missed.
It was good reaction. He picked the ball up and turned. He had to turn because he was facing the wrong way. He picked it up and turned and then threw it down, and it would have been very close.
Yeah, because
81 for 4, that goes.
Broad had gone decisively, but Bartlett had gone decisively. Broad had hesitated. That's a big shot, but there'll only be 2. Sweeper out there. Taz Ali gets the throw in. With 2 wickets so far. This is his 7th over.
2 for 35 he's got so far.
So he's going to be cut off down at 3rd for a single. The Bears have used 4 bowlers so far. They do have more spin options. If they decide to go that way. That will be a dot ball as Broad plays it out to the offside.
Warwickshire have managed to. This will probably, the next ball will go to the boundary, but they've managed to block off the boundaries for the last 3 or 4 overs and just restrict Northants to singles. So as a result of which that run required rate has gradually just crept up and up.
Oh, it is a run. It's just missed there.
Yeah, Malik
then Malik couldn't quite stop it, and they're through for a single. And it's a no ball. I thought I heard a shout of no ball. So Sue Redfern has called that a no ball, which I think is the first no ball of the match. And it will be a free hit. So that's not ideal from Ed Barnard's point of view. Northants conceded a total of 6 wides, but no balls. Fair, that is the first extra that Warwickshire, or first 2 extras that Warwickshire have conceded, but now it is a free hit. Can't be out. Anyway, well be caught, won't matter. And Johnny doesn't bother, he just feels it on the bounce because he obviously knows it wouldn't have been out. So no need for heroics, and they only get 1 in the end, so the damage is limited from the no ball, and it's 88 for 4.
Yeah, so even with that, it was still very well controlled over. So 88 for 4. We've had 22 overs, and it's going to be Taz Ali to continue from this Oak Street end, which a lot of the spectators have now moved round there under the shade of the trees, because it's very hot on the bank out at mid-wicket cover point. As Ali in starts a new over, this one is turned to mid-wicket, it won't be a run, and they thought about it, but it was Broad sent Bartlett back. Bartlett was keen, but Broad not.
He recently turned 19, Taz Ali. This is his 9th List A game.
Comes in again, gives this one again, gives the pitch right up and driven apart, down to long on rather, for 1. That's all it will be. $89 for 4. Broad waits now. It's still got a slip in place. That's only in. Bowls. Broad goes back and punches that again up to long on. And again, it's just a single. As the ball is whipped back in to the wicket keeper, restricting them to singles. So 12 to Broad, 10 to Bartlett, 90 for 4. We're in the 23rd over. As Taz Ali in and bowls, that wraps him on the pad. A big shout from behind the stumps, but no response from the umpire.
It may have been too high, but I think it just how that looked. He played across it, didn't he, and missed it. But I think it probably, even though he was pinned back a little bit, I think it probably did strike him a little bit too high.
He's getting a bit of bounce from this end as well, isn't he, bowling from this Oak Street end. He's in again and bowls. This is in the air. Now this could be out of the ground. It is. It's picked up beautifully and launched over deep backward square leg and clears the spectators all sitting there and lands in the... There's a big area around that. There's a huge oak tree which it's just missed, and you're not allowed to sit under it in case you sit on the roots of that old oak tree. So there's no chairs, and that's landed in that empty space as Ali is in again, and this one is turned down to deep backward square leg. They will get back for 2, as the ball is returned back to Kai Smith. So they're better over there for Northamptonshire. And they go on to 98 for 4 after 23 overs.
Well, still an intriguing game. Warwickshire probably in the best position at the moment, but Northants far from out of this. I'm going to continue, or we're going to change. We are getting a change with Michael Booth returning to the attack.
Very impressive with the bat at the end of the Warwickshire innings. He made useful runs in the championship games he played at the beginning of the season, and he looks to be developing into a really good all-rounder.
Yeah, he will be, all being well, he will cease to be an overseas player from next season.
Rob Yates, I think this is.
Oh, it is, you're right, it's Rob Yates. I do beg his pardon, we'll stop talking about Michael Booth. It's a 7 that threw me. So we're going to see some spin from Rob Yates, who will hope to contribute the ball, having unfortunately been out first ball with the bat. One of those things. And, his first balls are wide.
So he's now -1, isn't he, for the game?
Didn't actually get to bowl against Yorkshire in the first game. That's a nice swept shot. It'll be a single. Broad.
Yeah, Rob Yates has been either used very heavily in matches this season where he's bowled significant, or he's hardly been used at all. There doesn't seem to be any happy medium for him.
Okay, another single for the Steelbacks.
That previous single brought up the 100 for the Steelbacks. So this one takes them on to 101 for 4.
Well, that was a little bit quicker. Yates, it's another single. Broad.
Thought we might see Michael Powell, the old Warwickshire
He is
captain.
here. Yeah.
He is here.
He
Yeah, I
did
thought
say he'd pop over at some point.
I was going to say, he normally pops in and says hello.
That's could be out. No, it's going to clear the field and go for 6. Michael Booth there watched it carefully and wasn't going to reach it. And that has cleared him. It's gone to over the little gazebos there for 6 runs for Bartlett. Very well struck.
And over the hospitality area. It's not much of a hospitality area here, but cleared it. So this interesting first over from Rob Yates. 10 runs so far off it, which includes the wide.
That'll be another run.
So 11 runs off Rob Yates' opening over, and it takes Northamptonshire to 109 for 4. We've had 24 overs, and it's. I think we're going to have a bowling change. We're going to see Jake Lintott into the attack here at the Oak Street end, replacing Taz Ali. No. There's so many players around there at the moment, I'm not sure which one it's going to be. Lintott is there. I think it's going to be him, judging by the fact he's rubbing his hand on the return crease. And yeah, it's Jake Lintott is coming into the attack for his first bowl. So 109 for 4. So a further 183 runs required. from 26 overs. So going to have to put the foot on the gas a little bit. But the last couple of overs, they've just started moving along at double-figure overs. So having had periods of fairly quiet, these two are starting to accelerate as Lintott in and bowls too short there, and it's pulled away to deep mid-wicket for a single. Lintott dropped that first delivery halfway down the wicket, and it was just helped on its way round by Bartlett. 110 for 4. Bartlett moves on to 27 with that shot. Broad now on trouble facing is on 14 as this one is glanced down to fine leg for a single by Broad. He goes to 15, 111 for 4.
In terms of the pace of the innings, the first two 50s, the first 50 came off 66 balls. Lost 2 wickets at that time.
Lintott bowls. This is crashed out to Taz Ali out here on the deep cover point boundary.
So the Steelbacks reached their first 50 12 balls quicker than Warwickshire did. Warwickshire had 4 wickets in their first 50. The 100 though took 140 balls, so that's 16 balls behind Warwickshire from that point of view. Their second 50 taking 74 deliveries.
Broad has a quick look round as Lintott comes in again and bowls. It's hit, swept round the corner. It runs away very fine. They're going to get back for 2. It was in the air a long time, perfectly safe. Looking to sweep it away down to the long leg boundary, but got a little bit of a top edge on it, which caused it to go up in the air, but dropped in a gap with nobody within 30 yards of it. It was perfectly safe in the end. And this one is Fuller and is squirts away off an outside edge down towards the third man boundary, and they come back for 3. And has that gone all the way in the end? It actually made the boundary. Squirted. I thought they were running after it rather lethargically, but has gone all the way down to the ropes. So 4 runs off, 4 byes given. It didn't actually get bat onto it. So 4 byes given as Lintott in again. This one beats the forward push of Broad. Nicely taken behind the stumps by Smith. Good way to finish the over off, but another pretty good over for Northants there.
Yes, I got 9 off it. That did include the 4 byes, so only 5 go against Jake Lintott's analysis. But they're having a good spell here, and we're having a drinks break here with Northamptonshire 114 for 4, chasing 292 to win. Warwickshire, having been in trouble early on, 7 for 2, 32 for 4, ended up reaching 291 for 8, largely built on the second highest county individual score on this ground, scored by Alex Davies, who made 123 at a run a ball, shared in a century stand with Kai Smith, who made 50, but there was some good lower order resistance as well, with number 9 Jake Lintott scoring 37 and Michael Booth hitting the last ball of the innings for 6 to finish 45 not out. He came in at number 9, Lintott was 8. 291 for 8, 2 wickets apiece to Luke Guthrie, Luke Proctor and Yuzi Chahal. So that set a target of 292 to win. Northants wickets so far. The first to go was Ricardo Vasconcelos for a fine catch from Michael Booth of Ollie Highland Dalby for 11. At 30 for 1, Adi Sharma quickly followed. Caught by Jake Lintott charging down the pitch to Ed Barnard to go for 1. And then Lewis McManus was bowled by Taz Ali for 32, and then another splendid catch, this time from Zen Malik. Saw off Tim Robinson for 22, that was 73 for 4, so these two now have added 35 in the biggest partnership of the innings so far to take the score to 114 for 4 at the halfway stage of the innings.
Yeah, just beginning to get going. A couple of 6s we've seen in the last 2 or 3 overs. and just starting to accelerate, which indeed they need to, they have to.
Well, the required rate had crept up a fair way above 7 and over. They got it back down to just below 7 and over. So Warwickshire, from their point of view, need to try and put a stop to this. We have 3 separate groups, 2 batters still out on the pitch. On the outfielders, the Warwickshire fielders, and just away from them are the umpires, all having a little drink. Quite long days, 50 over games if they go the distance. Well, you've got 100 overs in a day, that's more than you get in a day's championship cricket these days.
Yep. Yeah, I think people forget that, of course, that 100 overs is 4 more than you get in a day's championship cricket. And also, the only thing is, it is bowled at a greater pace, whereas championship cricket, quite often to get 96 overs in, you can still be around at 6:30, 7:15 at night.
Chase Simmons is on as a substitute fielder. Not sure who's off.
Might be Alex Davies, because he did have some
stretching his back a bit, wasn't he?
Yeah. So maybe Alex has come off.
Does appear to be the case. And we're going to see Rob Yates, despite an expensive first over, he's going to continue to bowl from the Chapel end. This could be a tight run. The throw comes in from Malik, but in the end it was well judged. Bartlett through to move on to 29, 119 for 4. So his first over went for 11, Yates.
Yeah, it had 1/6 in there. That changes. That sort of, once you've had a 6 knocked off it, it's difficult to keep it down.
Quicker ball, which is played straight back to him. Just broad. Batter.
Warwickshire got plenty of bowling options. It's just a question hitting on that right formula.
Moving down the ground into the deep for another single. Broad onto 18. Next to Bartlett. Gone for the sweep. It should be cut off by Gianni. He does well. Puff of dust. It's a little patch of bare ground just underneath the shade of a tree there on that side of the ground. So just one run from that. This time a reverse sweep. That'll be more profitable for Broad. That's gone for 4. That's a well placed sweep shot, no one down on the boundary there other than a fielder who's fairly square. So as long as he gets enough of it down to third, it's going to go through for 4, which it did.
Yeah, executed that well.
It's a bit of a worrying partnership from a Warwickshire point of view. That'll be a dot ball, but these two have really pushed Steelbacks on. It's a 50 partnership now, 52 added off 52 balls. So it's been a significant change of pace, particularly of late.
Yeah, 7 off that last over from Rob Yates. Jake Lintott all back in. They've had 0 for 5 so far, although there were 4 byes in that first over he bowled, so actually went for 9, but just 5 against the bowler. And it will be George Bartlett on 30 from 32 deliveries, so he's picked up his rate, scoring virtually run a ball. As Lintott is in and forward comes Bartlett. A good length ball from Lintott, which Bartlett played just defensively back, and Lintott feels off his own bowling. Turns on his way again, he's in and bowls, and again back this time goes just a little bit shorter and back and across, and plays it down to mid-wicket, but just down for a single. So 126 for 4 as Lintott turns, and just brought a man out now to more orthodox square leg. So just strengthening that, and he's pushing his long leg round a couple of yards as Lintott in bowls. This is clipped in the air and nicely away through mid-wicket, and Broad picks up a boundary with that one, played it in the air, took him on and clipped it away nicely through the onside. So 4 more to Northants, and the runs beginning to come now, and a little bit worryingly from Warwickshire's point of view, they're coming fairly readily at the moment against this spin attack. They seem to be more comfortable against Jake Lintott than they were against Taz Ali. But let's see as Lintott is in again and bowls, and this one is fairly wide outside the off stump, and Broad looks to cut it, but in the end, tumbling away to his right, Smith stops the ball. Doesn't take it clean, he stops it, but no wide signal, so he gets away with that one. This one is fuller and dug out, and will be just a single. So 1 more to the total. It's 131 for 4. Broad moves on to 27. Bartlett's 31. These two going along nicely. They've had 6 again already off this over, so they're going along at the required rate. As Lintott is in and bowls, and forward comes Bartlett and runs it to backward point. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. End of Lintott's second over, and it's 131 for 4 at the end, so a further 161 required.
23 overs to go. Saying all along this could be a tight run chase. First game of last season was such when Surrey, I think it went down to the final ball from memory. They may have needed a 6 or something off the last ball. Anyway, they ended up losing by 3 runs. So Rob Yates will bowl his 3rd over. He's bowling to Justin Broad. Oh, it's gone for the reverse sweep. Broad. There's a bit of a space at that side of the ground, but it's cut off briskly by Lintott, so there's just the 1. 132 for 4. Played to mid-wicket. Zen Malik is quickly tumbling onto the ball. So it's another hastily run single. 133 for 4. Both these teams got a quarter-final to look forward to in the T20 Blast. Northants have got Surrey at the Oval. Warwickshire will head to Taunton to play Somerset. That is turned round his pads by Broad for another single.
So runs coming virtually off every ball at the moment, but so far been able to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, his pins are bat about. There's an appeal. Kai Smith liked it behind the stumps, but not out from Sue Redfern. Again, he plays back to that Bartlett. He'll get a single. A wild throw from Davies, who's back on the field. He threw that one rather low. Yorked his wicketkeeper, but he was backing up from
You'd have thought
Dolby.
a wicketkeeper would have actually given a fellow wicketkeeper a slightly better throw than that one. So just 4 so far off this over from Yates. His third over, he's 0 for 22 so far.
All in singles in this over. And that will be another one to long on. So 5 singles and the dot. And it's 136 for 4. 28 overs bowled. So what is it? 156 required to win.
Yeah. So remember, Warwickshire back here again on Wednesday and again on Friday of this week. So 3 matches here at Rugby this week, and then match at Edgbaston following week to finish off the domestic 50 over One Day Cup, their home games. So I think there are places available still if you want to come along on Wednesday or Friday. As Jake Lintott starts a new over, and the first one is lapped down to backward square leg for a single by Bartlett. So 1 more to the total, 137 for 4. Taz Ali just turning his arm over again in front of us. He's got a few overs left. Again, we're seeing a change to the field that bringing in a sort of shortish mid-wicket. Alec Davies is going down to...
Going to slip, isn't he?
Yeah,
So.
yeah. And the man down at long leg has been pushed round a bit further square on, as in comes Lintott, and this one is cut away through backward point as the gentleman walks across in front of us as the ball's bowled, and they stop us as they get a single. 1 more to the total, 138 for 4. Broad 31, Bartlett onto 34 as Lintott in again and bowls, and forward comes Broad, and Lintott feels off his own bowling.
Yes, tight over so far from Lintott. Should need 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, it just needs to keep that length. He doesn't need to drop short. He has a habit of dropping the odd delivery a little bit short and allowing them to pull him away through mid-wicket. This is given really full length, and it brings the Broad forward and just angling it down to square leg where they get another single. And Warwickshire won't mind the singles, but it's the short balls or the ones which they're able to get to and put away to the boundary, which start then change the complexion of the over as Lintott in. This is driven up to long on for a single. This ball quickly returned back to Kai Smith. 140 for 4 in the 29th over. As Lintott, 1 ball left in his third over. He's 0 for 15 with 1 ball to go. In his third over, he turns and comes in, gives that air, a full toss in fact, and it's crashed away through mid-wicket, and that was a gimme ball, I'm afraid. So not the best way to finish that over from Jake Lintott, but it was fairly easy pickings there, a full toss and whacked away as it got what it deserved, pushed away through mid-wicket. Takes on to 144 for 4.
It's a good shot in the way he turned it into a full toss by leaning so far forward and playing that
We've got a
sweep shot.
We've got a double change coming up here after the next over. You'll have Aaron and Mel back on.
So it is Michael Booth now.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible change. I think Robbie Yates was not getting a huge amount over the wicket, was he?
No. And that's in the air but safe. It'll be fielded down at third. It's 1 run.
Oliver Hannon Dolby down there does the fielding. He'll enjoy that because he's in the shade down there and he's able to have a chat with the spectators down there.
There's a few fielders who are able to be in the shade and have a chat. Walked past Ollie and Dobby on the way to get a cup of tea and say, how you doing this? It'd be like better if I hadn't bowled 2 deep balls in that last over. Which I thought was a bit harsh on himself, but anyway. It's defended back to the bowler.
Well, he got that wicket there, didn't he? Courtesy of a really smart catch, but his wickets have not been plentiful for him this season in any form of the game. It's been a hard year for Ollie and Dolby.
Required rate has just moved above 7 once again, just above 7. So we want for Alex Davies to field. Down in front of us, it's another single. So they are halfway there, halfway to their target at 146 for 4, another 146 needed.
So it's going to be 146 in a 2020 game. They've got 20 overs after these next couple of deliveries, and it will be a chase for them.
There's a bouncer. And Sue Effin checks with her square leg umpire, who rules that it wasn't high enough to be a wide. It's a 1 for the over, but it's a legitimate ball. So Booth wearing a sports vest under his shirt.
Mel will be able to tell you what socks he's wearing, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she's examined the whole of the Warwickshire team.
Who am I making way for in a minute?
You're making way, we both are. It's a double change. Yeah.
All right then.
A double change. So as you've got 1 ball to go, I'll put this one down so somebody can move in straight away.
Booth. In, and that's going to be another run. They're picking off the runs reasonably comfortably, but only 3 off that over, so a good over from Michael Booth. 147 for 4, 145 more required. They've got 20 overs to get them in, which is approaching 7.5 an over. So before I hand over to Aaron, come on then, what did Ethan Bamber reveal about his socks?
Well, they're actually very nice. They're a geometric, different shades of blue, because he was trying to find some that would actually match the Bears shirt. And he's done a really good job, not just in the colours, but in the kind of geometric design as well. So hats off to Ethan Bamber and his socks. I knew they'd be good. That's why, that's the kind of hard-hitting journalism that I like to partake in. Show us your socks.
Well, there you go, the cutting edge of journalism there from Mel Farrell. He is a great addition, though, isn't he, to this Bears bowling attack. Ethan Bamber, both on and off the field, seems like a really nice character.
He is a cracker. I can tell you that much. He really is a cracker.
Here is Jake Lintott bowling to George Bartlett. Just helps that one around the corner. Should be 2 easy runs, indeed it is.
Well, he was a little bit disappointed not to be playing today, but admitted that he probably didn't bowl his best up in Scarborough. I think also the fact that Taz Ali has come in, does suggest that they were expecting spin to play a significant role as Lintott continues. But for anyone who doesn't know Ethan Bamber, he's such a character. He loves novelty socks. Like, he really does. He's always got great socks. And I've never heard anyone speak with such enthusiasm about socks. He said it's to fool people into think that he has a personality.
Well, that is a full-blooded sweep. Save your legs, George Bartlett. 4 more runs there. Great way to bring up the 150 for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks.
This pitch is very much about partnerships, isn't it? We saw Warwickshire build a really decent innings around just a few partnerships. There weren't many, but you just need a few good ones.
And this has been one of those partnerships, hasn't it, between Bartlett and Justin Broad?
Yeah, really similar ways in some ways now that we find ourselves similar point in the last innings, where early wickets fell and then there was a significant rebuild. That was close. Nice little swipe, but just air on that occasion. Yeah, so this rebuild between these two in Bartlett and Broad has been very, very productive, and Warwickshire need to find a way to break the partnership. Taz Ali is nearest fielding on the boundary. We might see him come back into the attack soon.
Of the time being, it is Lintop to round out his 4th over of the game. Concedes a single off the last ball of the 31st. Northamptonshire move on to 154 for 4. And yeah, we speak about this partnership. Stands at 81 runs between George Bartlett and Justin Broad. Broad just a touch under a 100 strike rate, 37 from 40 deliveries, and something to notice with Justin Broad's game. I'm sure that a lot of people have picked it up, but one of the most proficient players of the reverse sweep, in my opinion, in the entire country. I was just having a chat with a couple of the guys from Northants, and they can't remember the last time he got out with that shot. We've already seen it so far today. Plays it very, very fine, does Broad. But he's at the non-striker's end as George Bartlett manufactures the rotation of the strike, pushes it out into the offside for 1 run. Can you think of really strong reverse sweepers, Mel? I mean, we were having this chat earlier. We thought of Owen Morgan straight away. He came to mind.
See, I always think I go straight to the associate world, and I think of George Munsey.
Oh, from Scotland.
Yeah, fantastic sweeper and reverse sweeper.
It's Booth here, bowling to Justin Broad, who runs that off the bat face for 1. Yeah, George Munsey, of course, who's got plenty of county experience as well, was part of the Kentmuck Spitfires, as they were called, in 2021. Also played a little bit for Hampshire. Really strong cricketer, isn't he? Can destroy a bowling attack single-handedly.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the associate game. Hey, Joe Root plays a reverse sweep pretty well, I've got to say, just to pick an obvious one.
Absolutely. Bartlett controls that pull shot.
Davies doing the fielding out there. It's typically, when I was talking to Ethan Bamber, he was standing just there, I said, oh, well battered. He's so self-deprecating. He said, yeah, even a blind squirrel can find an acorn. Very modest he is. But that was a terrific innings.
Almost certainly was. Yet maiden first-class century for Ethan Bamber.
I'm talking about Alex Davies.
Oh, right, sorry. I thought you were about Bamber talking about his own knock.
No, Alex Davies, I just said to him then, well battered. But he was as self-deprecating as ever.
It was a tremendous knock, though, wasn't it? 123 from 123 deliveries. Certainly has set up the game very interestingly here. George Bartlett nears his half-century.
What they won't want Warwickshire is for that innings to go in vain, though, because I can tell you one thing, Davies won't care about the personal milestone if Warwickshire don't go on to win this game. It's all in the balance at the moment. This has been such a good recovery from the Steelbacks, and we know once you get in, there are runs to be had as Booth comes in once more.
Yeah, bowling here to Bartlett. Very deftly guides that down towards Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Will just be a single, and that will round out the 32nd over. Goes for 5 runs, and the Steelbacks move on to 159 for 4. And yeah, just look at that partnership, 86 from 88. Not only is it significant in terms of runs scored, but they're also doing it at a decent click.
Well, that is the thing, that the run rate required, just keeping an eye on that. It's been above 7 for a while. It's 7.39 at the moment, but it hasn't been creeping up too much. It's been just sitting above that 7. And if they can keep going at around that 7 and over mark, then put themselves into such a good position when it comes to the end of this innings. But they can chip away Warwickshire if they can squeeze out another wicket. And as I thought, Taz Ali is the one who is coming back into the attack, and he might be the man to do it. Found some decent turn early on. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 25, so he's kept it tight as well.
He has, and it's been the variations, hasn't it, from Taz in terms of pace, in terms of length as well. The actual deliveries themselves, bowling here to George Bartlett.
Yeah, first up you see him fire that one in. I wish we had a speed gun. I'd have been interested to see the pace difference, but that first one has really fired in. But then you will see him toss one up and give it plenty of flight, looking for that late dip. Might be interesting from this angle to just check on the dip. Still kept that. You see the decent bounce that he gets though. Finding much turn on that occasion. But all of a sudden you see Bartlett playing him quite a bit of respect early on. I wonder how long that will last.
Let's wait and see. Here is Ali to Bartlett and bowls him. Taz Ali gets his second. It won't be a half century for George Bartlett because his stumps have been rearranged. Big moments in this run chase. And the Northamptonshire Steelbacks now 159 for 5. And Mel, there is that variation from Taz Ali.
Well, I think that was the googly, wasn't it? Did it come back in? I want to see a replay of that one. I was looking out live, but that is why they've brought him back into the attack. Just take another look at this one here. Well, it ends up pegging back middle stump. He's been getting a lot of those balls to turn away from the right-handers. That one, it's just gone straight on to hit middle stump. So he is the man, Taz Ali. This is why they've included him in the attack. The leg spinner. He's not only managed to be tidy, but he is broken up this partnership that was just threatening to go on for the Steelbacks. What a talent this young man is.
He most certainly is, and I know that there'll be plenty of his teammates at Artok who will be watching this performance and going, well, this is the Taz that we've grown to know and love. He really is a supreme talent, and just feels like every single time that he's got the ball in hand, something is going to happen. And as a captain, that must be absolute gold dust to have someone like that in your bowling attack.
Well, just someone that you know that you can turn to and go, hey, right, that not only has he been tight, 6.5 overs, he's only given up 25 runs, but the fact that you can turn to him and get the wicket, and that's a huge arrow to have in your quiver. He seems older than he is, if you know what I mean. He has that confidence and that bit of swagger about him, but he's got the cricket smarts as well as the skill. And I'm really excited about England's spin prospects for the future, because this young man and some of his cohort as well, they've got some real talent. To have a leggy like that, who you can count on to be tight but also take the wickets, what a boon that is for Warwickshire. He's only going to get better too.
Was just about to say that. You've read my mind, Mel. Of course, he's still very young, is Taz Ali. Bowling here to Luke Proctor. Already cramping up the left-hander for room. Because with spin bowlers, they have got the luxury of developing a little bit later. So for your real top grade spin bowlers, whether it's finger spin or leg spin, you're looking around the age of 28 to 30 when they really start to hone their craft. Proctor gets off the mark there. Of course, that is a double-edged sword as well. In fact, Northants will turn that into 2. Good running between Proctor and Broad to get the extra. But of course, at times when you do have someone burst onto the scene, people expect them to reach their prime around about 22 or 23. And in actuality, as a spinner, you've got to back them and give them time.
Absolutely. I just look at that interesting selection of Shoaib Bashir in the England side, and then sticking with him.
Oh, that's really zipped in by Taz Ali, just about deflected away by Luke Proctor. And that will bring about the end of the 33rd over. Northamptonshire 162 for 5. And Taz Ali, rightfully so, gets applauded by the spectators here at Rugby School. Well, I just look at international spinners as well, and that is the other kind of trap that I think a lot of countries fall into. They expect spinners to be the finished product by the age of, well, that 22 to 24. And the issue that you do have in international cricket, especially Test cricket, with more eyes, more attention, more focus, you don't have that luxury of time because there's an entire conveyor belt of talent who's waiting in the wings. So, yeah, it's a difficult one. It really is, but that's why it's so important at the domestic level for captains to back their spinners and really develop them and allow them to have that time.
Michael Booth. He always has that. I'm quite fascinated to know where he gets his haircut. It's an interesting one. You've got to have good ears to be able to pull off that haircut. Luckily, Michael Booth has perfectly acceptable ears. You've got to have good ears, haven't you, to actually leave them naked like that.
Well, here he is bowling to Justin Broad. Broad just plays that out towards the cover region, thinks about taking a 2, but Lintott does well to regain his composure there, limit it to 1, although he did actually hit Michael Booth there with the ricochet off the turf.
Real opportunity here for Warwickshire. As I mentioned, it is that kind of pitch that seems to be tricky for a lot of the batters to get in on. So if you get 1, ideal time to try and push for another quick one. So Broad is going to have to try to play the Alex Davies role here for the Steelbacks. You need someone to hang around and take it deep.
Will be Proctor on strike for this delivery. Really jammed into the block hole there from Michael Booth, attempting the Yorker. I mean, that is the other question, Mel, talking of the Yorker as a delivery now in the modern game. Who do you think are the real Yorker specialist? It's something that we used to see quite often. It's kind of taken a back seat in the modern game. T20 bowlers prefer the slow ball bouncer and knuckleballs, balls like that, as Booth concedes what should be a single here.
Well, I'll say someone here. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's been that was something that probably earlier in his career in particular, that was a real go-to, wasn't it? If I was saying someone modern in white ball cricket, can I say an Australian?
You can. Do they bowl left-handed? Or left arm, I should say.
Well, I know what you're going to say, and I wasn't going to say Mitchell Starc.
Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. However, in the end, I think he may have tipped it out towards the boundary rope. Will Barnard get across? Yes, he will. Good relay fielding in the end there from the home side. Cuts it down to 2 runs, and that will be the end of over number 34. Northamptonshire 167 for 5.
Yeah, that's too obvious to say Mitchell Starc. Obviously, he bowls amazing Yorkers, but Nathan Ellis, now, he has made himself a death over specialist when largely off his Yorkers. I mean, he's obviously got variations, but he nails those Yorkers at the end, and you know that he's really pushed. You've got the big 3 in Australia with Starc, Hazelwood, Cummins, but there are more and more calls now for Nathan Ellis to kind of be one of the 3 quick bowlers, even when those big 3 are available, just because of how good he is at the death.
Yeah, that's a sentiment which I can echo, Mel. Love his bowling action as well. Really busy seamer, isn't he, Nathan Ellis? Brings tremendous energy whenever he's bounding in. It's Luke Proctor, the latest Northants player to execute the reverse sweep.
Different challenge now for Taz Ali with the left-handed Proctor at the crease. Interesting to see how he takes it on as well. Proctor, of course, incredibly experienced. He could probably give Michael Booth a haircut. He used to give hair. He's a trained hairdresser or barber. He used to cut the hair of players in the Lancashire dressing room when he was there.
Here is Ali to Broad. Broad goes on the reverse again. Doesn't quite get the placement on that one. I'll tell you what, Mel, this is why I really enjoy commentating with you. You find out all sorts of random trivia. It's brilliant.
That's the hard-hitting reporting. Nothing too random.
Well, that's a more conventional sweep from Justin Broad. It's Ali trying to bowl stump to stump. But no, I genuinely do like it because it provides the human element. The fact is, these cricketers are just normal people. They've come from normal backgrounds, normal trades, normal professions. It's nice to know that side. And Luke Proctor is a lovely man as well, I can attest to that. More of a reserved character compared to others on the county circuit, but offers an awful lot from the conversations that you do have with him. And he bowls here to Proctor. Just scoops that over the top. There's a chase on here for Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Will eventually corral it. Call of 3 there from Justin Broad, and yeah, really good running that between the Northants pair. Get the extra run on the scoreboard.
Oh, just a fun bit of cricket all around. A terrific shot in the end. Even though it might not have gone exactly where Proctor expected it to, but managed to get enough on it to get it over the keeper's head. But that was great fielding from Hannon-Dalby, chasing that down. Just managed to flick it in, save the boundary.
Well, there's the reverse straight to Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who gives it a little bit of a celebration. Ice in the veins there from the Owl, and Justin Broad has to depart for 43 from 47. Taz Ali is having a field day, 3 for 33 from 7.5 overs, and that is the wicket that Warwickshire so desperately craved. Broad has looked excellent today, especially with those reverse sweeps, but in the end it has been the origin of his downfall here at Rugby. Northamptonshire 172 for 6. They still require 120 for the victory.
Well, Taz Ali, what a day he has had. He played a really important role when he came into bat earlier as support for Michael Booth, and now bowling partnership of Booth and Ali is doing the job, but mostly Taz Ali, he has just been outstanding. To be able to call on the young man to come in, leg spin up and take the wickets of the two established batter at a really, really crucial time for the Bears. I'll take a bow, young man, and watch him in the future. He really, really is a talent. What a contribution to come in like that, remove the 2 set batters. That is everything you want from a leg spinner.
It is, and that is why the late great Shane Warne described them as match winners. That is exactly what you want from leggies, and of course at times you do get pumped, and that goes for finger spinners as well, but for leg spinners you've got to just back yourself, and Taz has done that since the very start of his days in the twos. He's someone with great confidence in his skills, and time and time and time again today he has executed them very, very well indeed.
I'm trying to think if he's bowled a loose ball. I can't think of one. And that's the other thing, is the control that is shown as well. It's not just the wickets coming in. I think he's shown really good control, and it's been an impressive showing from him. Tell you one thing I've been told about him is that he's a proper wind-up merchant. Proper wind-up merchant. That's a quote. I won't say who it's from, but that's a quote.
Well, here he is bowling to Rob Keogh. Appeals for a stumping. Yates and Davies animated in their appeals.
Umpire Sue shook her head straight away. A bit hard to tell from here. You can hear that applause around the ground. crowd appreciating very much what they have seen from Taz Ali. I was almost going to say, I'll just have another look at this. He's falling over, beaten, but kept that back foot down. I was going to say a knowledgeable crowd, but have you ever heard a crowd described as anything but a knowledgeable crowd? You've never heard someone say, well, this is a really thick crowd, isn't it? They've got no idea. You just don't hear that, do you?
Well, in fairness, I can say this to the rugby crowd, having spoken to a lot of them last season. It is a very knowledgeable crowd, and that isn't just me trying to curry favour with the fine spectators here at Rugby School, but no, you tend to find that at outgrounds. I mean, these people absolutely adore their county cricket, and this is a wonderful opportunity to bring county cricket to the wider community.
I'm just saying, I've never encountered a crowd that wasn't described as knowledgeable, ever. Ever.
Just trying to think of some synonyms for knowledgeable now. Intelligent.
Right, we're going to have spin from both ends.
We are indeed, yep, some left arm wrist spin from Jake Lintott. Bowling up first to fellow left-hander Luke Proctor. Rocks onto the back foot, rifles it to Rob Yates. And that's a rare drop from Yates. Usually safe as houses. Always up there in terms of those catches in the county championship and the T20 blast. A little bit too much venom on that particular shot though from Proctor, and yeah, the Northants Red Bull skipper survives.
Well, that really would have dealt a huge blow to the Steelbacks. Rob Yates has just got to put that behind him now. Did come to him very quickly. What we'll say is, well, we've seen some fantastic catches today. We really have. That would have been another very good one, but one he'd probably expect to take.
Well, it is, as Keogh guides that one down towards Taz Ali for one run. I mean, Yates in the T20 blast produced one of the absolute great catches in 2025 out on the boundary. Made so much ground. I don't know how on earth he caught that. So, yeah, it's not often you see Rob shell a catch, but that was struck very firmly by Luke Proctor. And he does survive and turns that one around the corner for a single.
Just has totally changed the dynamic of this chase. Those couple of overs from Taz Ali, they were just looking set and quite comfortable. Now the pressure is all on the Steelbacks.
It is, but if you can have two players out there who can set up a grandstand finish, Luke Proctor and Rob Keogh are two very good candidates for that. And on the trivia side of things with Rob Keogh, got a nice little fact about him. Used to play youth football for Luton Town. Had a youth contract with the Hatters back in the day, although he is a big Chelsea fan from what I've been told, Rob. Used to watch a lot of Frank Lampard during his days at the Blues. But he's just become a stalwart and modern day icon of Northamptonshire. Proctor scoops again over the top. Good anticipation there from Yates to cut it off for the single.
We had his testimonial year. Was it last year or the year before?
Last year, 24.
Year was, yeah. Real servant of the Northamptonshire club. Always contributing in one way, very much three-dimensional. They need something special from him today.
Well, let's see. He's currently on 2 from his first 3 deliveries. So Lintott looks to wrap up this 36th over. Well, the call there was straight away from Rob Keogh. He said 2. However, it will just be a single. You don't want to take on the arm of Vance Jarney, so a single it is to wrap up the Lintott over. Northamptonshire 178 for 6. Proctor on 3 and... Sorry, Proctor on 11. Keogh on 3. 114 the equation now from 84.
Unsurprising, they're sticking with Taz Ali. He's got 2 overs left to bowl. And for Warwickshire, why not keep him on now and see if he can get another wicket out of the way in this period here. Boy, then they would be right on top. Still 14 overs to go. It's certainly doable, but becomes harder and harder. There we go. There's our mate again. I'm not sure if I've read that article in the paper. Might give it a miss.
Yeah, moving swiftly on. Taz Ali is to bowl from the Oak Street end. Bowling here to Rob Keogh. Keogh pulls that in front of square and pulls powerfully. 4 runs there off the bat of the Northamptonshire stalwarts. So he moves on to 7 from 5 deliveries. Score moves on to 182 for 6 now.
Oh, I said I couldn't remember a loose ball or a bad ball that he's bowled. That one was probably the one that sat up the most for Keogh.
This time goes for the sweep down towards fine leg, where Shay Simmons, the substitute fielder, decked out in some very, very snazzy sunglasses. Big fan of those from Shay.
Yes, they're up there with Ethan Bamber's socks in the style stakes.
Ali again testing Rob Keogh.
Thing is about snazzy, did you actually use that word? I thought only like mothers and grandmothers use that word, snazzy. You're looking very snazzy today. That is something that my mum or my grandma would have said to me. But okay, if you want to say snazzy sunglasses or socks, at least you're going to notice the sunglasses more, aren't you? Socks, you've really got to make the effort to find out what they are.
Slight change in the field here as Zen Malik comes in front of us in the commentary position out at what was deep forward square leg. Of course, now we'll see the change in the field yet again as he has to move to the other side of the strip. Yates, the man who's pushed out on the fence, out towards deep mid wickets. Northamptonshire 184 for 6. Of course, for these two, it would be good to just see out these final few deliveries from Taz Ali. Got 1 over left after this.
Just a reminder, both these teams suffered heavy losses in their previous match, both at the hands of Yorkshire. They were both really spanked, let's make no bones about it. Desperate to avoid 2 on the trot in both camps.
Here is Ali to Proctor. Cannons off the pad of the left-hander, and that will be a single to round out the 37th. So Northamptonshire now 186 for 6. Proctor on 14, Keogh on 9. The equation 106 needed from 78, and Taz Ali will have 1 over still left up his sleeve. 3 for 41 from his first 9. Where will the other wickets come from? That is the question, Mel, of course.
Do you know, I was just thinking though, isn't it something where you're really looking out for the Taz Ali overs, aren't you? They're just waiting for that, and that to me is really exciting. Look at that crowd. Look at it. Ethan Bamber even said he couldn't believe it when he was fielding out over on that other side, how deep the seats were and how far back the crowds were going. Almost 3,000 here today in rugby, and they've been treated to some real entertainment as well. The century from Alex Davies. You've seen some great catches today from both sides. Some big hitting from Michael Booth late in that innings. It's been a really great day's entertainment. I'm sure they're going to go home feeling that they have absolutely got their money's worth.
Well, they certainly have. It's just been a typical game of 50 over cricket. There's not really much more you could have asked for, as Lintott bowling here from the Chapel end. Proctor shifting that momentum onto the back foot, and Jarni will dart it back in to limit it to 1. It's had all the ebbs and flows, the twists and turns, and it's why we love the 50 over format. There's enough time for a proper narrative to develop over the day, and both sides have had adversity. And both sides have had some really big partnerships with the bat in hand. So I think it's made for some really good viewing. So Lintott spins the ball in his bowling hand. Here to Keogh. And I think we'll see this for the next few overs as well between Proctor and Keogh. I don't think they're going to do anything too rash, especially Proctor after getting that second life following the rifled efforts at Rob Yates. But they just want to set up a grandstand finish. Just take it as deep as possible. That is the key here for Northants, and these two have got plenty of responsibility to shoulder at this stage.
Well, I mentioned the run rate required earlier that had just been hovering just above 7. It's now above 8. So that little period where they've lost a couple of wickets has slowed things down. But if these two can take it deep, get to the last 5 overs, they take another single. Even if it's about 8 and over the last 5 overs, teams in the modern age, that's not too daunting for them. It's where the T20 side has added something to the game as well, in knowing that last 5 overs you can go for a lot of runs.
Well, reverse there from Keogh, just evades the grasp of Taz Ali, racing down towards the rope, and that will be 4. Innovative shot that from Rob Keogh as he moves on to 14 from 10.
Yeah, it wasn't far off. Not easy for Taz Ali to stop that one. I wonder at some point too, the sun getting lower in the sky, will that play a part as well? As you see, went for the dive.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we, Mel? What we do know, though, is that over has gone for 8 runs. Northamptonshire 194 for 6. The requirement now 98 from the final 12 overs. Just waiting to see who will bowl. It is going to be Taz Ali. So Ed Barnard utilising his young leg spinner for his 10th and final over of the game. Can he produce one more breakthrough?
This might be a big over. It really might. I know you sort of feel that way often with leg spinners, that it could go one way or the other every time they come on, but the control shown by Taz Ali today, as well as his wicket-taking ability, I think has been outstanding. He's got one more chance to make a big impact with the ball in hand.
Bowling here to Keogh, goes for the reverse, straight to Oliver Hannon-Dalby. That is a carbon copy of Justin Broad's dismissal. Bowled Ali, caught Hannon-Dalby, and the Bears get their 7th. The Steelbacks 194 for 7 at the beginning of the 39th over, and that is the breakthrough. That is exactly why you turn to your leggy.
We just said it, didn't we? One more opportunity, and you feel like something is going to happen when Taz Ali is bowling. Incredible how similar that was to the dismissal of Justin Broad. And plays the reverse sweep well, has played it well. This time it's Hannon-Dalby lurking, and that has been the right spot for the experienced, tall, fast bowler. Johnny on the spot. But gee whiz, 4 wickets now for Taz Ali. He has played an enormous role in this game.
He certainly has, and now we're into the Northamptonshire tale. Dom Leach, the former Yorkshire man, enters the fray. He'll be partnering Luke Proctor, hoping to take this game as deep as possible. Of course, for Taz, what a performance this is. 4 for 41, didn't play in the game up at Scarborough. But I tell you what, he is repaying the faith which has been instilled in him by Ed Barnard. Good aggressive captaincy to keep 3rd within the circle, even if it was to go over the top, and Ali has responded absolutely exceptionally.
I wonder what Darren Lehman might have thought of that wicket as well, because for Rob Keogh, not having the awareness, having seen how Justin Broad got out, not really having that awareness that Hannon-Dalby was there. He's going into the same position, Hannon-Dalby. The danger of the reverse sweep is very, very real. Taz Ali, can he get a 5-fer? He's got 5 deliveries. I would not put it past him.
Well, I think we know what's going to come in this over. The googly, probably a top spinner, potentially a slider as well, looking to bring those pads into play. Just a little bit of background context as well. Tazim's best figures in the List A format before today were 3 for 53. So either way, it's a career best. He's yet to have a professional 5-wicket haul. He's got a 4-fer in the first class formats, yet to take 5. So let's see what he can do. He deserves 5. He really does. He's been absolutely exceptional today. He's bowling here against Dom Leach, who straight away goes, everyone chips it straight to the man, and Taz Ali has his first 5-wicket haul in professional cricket. It's a golden duck for Dom Leach. Ed Barnard takes the catch, and Warwickshire now well on top at Rugby School as Northants restricted to 194 for 8.
Well, take a bow, young Taz Ali. What a bowling performance it's been from him. His captain tossed him the ball. They had 2 set batters at the crease, did the steel backs. And not only has Taz Ali broken up that partnership, got rid of the established batters, he's made life hellish for those coming in. And here's another one, just chipping it straight to Barnard. What a moment that is for Taz Ali. They're delighted for him, and rightly so. We're going to see a lot more of those from this young man, I reckon.
We definitely are, and as if this isn't already exciting enough.
He's on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick, Taz Ali.
Oh, wow. Could he get a 5-fer and then get a hat-trick? My goodness. Let's not put anything past him. It's not easy for the batters coming in. And when you've got someone whose tail is as up as Taz Ali's is right now.
Well, as you can hear now through the effects mic, I think we've got a little bit of a slow clap going.
Oh, we do. Oh, that's because it's a knowledgeable crowd.
Well, there you go. Rugby displaying that cricketing know-how and knowledge to a great standard. Plenty of alterations in the field. This could be a massive moment for Taz Ali, and it's one that he richly deserves. Got the wicket of Keogh first up, then it was Dom Leach. Now to Liam Guthrie, who plays spoil sports. Just plays it out towards Hamza Sheikh for the single, but either way, this really has been a wonderful 10th and final over, courtesy of Taz Ali.
Well, it's been a real highlight. There have been many highlights today. A couple of the innings played by Warwickshire, some of the catches from both sides, some of the shots played by the Steelbacks when they came in as well. But Taz Ali, oh, there's another appeal not given. He'd love that. He'd love a 6 for now as well, wouldn't he? It's getting greedy.
As every good bowler should. It's funny, isn't it? We mentioned about that 7 for against the Zimbabwe under-19s. Really has bowled supremely well here today as Proctor thinks about taking him on the front foot. Bit of indecision. Kai Smith whips out the stumps, almost dislodges one of them. Sue Redfern unmoved at square leg. I think that Proctor made his ground, but either way you can tell the pressure really amping up. Looked as though Northamptonshire were clawing their way back into it with this partnership between Proctor and Keogh. And now some nerves, a slight air of apprehension. So we take a look back at this. Great clean pick up that from Alex Davies. And the dive in the end saves Luke Proctor. So no further damage done as far as the Steelbacks are concerned. And then goes on the reverse. That's brilliant fielding as well. Michael Booth it is in the sun hat, backing up the bowlers, and that will bring to an end a quite simply sensational 10-over spell from Taz Ali. Finishes with career best figures of 5 for 43. Nice to see Ed Barnard and Kai Smith just high-fiving their youngster, showing their appreciation, and he has potentially got the Bears back on winning ways in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
It's been the perfect sort of example of what a captain wants to do when they call on a leg spinner in the middle overs. And for him to come in and have the impact that he's had is really super. Just at the start of his professional career, to already have a fifer. And it's not just the figures, it's the way he's bowled.
Oh, he's been absolutely faultless. It's Lintott there. Well, that's a cheeky sweep, isn't it? From Luke Proctor. Really well guided. Plenty of open space down there towards long leg as Rob Yates has to go and retrieve the ball. 200 comes up for the Steelbacks. It's the equation now 92 for the victory. How Jake Lintott would love to add his name to that wickets column as well. Balls here to Proctor again, big appeal. Umpire Redfern unmoved.
Shadows now starting to creep well across the ground from our side of the ground.
Lintott to Proctor again, slightly aerial, takes a couple of bounces out towards Michael Booth. Tumbling stop restricts it to 1.
It's all on Proctor now, you feel. If they're to have any hope of getting up there, the Steelbacks, he's got to really guide them home. It's going to be a very tough ask.
This time it's Guthrie who plays that one. Oh, plays it beautifully. Great shot that on the slog sweep from Liam Guthrie. Didn't quite get the connection that he would have hoped for, but the outcome is the same nonetheless. Northamptonshire now 205 for 8. 87 is the requirement from 10.2 overs.
I feel like every time I say it's all going to be on one player, or their partner comes in and gets a boundary. You saw that in the previous innings as well. That was nicely done by Guthrie. That one was a little bit streaky though.
Well, Lintott just readies himself for the final delivery of this 40th over. We'll have a change in the comms box after this. That's just a classy shot, isn't it, from Luke Proctor. Keeps the strike, and at the end of the 40th, Northamptonshire 207 for 8. So we'll say goodbye to Mel Farrell for the time being. I'll hold down the fort until Phil Britt and Clive Eakin are ready. So we see some lovely panoramic shots there of Rugby School. 85 from the final 60 is the equation. Look at those figures from Taz Ali as well. 5 for 43. A first professional fifer, and something tells me that it will not be the last. What promises to be a very fine career for this young man. So of course there will be a change in bowling from the Oak Street end as Clive Eakin returns back to the commentary position. I'll leave you in the capable hands of both he and Phil Britt as we reach the climax here at Rugby School.
Well, these pair actually started hitting some good shots, so this may not be over yet. We have an awful lot to do. 85 required, and 10 overs to get them in. Try and make about 8.5 an over. I've seen Rob Yates, change of ends for him. He's bowling now from the Oak Street end, and that's swept, but this time straight to Ollie Allen-Dobby, who fields it on the bounce. And there's 1 run.
So 208 for 8, and we're in the 41st over. Robbie Yates is
for 23 in his first 3 overs.
yeah.
He's into Guthrie. Good fielding off his own bowling there from Yates. That's a good stop. But I just want to finish this off now, wrap this up, mate, because stranger things have happened and teams making comebacks from here. Quicker ball from Yates is in the air, just beyond the reach of Booth there, and they will get 2 runs.
Just lifted over his head at short extra cover, and in the end he wasn't quite tall enough. It could have done with Oliver Hannon Dolby there. Somebody with that height, he might have got to it.
That one is again in the air, but this time bouncing well short of the boundary rider. And it'll be 1 more run. No, they just got to try and keep it going, these two. Get to the still be there with 4 or 5 overs to go and see if they can have a blast. And we no run there. Proctor went a fair way down the pitch to look for a run, but it wasn't to be had.
I think Alex Davies put him off. He didn't get to the ball, but I think he was such that Proctor decided in the end just to play for safety.
Quicker ball is LBW appeal, and the finger goes up. And Yates strikes, and that's the 9th wicket down. 211 for 9. Proctor goes for 24, and Warwickshire are 1 wicket away from victory.
Yeah, looking to sweep that one away behind the square, and it got quite a long way down the wicket. It didn't take much time to make his mind up there. But giving the LBW. So.
Yeah.
Harris.
It didn't look a bad shout. I guess the steelbacks might argue it was going down the leg side, but the umpire didn't think so. And so out he goes. Just a bit of context on Taz Ali's innings. He goes on to my little rugby school honours board. He's only the 2nd bowler to take a 5, or actually in the other case 6 wicket haul. He's 5 for 43. The previous bowler was George Hill of Yorkshire, who took 6 for 28 here last season.
Yeah, and how well did he bowl in that game?
So he's the first Warwickshire bowler to take a 5 at Rugby School, is Taz Ali, on the same day that Alex Davies scored the highest score by a Warwickshire batter in what is effectively the 6th match, 5 50-over games on 1 T20 game here.
Well, you have to say that the last season and again today, with this beautiful weather, has been extremely successful again here in terms of getting crowds in, and very well organised. Little hiccup with the PA system, but I'm sure that'll be righted before Wednesday's game. And that was the end of Rob Yates' 4th over. He's got 1 for 27. Jake Lintott will continue from the chapel end as he comes in and bowls. And this one is lapped round the corner for a single to bring the total on to 212 for 9.
I want you to be greedy from Warwickshire point of view. Mal was pointing out that their defeat against Scarborough would not have, although they did make Yorkshire work a little bit to get the low target, nonetheless it won't have done their net run rate any favours. So if they could get this last wicket and have a fairly healthy winning margin here, that will improve net run rate, which if they end up with 5 wins, net run rate could well come into it.
This one, a shout for LBW from Lintott. Sue Redfern, the umpire at the chapel end, is not convinced. Chahal was swung across the line. This is going to be Northants got quite a lot of runs still to score each over. This one is launched in the air. That's a really good pickup. 1 bounce and over the ropes for 4 across mid-wicket. So he's managed to get bat well onto ball. So that one sails away. Got a man out on the deep mid-wicket sort of square leg boundary, but nowhere near that one. As Lintott in again to bowl. This one has gone past everything and down to the fence for 4 more, and that will be, did that come off the outside edge? No, it's signalled as buys, so that beats everything, and that's the second lot of 4 buys in this innings, which I think has come off Jake Lintop. So total quickly moves on to 220, 72 required for victory. Warwickshire require 1 wicket. Chahal waits again as Lintop is in, and he swings this one away behind, just swinging across the line, gets a bat onto it down to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, long legs, and they get through for a single, which brings Guthrie back on to strike. So 2:21, field changes round for the left-handed Guthrie. And Dolby goes to backward point, short fine leg in place. As Jake Lintop again is in and bowls short, and this is lifted away into the upside, and it's going to be evade the attempt out there by Booth, isn't it? Yeah, he threw himself at it. Just hope he hasn't stretched something. But another boundary, so that's 3 boundaries off that over from one of the buys, 4 buys, but even so, an expensive over, and takes Northamptonshire on to 225. And so 14 to Guthrie, 5 to Chahal, and
I did point out to Andrew Round from BBC Northampton that Warwickshire have this season conceded their biggest ever last wicket partnership in the Championship. So all is not lost from a Northants point of view until this wicket falls.
They've had a problem finishing off innings, haven't they, this year in a few games.
So Rob Yates to continue, having got the 9th wicket in the last over. There's Chahal. Plays back to that, misses it. No run there. Not terribly confident playing that. The Indian international. See, Hassan Ali's playing for Pakistan today in a 1-day international against West Indies. There's a quicker ball. It's in the air. That'll be safe. That's a lovely shot from Chahal for 4. That's a terrific shot. Well clear of any fielders. 4 more runs. So they're not giving this up just yet. Northants, 229 for 9, the target 292.
Yeah, it was well picked up. That's a couple of times he's played that shot. And,
Playing back to that, it does not look quite as confident that time, but survives it. There's a little joke with Guy Smith, the wicket keeper. Oh, this should be the end of the game. Who wants it? And it's Michael Booth who takes it. And Warwickshire have won this game by 62 runs. They are on the mark in the 1-day cup. An outstanding performance by Alex Davies with the bat and by Taz Ali with the ball. And Warwickshire have bowled Northamptonshire Steelbacks out for 229 in the 43rd over.
yeah, Rob Yates ends up with a couple of wickets, 2 for 31, 2 for Ed Barnard, he 2 for 40 from his 7 overs, and the other wicket going to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who had 6 overs very economically for just 20 runs. But a really good all-round performance from a position where Warwickshire early on in the day were in real trouble. They lost their top order fairly quickly, and they recovered well, because it was at one stage we were beginning to think that this large crowd here at Rugby may go home a little bit disappointed, but thanks to Alex Davies and Kai Smith, it was
Taz Ali has just rescued the ball from the umpires.
Yeah, I think
he'll have that on his mantelpiece.
Yeah.
His first fifer in senior cricket.
Should go and ask him if he'll let us have it for the museum, Clive, but I
you
don't
can't
think I'll get it.
Don't
think I'll get that one.
When he's taken a few more, he'll probably let you have it.
Yeah. But a good all-round performance there today. It's been a great day's cricket, and well done to Northants as well. They've contributed a lot to this game, and it's the first of the 3 matches here this week. So
just seen the wickets falling there. That was a brilliant catch from Michael Booth. Yes, if you want to come along, Wednesday and Friday.
that's right. There are tickets, I think. So
Yeah,
you can get them.
I think I might say members get their tickets free, but do have to apply for a ticket just to help them manage the numbers.
Don't forget, if you do come, bring an umbrella. You never know, because there's no cover here. So it will need. And I would suggest as well that the seats are, there's plenty of seating, but if you want a really comfortable seat, probably best to bring your own seat with you. But it's really a super place to watch cricket from, and the forecast for the week's supposed to be good. So join us, please.
Just seen Taz Ali's wickets, the first of his wickets. So Warwickshire 7 for 2 at one stage, 32 for 4, made 291 for 8. As Barnard striking courtesy of a brilliant catch. Some of the catches there, Malik taking that one. Some of the catching by both teams actually outstanding today. 123 to Alex Davies, 50 to Kai Smith, and some good tail end performances. A career best of Jake Lintop, 37, and Michael Booth, 45, not out. 2 wickets apiece for Liam Guthrie, Luke Proctor, and Yuzi Chahale. And then Northants, well, no one managed to get above 47, the highest score. That was George Bartlett. Bowled out for 229, 2 for 40 for Ed Barnard, 1 for 20 off 6 overs for Ollie Allen Dolby, 2 for 31 in the end for Rob Yates, but the highlight, Tazim Chowdhury Ali, 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 43, a couple of catches for Ollie Allen Dolby, fairly straightforward ones, but they all go down in the book under his name. A great performance from Taz Ali. As 2 batters obligingly hit the ball straight to Ollie, who held on to them to take the wickets, and held them comfortably, did Ollie Allen Dolby, and Taz Ali causing all sorts of problems to the Northants batters, who didn't really have an answer. He was on a hat-trick when he claimed his 5th wicket, which you can see all the Warwickshire teammates enjoyed. Taz Ali claiming his 5 for. Didn't manage to get the hat-trick, but as you'll see shortly, Rob Yates, here we go, wrapped the innings up with the last 2 wickets. Having gone for a few runs earlier, but got an LBW decision in his favour, and then finished it off with the last wicket skied high in the air, and Michael Booth taking the catch. So there we go. It's been a really great day. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. You can follow, of course, the games on Wednesday and Friday on the stream, but even better if you get here and support this terrific cricket festival. Warwickshire with their first win, winning by, in the end, 62 runs. So from me, Clive Eakin, from Mel, from Aaron, Phil, say, very good evening.
See you on Wednesday.